Hello. How are we doing today, guys? Got some exciting news, okay? I only have 3 more abilities that I need to get to 99, and then I will be able to buy the max skill cape in Melvor. I know you guys are hyped for it. Just prayer, magic, and slayer. Oof. Is the stock real wood? Whatever it is, it better be the best it can possibly be of anything. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it better be good. Shit is fucking expensive. Kira Chat's Bad Bunny calling you racist. Have you seen the Reddit thread? Which one? This has got to be fake. How much did you pay? It's I think it was a $4,500 shotgun. What was I looking for? I don't remember why I picked up my phone. Oh, thank God you said that. Rugal, I cannot show you the gun. I just realized you're right. I don't think you can show guns on YouTube. That's the one thing that Twitch does better. You can't show guns live on YouTube. Probably because they're worried about... It wouldn't surprise me if Twitch actually followed suit eventually. Probably they're just worried about, like, people live streaming murders or whatever.
Oh yeah, they're like a 50-year-old Destiny fan. Destiny, the racist streamer, not Destiny, the video game, for the record. You're on one today. Thank you. By the way, proving very, 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 very much that this person isn't in fact like when they're trying to claim everyone's a snowflake because people don't tolerate racism, but they lose their mind when a woman bans them. I refuse to believe there are Destiny fans older than 17. Yeah, I would love to. Trust me, like, I don't think that's a bad thing to assume. Like, who fucking cares, honestly? Who cares about that community?
Base.
Apparently, he's trying to, like, he wrote this or gave this manifesto, said this. Oh yeah, they're like a 50-year-old Destiny fan. Destiny, the racist streamer, not Destiny, the video game, for the record. You're on one today. Thank you.
Sorry, hold on. I can't resist. Is it Glass House Throw Stones?
All right. Seriously, you did a great job on the Hey, look, I'm sorry. That's always been my life. You did a great job on the little debate last night. That was fantastic work. It was really cool watching that. I was doubly excited, by the way, because I saw that clip a few weeks ago that he dropped where he said that you didn't know anything about Citizens United. I was like, do you even know, like,
somebody said that to me. Somebody said that to me, and I got increasingly angry when I was talking to him because not only was he wrong.
There's years of video evidence of you knowing about the facts of the case.
Right. Not only is that the case, he got that wrong. But as I was talking to him, it became clear to me that he had no idea of not just of the case, but of the way that the Supreme Court functions and the implications of it. Like the facts.
It's so irritating that we didn't even talk about anything. We didn't even talk about anything relating to the Supreme Court function. We didn't talk about anything related to the case. It was just him like bouncing off the wall, excited to like regurgitate as much stuff as he read like the days before to prove that he knew what he was talking about. I should have went so much harder in the Rittenhouse section. It was so frustrating. It was so frustrating that I shouldn't have let him take me to Citizens United and had that conversation, or I shouldn't have, after being so nice in the first part. I should have just said, like, if you want to talk about that, we can set up a second talk for it.
The case of Citizens United are wholly irrelevant. And I made the analogy between the Dobbs ruling and Citizens United. Citizens United could have very well been just an administrative case. And that was, did Citizens United, by producing 2 or 3 films between 2004 and 2008, qualify as a media operation so that they would be able to put ads for a documentary that they were making about Hillary Clinton?
So I wasn't confident enough to say this at the time because it's been a long time since I've done anything related to Citizens United. But my understanding was that it can't be ruled as a hold on. I don't think it could have been ruled as a they could have just done a procedural rule because ruling in favor of it would have required them to overturn. I think that was the issue with it. That's one of the reasons why the ruling became so broad. I got an email about this. Hold on. The frustrating part was seeing people on your subreddit simp for Sam and saying that's because he wanted to play really aggressive and I wanted to be very conciliatory. I was trying to do the bridge building thing, but it's like a prisoner's dilemma thing because if the other person goes aggro while you're being chill, it makes you look weak in the conversation. Which sucks because if you did go aggro and Sam, people would say that why aren't you being nice to him? Yeah, I know, that's part of it too. I try to be nice. He's like one of the only lefties that that I could try to be nice to, but I honestly thought he looked weak since he was just trying to talk 100% of the time. I don't think so. I think he looked really strong by shouting over me over and over and over again because he was willing to be really aggro and I wasn't. I don't really want to read off like, because then it just sounds biased. We could do like a whole like revisiting era of Citizens United, but the case is over. But this is one of the lawyers that was on the debate with Pisco. I guess I'll just read like a part of this. In Citizens United, the court was tasked with interpreting the constitutionality of a regulation of free speech. The facts mattered, even though Cedar, funnily enough, said they were moot because the court found it logically impossible to find in favor of Citizens United under the current statutory language as it did not qualify for any exemptions to the regulation. Moreover, there was precedent on the books that Congress was entitled to regulate this area of speech. Thus, the only way to have ruled in favor of Citizens United was to literally overrule that precedent and invalidate the state's power in that realm. It was not overly broad given that this was the only possible way to allow Citizens United to win, which is why the facts are so damn important here. Also, Citizens United did argue for the overturning of Austin, so I have no clue why Cedar kept saying the argument was presented. Cedar's assertion that Roberts wanted it to be narrow is literally belied by Roberts' own concurrence, where he openly states overturning prior precedent was required in this case because there's no way to narrowly find it in favor of Citizens United. His concurrence literally says it's perplexing to think that there is a logically narrow way to find it in favor of Citizens United given this facts. This is why the facts did matter. I didn't know if Sam knew this or not, and I don't remember enough about, like I said, I would have to like brush up on Citizens United. And I'm sure there are probably, let's see, to be fair, I had another guy emailed me who was also a lawyer, where I think he was taking an opposite position. Law student / lawyer. I don't know what that means. I graduated from blah, blah, blah in May 2021. I got approved for a licensure. Okay, so it's basically lawyer. You mentioned that sometimes difficult broad decisions come from difficult facts surrounding a narrow case, which I think is true. Sam mentioned that he objected this to the courts changing the meaning of the Constitution, to which he responded to that's what the Supreme Court does, and that it exists to decide whether a law violates the Constitution. Sam then made kind of a pedantic point that the court also conducts statutory interpretation. I hope I can do a little work for Sam for what he was trying to get at. SCOTUS is not supposed to offer advisory opinions. It waits for a case and controversy before it. Oftentimes, this means that the court should rule on whatever dispute the petitioner puts before it. In the case of Dobbs, we can say that in the petition for writ of certioria, I don't know what that means, some Latin term. I don't know why lawyers use Latin. Mississippi asked the court to throw out the viability standard. They did not mention anything about the country's history or tradition or anything to substantive due prices arising from rights. Basically, it also touched on this petition, does not challenge whether the right to an abortion exists, but rather argues that the government's interest in protecting fetal life prevails over the right of the abortion, blah, blah, blah. This is the entire focus of Justice Roberts' concurrence. I think you're correct to point that the court makes broad rulings all the time, but I think Sam was also correct to point that the facts of the narrow issue before the court usually matter until cases like Dobbs where those facts aren't as important and the court decides to just wipe out certain rights or grant certain rights that were really questioned / advocated for by the petitioner or respondent. Whether Mississippi said the line at 15 weeks, 6 weeks, or 1 week did not matter. And the court didn't care about Mississippi's arguments, e.g. those surrounding advancing medical technology to show how fetuses feel pain. This guy says Citizens United is a similar instance where the dissent persuasive points out how incorrect but also how unnecessary the broad ruling is. The most clear example of this term was actually the West Virginia versus EPA. The court struck down an Obama-era policy that is no longer enacted, so it's effectively, if not technically, moot. The court just sought to preemptively undercut the EPA. Okay, so we're giving you one from each side, but... fuck, I had so many good captions for my tweet, but I'm pretty sure if I make any joke relating to mass shooting and I post a picture of a gun, I think my account will actually just get instantaneously perma-banned. So I decided not to.
You're stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man.
Why the fuck are you saying this?
This is me right here. Spoiler. Say mug. Say mug.
Dumpy
back, baby.
What?
Hold on, the best part. The best part.
I heckin' love tens.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I heckin' love them. Heckin' love them. Ooh.
What? Why did I? Why'd you link me this shit? Okay. What have you guys been doing? Why do you have like random pieces of carpet and why is the wood all mismatched? Is that supposed to like be charming or is manifesto pushback? Greek and XCC to talk and a bed as well. Okay. I'm supposed to be talking to this Preston guy. Bro, look at your shit ass fucking diamond. Where's your netherite? It's called detail fatso. Okay, hold on.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, let's see here. I am, oops. Hey, I was just seeing if do video here. Here we go.
Oh yeah, if you want to. I'm live and everything. Don't say anything crazy. Okay.
Yeah, how's it going?
It goes.
Yeah. It's nighttime for me. I live in Taiwan, so it's a different world out here. But
Taiwan.
yeah. But that's um yeah, I moved out here, I don't know, maybe 7 months ago. Lived in DC before.
Mhm.
My official job is I'm a federal employee, but but
Wait, hold on. You're giving me so much crazy shit. You're a federal employee of the United States government?
I am.
Okay,
I
and
work
live
for
in
the State Department. Yeah, I
Okay.
work for the State Department, I'm on a kind of leave without pay right now, following my wife um on her job. So
Okay.
uh
Jesus.
yeah, and then my big hobby is my my YouTube channel where I talk about, I don't know, fantasy, sci-fi, mainly A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, and politics,
Gotcha.
progressive politics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And yeah. No, I mean it's weird because it's absolutely nothing, right? Like this YouTube channel, like compared to say your size or anything. Um like I'm a nobody. And like to anybody in the regular world, like I'm a nobody, but in like this very specific field.
Sure. I mean,
Like
you have 170,000
yeah.
subs. Okay, that's like half the size of my
Yeah.
channel. You're not nobody compared to me, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, but it's funny because have you seen all of Game of Thrones?
Unfortunately.
Did you have you read any of the books?
I made it like 8 chapters through the first book, I think.
Hmm.
And then it was like
Um,
I was traveling, and the way that I read, because I'm a horrible person, is usually audiobooks.
yeah, no, it's a good way to do Game of Thrones. And the guy that they got to do the audiobooks, he was a guy named Roy Dotrice, and he could do like 150 different voices. He has a Guinness world record kind of thing. He was good friends with George R. Martin. They used to work on a show together called Beauty and the Beast. Unfortunately, the books took too long and he died. So yeah, he was only able to do the audiobooks for the first
Unfortunately,
five.
the books took too long, and he died. Are we going to be saying that about the authors?
Yeah, definitely. I
You don't
mean,
think they're ever coming out?
I think there is a slim chance that he will publish the sixth book. I think there's no chance that he's going to publish the seventh.
I feel
Just no
like
chance.
this is coming from somebody that knows nothing, because I haven't really read any of the books. But in my uneducated opinion, I feel like if the next book comes out, I feel like there's a 100% chance that the next book will come out like within a reasonable time frame. The only reason I say that
Yeah.
is because I feel like it sounds like the type of writer that he is he just like J.K. Rowling, I think, has a pretty big roadmap of like start to finish, whereas he just kind of writes and sees what happens. And that works for a few books, but then when you need to like wrap things up, it's really hard. So I feel like he's probably trying to hardcore sketch out like how is this going to end and where's everything going to land. And once he's figured that out, like the next couple of books would, I imagine, would be like pretty easy once it's like set in stone. But that'd be my guess. Yeah, go.
So
Tell me how wrong I am.
no, so if so normally when you read big novels, like huge novels, like take a Stephen King novel, like Stephen King writes kind of stream of consciousness, and he just he doesn't really think about themes, and he doesn't think about background characters. He just kind of writes, and it's good stuff. Stephen King is an incredible writer. Like it's an incredible writing talent to be able to write something that someone can digest 1,000 pages, in a several hours and understand everything. Like that is insanely good writing. Like just like working for the government, we like try to hone our writing skills so that people can understand it really, really easily. And Stephen King is a master at that. There's an old saying in writing, like, I wrote you an 8-page letter. If I had more time, it would have been 1 page.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So like, there's something to like concise, like easy to understand writing.
There was
George R.
a
Martin.
real quick. I don't know if you've
doesn't
ever
do
heard this
that.
before.
Yeah.
Changed my life as a 18-year-old who had no life. But I always recommend this book to everybody. Have you ever heard of a book called Elements of Style by Strunk and White? Oh yeah, it was the first book I'd ever read in my life in high school, where it seemed like an overarching part of the book was like, make sure that your writing is concise, make it make sense, get rid of bullshit, fucking random words. If like one comma or one punctuation is dramatically changing the meaning of your writing, your sentence is probably garbage. Like, it was a really, really, really good book. But yeah, I understand what you're saying But okay, go for it.
Or even another person said like if you're doing writing and like you have a sentence and you have to justify that sentence being there, and you have to work hard to justify that sentence like in an explanation, like cut the sentence. There's all these things like people are busy. Right.
I still like to this day, even in this big, I just did some huge fucking horrible writing yesterday, but like when I finish, I will go through, and anytime I've written like I think, just get rid of it. Anytime I've written the word that, I try to get rid of like all of those, because it's like really tempting to, well, that thing, that. And it's like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of those things like get rid of this. It undermines your writing. It makes it sound weak. Stop doing this. Like, I believe, nope, get rid of it. Yeah. There's a lot of
There's also this weird thing that people don't think about, because it's automatic with speech, but it's not something we think about with writing, because we have to remember that spoken word and written word are two different languages, and in foreign languages this is very obvious. Like if you study Arabic or Chinese, like you know that the difference between the written language, like grammatically, and the spoken language is immense. With English, it's very close, and it's getting closer. Like we begin to write now informally, but like just in the same way that you wouldn't say much in spoken, and you don't write a lot. Like, you know, you have to understand that there's like grammatical differences. We excuse incomplete sentences when we speak and things like this. One of the things we automatically do when we speak and we don't even think about it is called known subject. And so like if I say I went into the store was large, on the shelves of the store I found a candy bar, like that's very easy to understand. But if I say, like, I went to the store, candy bars were everywhere, like, it's a little bit off, because you're jumping from store and you to candy bars without that connection. So you should, like, one thing to make easy writing as well is to think about, like, was that subject already previously established? You don't want, like, a subject out of nowhere.
Sure.
Because it just kind of slows people's minds down and things like that. And one of the really basic things, like, if you read your writing aloud, like, it's amazing like what it does. Like to just sit there like and actually read it aloud.
Yeah, for sure. I always like I'll read stuff aloud before I do any presentation or present to anybody, because like I'll notice it, like if I go to read a sentence and I read it once and I'm like, oh wait a second, I need to change the inflection a lot here, and it doesn't seem natural, then I'm like, okay, fuck, hold on, I gotta rewrite this so that it seems more like it's kind of flowing off the page than just like crazy sentences that aren't reading naturally or feeling naturally. This is like a random question relating to this. Do you feel like people should write in a way that is similar to spoken word, or I'm on a random reading thing lately, and there's a passage by this loser guy called C.S. Lewis, and he talks about how when he originally would write, he would write in a way that emulated the spoken word. He would try to use italics for like emphasis, and he would do these things. But then later on, he said, I realized that it was a mistake, that the written word is a different medium than the spoken word, and you shouldn't try to make these two things the same. Do you agree with that? Or I'm not saying there's a right or wrong. I'm just curious, like, what do you say on that? Do you think that we should try to write like informally with slang, with emphasis on words like it would be spoken, or should it be treated as a totally different thing? Or
I think it's all about, you know, your audience and what you're trying to communicate. So one of the weird things about, say, government writing is that when you read a novel, they do something called like graceful variance, which is like, I went into the supermarket, the store was fantastically large. I didn't say supermarket twice. I said I went into the supermarket, the store was fantastically large. And you'll see this in writing, this graceful variance. In government writing, you never do that, because you want to be clear what you're fucking talking about.
Sure.
Like if you called something an agency, you don't then call it like, you know, a bureau, you know, if you call, or a group of people. Like you want to be very clear. So you'll use the exact same word every single time. And so it depends what you're doing. Like if you want to be if you want something to be enjoyable and artistic, where someone enjoys like flowing through those words, because people love, like some people just love like basking in something for atmosphere. So like for novel writing and for what C.S. Lewis was doing, you know, that's very different than say what you're doing, which is probably, you know, political essay. Like,
yeah,
I understand
that makes...
you're writing your manifesto and things like that. In that kind of situation, you wouldn't want variance. You want to be very specific. Like, this is the word I'm talking about. The definition of this word is X. Let's be very clear. Because the rhetoricians, you know, the pundits will start like shifting those words to try to like get to some place, you know, that's not true. But like,
yeah, it makes sense.
When you're actually talking about like factual stuff, it's like you use one term and you never change from that term, and it's very odd. It's very odd to like break away from like artistic writing, which is what we learn in school, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Reminds me of recently there was I guess the most hyper example of this would be like law that has to be super concise. And I've gotten a couple emails from people that were law students, or I think this guy might have been a lawyer. But it had to do with whether or not you are allowed to protest outside of the house of a Supreme Court justice. And there was some back and forth because people were obviously protesting the Roe v. Wade thing. And this guy sent me an email. He said the legal argument is that you actually probably can, because I think the words used to refer to a Supreme Court justice and like federal or normal court judges is like distinct in the statutes. And if it doesn't specifically say Supreme Court justice, then the statute's probably not referring to it. So that's like an example of like hyper-specific language for every single thing. Otherwise it gets like misinterpreted.
Yeah.
Over, yeah.
I do think it's kind of funny, like when like Kavanaugh eating steak today, and people being like, "Oh, really? You believe in a right to privacy?" You know, like there were some pretty funny jokes today about the Kavanaugh like steak dinner situation.
Okay, actually, hold on. You're saying this. I saw all of the jokes today, but I have no idea what the fuck the joke was. What was the reference to it? What happened? What was that about? I just saw a bunch of stuff. It was about Morton's had a sign up about like men, like Father's Day, and I saw a bunch of people like complaining about it. Is this? And then Kavanaugh's name came up. I had no idea what the.
So people have been, protesters have been outside his house in D.C. And he snuck out the back door, like blending in with his security detail.
Okay.
And and went to Morton's Steakhouse, and people figured out he was at Morton's Steakhouse, and then they protested Morton's Steakhouse. So he was able to get a steak, but he had to like leave before dessert or something, and then snuck out of there. Okay. And so then there's this idea, like, you know, there's the people that are like, oh, it's so sad that this guy can't like eat a steak in privacy. And it's like, oh, really? You believe in the right to privacy?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Like,
Okay.
You know, like that was that kind of thing. But the times we live in, you know.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
that was a joke. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Obviously, in an ideal world, everybody has privacy to eat steak, and people have the right to abortions. But you know, what can you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things, speaking of abortion, though, you know that the original book had a whole bunch of like abortion references. Ice and Fire, Song of Ice and Fire, like the series. Like abortion is a huge part of the story. And all of the abortion plot lines were cut for the show.
Interesting. Apparently a lot was cut for the show, but...
Oh, yeah.
Like anything that makes Stannis a good character, but no, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, Stannis loves, like... the fans love Stannis. He's, like, kind of weird.
Well, it has to be from the books. Anything I've ever seen that's good about Stannis comes from the books, because in the show, he was just, like, the dumbest, worst, most useless fuck character in the world. Or that's what he came off to, as for me at least.
Yeah, so what people really like about the books is, so, you know, getting back to when I'm talking about like Stephen King, like just kind of writing stream of consciousness, George R. R. Martin doesn't write that way. So if you normally, like when you write like atmosphere for a scene in a novel, the background stuff about like a tapestry hanging on the wall and a vase in the corner doesn't mean anything. You're just like creating atmosphere. In a George R. R. Martin story, that tapestry means something and it's coming back later.
Everything is what's it called, like a Chekhov's whatever?
Yes. Yeah. Every background character is a potential Chekhov's gun. Every like, you know, tapestry on the wall, every sword. The only example that's probably not the case is he does a lot of food stuff, and the food stuff rarely comes back. But like everything else you got to be really careful about. So like the whole like genesis of, say, my channel is like you can take all of the background stuff and you can come up with really like interesting theories. So like one I go to is, I don't know if you remember from second season, Theon has conquered Winterfell. Bran and Rickon have escaped, and he goes off and he can't find them. But he's really embarrassed. So he kills 2 Miller's boys and brings them back and dips them in tar and claims that he killed Bran and Rickon.
Yeah.
So you remember that plot?
Yeah.
In the book, there's one fucking random line where he mentions that he used to be fucking the Miller's wife.
Okay. Theon?
Right. So put that... Yeah, Theon.
Okay.
So you put that together. Theon was fucking the Miller's wife, which means that there is a chance...
That those were his kids?
Exactly. And, like, because he also has all these, like, dreams and guilt and everything about, like, killing these Miller's boys. And it's like, Theon kills a lot of people. And killing each other... Like, there's a lot of people killing people right and left.
That is true, but, man, they were
people,
kids. It was pretty fucked up.
They were kids. It's true, but, you know, a lot of kids get killed. And it's true. It could just be that Theon feels guilty about killing kids. But then there's this fan theory, like, wait a minute. Like,
I stopped listening to all of the fan theories when all the fan theories ended up being way better than the actual dog shit fucking... maybe I should ask you, how do you feel about the ending of that show?
Oh, because, I mean, it was the worst thing ever.
What about all the shit about, like, the Sword of Azure fire shit or whatever, all that, whatever bullshit? It feels like none of that mattered. Like, none of that was anything. Even the whole, like...
No.
Or go ahead.
Yeah. Well...
Who was supposed to pull the flaming sword to kill the Night King? When did Arya do that? Did I miss that?
Yeah, but there's a lot of elements that are kind of like true. So I don't know if, like, say specifically Arya is going to fucking jump out of nowhere and kill the Night King or whatever. The Night King's not even a character in the book. But when I say, like, people were angry that Jon Snow wasn't the chosen one kind of thing, him not being the chosen one and him being a red herring distraction is actually very George R. R. Martin. So, like,
yeah.
I think a lot of people would be pissed off at George R. R. Martin's real ending in the book because Jon Snow's probably not going to be the hero end all, like that everybody's like predicting, you know.
Yeah, I think that would be okay. I think maybe people could even be okay with that. I don't think it's so much that Jon Snow wasn't the hero. It was just that nothing in that entire fucking story mattered past, like, season 4 or 5. That like the issue is that like what is arguably the largest reveal in the show is Jon Snow being a Targaryen or whatever, right? That was basically of no consequence. Like, you could have actually removed that from the whole story and it wouldn't have changed a single thing.
Right, or him coming back from the dead, like, didn't do anything, right?
Yes, yeah.
Like, so a very George R. R. Martin thing would be to say, like, prior to the show coming out, like in the later seasons, like, the message boards was nothing but people talking about how Jon is secretly a Targaryen and he's going to fulfill prophecy and save the world.
Yeah.
And if you're super into the books and you're super into George R. R. Martin's previous writing, you know that that's not what he does. Like, he does not, like, write happy endings. He doesn't write generally white straight male as being the hero. Yeah, he's a huge feminist, like, huge hippie feminist. And so, like, him, like, I kind of knew that Jon wasn't going to be hero, and so I kind of became infamous in the fandom because I would come up with all these alternative theories of, like, what would happen instead. Like, many of them wrong, you know, but nonetheless, like, I had this, like, theory that, like, no, Jon's not going to fulfill prophecy. He's not that important. But I think, like, people would still be pissed off at George R. R. Martin's ending. But that ending specifically, like, in the show, it just, nothing mattered. I didn't think the show was very good past season 4. But
good, that's the right opinion to have, but okay.
Yeah.
It's after the death of Tyrion, or no, not Tyrion, Tywin, that everything completely falls off a fucking cliff,
Yeah, where they move past the book material, and there's just, you know, everybody has plot armor, and there's no surprises. And,
it's I like to view it a little differently. People use, so first of all, here's something that hurt a lot. People always say that they moved off the book material. There was, my understanding is that almost all of the dialogue between Cersei and Robert was written by D&D, that their relationship wasn't as fleshed out in books. That was all done really well. Arguably, some of my favorite dialogue in the show was doing that. So at the very least, they can write dialogue. They can do something. I feel like they're
both published authors. Like their books aren't bad. They can. I mean, they went to school for this. They have master's degrees in writing. I mean, like they,
sure. I mean, anybody that's making it that far in like Hollywood or doing anything for all of those people, like any single individual you find on that set is going to be amazingly fucking talented. From costume and design to sound to even the grip people are probably all. Yeah, I imagine. I feel like the big thing, people will point out like plot armor and stuff like that. I feel like the big thing that changed, the reason why I liked the show initially, it took me so long to watch Game of Thrones because every time people talked about it, they were like, it's such a good show. They kill all the characters. It's so cool. All your favorite characters will die. I was like, this sounds soy as fuck. I don't care. This sounds so stupid. But then when I started watching it, the reason why I liked the show was because it was the first like fantasy kind of world where every single action had consequence. And that's really what I feel like the first 4 seasons were. People do things and those will ripple out to the entire world. Like somebody doing something where somebody sending a letter to somebody saying that, there's we figured out that the king's son isn't real or whatever. It leads to Ned Stark being enslaved, leads to Tyrion being captured, leads to like all these things, like everything affects everything. Past season 4, all the consequence from every action was gone. All of the interaction was gone. And you just got like, so for instance, like when we saw everything relating to Arya, she was basically in her own dimension, with nothing else being impacting anything else. And it started to feel like that for every single character. Daenerys was off in her own dimension with nothing being affected by anything else. Cersei was in her own King's Landing dimension with nothing. And everything was just like, we bounced between all these completely disconnected stories. And yeah, I don't know. That hurt a lot. Yeah. And then the plot armor thing does start to come up to where characters went from being, I think arguably in the first few seasons, you could like any character, but they were almost all of them flawed. Like even Ned, and they joke about it, right? The nicest guy brings back a bastard child. All the Lannisters have their pros and cons. Even Cersei, though, you were made to feel a little bit bad for at times, where there was her fighting with her. Yeah. But then it felt like in the later show, it was like, here we have Ramsay, and he's real bad. And every time we put him on screen, we're going to make sure you know how bad he is. He's either raping somebody, having a woman getting eaten by dogs. It's like, okay, I get it, dude. Like, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And they tried to lionize Ned in the later seasons, kind of retroactively changing his character. Like the character, he's supposed to be this. He's supposed to represent like benevolent sexism. Like he's supposed to be this caring guy, but he's like, he's still a sexist. Like he's still part of the whole patriarchy of like the medieval world and everything. He means well, but he's still part of it. And like the metaphor of him dying, he dies and then Arya gets her hair cut. Like she gets her femininity cut off. And then she's like reborn, like, and has to like without the protection of her father, her patriarch. And this is done simultaneously with Dany losing her hair. In the book, when she burns on the pyre, her hair gets burned off. Okay. So Khal Drogo, her husband, her patriarch in this situation, dies, and then she has to go on her own, stripped of her femininity, stripped of her hair, and then later it comes back, like Cersei gets her hair cut off. I mean, all this kind of thematic stuff like is there, and George R. Martin thinks about it all. And then it's just kind of, there's none of that, like, subtext. I don't know, like care and subtext like later on. It's just good guys versus bad guys and random stuff happening. A lot of people love the scheming, and you're right that like actions that take place like that, like at the very beginning of a Game of Thrones, we're introduced to my favorite character, who's Sweet Robin.
Sweet Robin. My favorite. Who's that?
In the show, he's just called Robin Aaron. He's the little boy who's breastfed until he's 7.
Oh, the creepy. Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So he's my favorite character, and you think of him as he's a nobody, but like, actually, like in the very beginning of the story, you find out that King Robert is thinking about like having him be fostered with Tywin Lannister, and meanwhile, like Jon Arryn the Hand wants him fostered with Stannis, and it's a nothing throwaway line. but it turns out it's everything, because that's the reason Lysa kills her husband, John Aaron, which is the reason Ned is sent south to become Hand. Like, the entire war and everything is really about this, like, fostering of Sweet Robin. And, like, Lysa being upset that someone's trying to take away her child. And that ripples into the entire story. And it even goes further back than that. Like Littlefinger, like, you know, Littlefinger being raped when he was young is like a big thing that drives him into being a character, and the trauma.
Oh, man,
and all this kind of stuff.
So here's something that triggered me that I thought was bad directing, and I don't understand it. I truly don't understand it. There are basic things you can do. If somebody does something sneakily on screen, and then you have a cut where you show another character like looking in the direction, then it's obvious, okay, there was a perception, so now we know he knows, right? There's no like weird dramatic irony, right? We know that this guy knows about this thing, okay, so now what is he going to do with it? There was a time when I hated Littlefinger's death. Oh my god.
Oh, it was horrible. That was one of the worst things ever, because they didn't defeat him. It wasn't clever. Like, in the end, Bran was omnipotent and omniscient, and he was God, and he told them that Littlefinger was scheming.
I think that could have been okay, though, because there was a moment when Littlefinger was talking to Bran, and I think Bran dropped something. Littlefinger went to give it to him, and he said something along the lines of, like, the world is very chaotic. And Bran looked him in the eyes, and he said, chaos is a ladder. And there was, like, a 10-second, like, not 10, it was like a 3 or 4 second hold on Littlefinger's face. And what I thought they were trying to communicate was, oh, wow, they've shown, now Littlefinger knows that Bran is, like, this very weird, omnipotent person. But no, he didn't do it. He didn't change any of his actions. He just went on doing a dumb scheme. He got caught. He got killed. And it's like this was like almost arguably like the chief architect of the entire war, like in such a stupid way, gets killed.
It's a literal, Deus
Ex Machina, almost,
like,
yeah,
Deus Ex Machina situation where, like, literally God, because also, like, this is another thing, the werewood net, like this network of werewoods where like takes in your soul and you can live forever in a community of blended consciousness. It's a metaphor for heaven. Okay. So, like, when Bran wants to join the werewood or whatever, he's becoming part of heaven. He's becoming God. Okay. Or maybe in an existential sense, you could say he also kills God, or God dies and he has to then, like, rule instead and choose his own path or something. There's a lot of ways you can do this, but George R. R. Martin has a lot of other writing about he was a sci-fi writer before becoming a fantasy writer, and most of his sci-fi stuff is about blended consciousness. Okay. And so, like, everything is, the werewood net is literally God. They call them the old gods. Like, it's supposed to be heaven. Like, so it's literally Deus Ex Machina. Like, God just comes down and tells Sansa and Arya that Littlefinger is scheming, and so they kill him. There's nothing clever, It's like, oh, great, God saves him.
Yeah, it was disappointing. Yeah. Everything about the end of that. Everything about the end of that show is really disappointing, but.
Yeah. Do you plan on watching the new show?
Is it supposed to be about Jon Snow after the wall? No, wait, which one am I thinking of?
So this is good because I'm trapped in, like, a bubble of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones fans.
Okay.
So, like, we all know that this House of the Dragon show is coming out, but I have I don't have much, like, interaction with, like, as we say, like, the normies, the casuals, So, like, sure. I don't know, like, if the rest of the world is like, oh yeah, House of the Dragon is coming out. Like, there's another, like, it premieres in, like, 1 month, like, on HBO. This, like, new show. It's a prequel, about, like, Targaryen kings, But it's good that, like, you're like, what show are you talking about? I'm like, okay, that tells me a lot, actually. That, like, there's not that much excitement.
Yeah, but also I'm completely disconnected, so I might even be, like, worse than normie because I just play video games and scream at people about politics. So
no, but, like, because I don't know, I think that.
But no, yeah, actually,
these
if
sorts of things come
it's
up.
big stuff, I would hear about it actually because my fans would probably be spamming about it. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're all trapped in our worlds, right? But yeah, my life is this, and like, you know, family life. But yeah, it was no, I mean, not that you'll ever have the time to read the books, but they were very good. I'm actually trying to like do a fan fiction version because we don't think that George R. Martin's actually going to finish, so we're like writing a fan fiction like completion of the story, which has been it's really hard. You kind of do it and you're like, oh my god, actually this George R. Martin was actually a fucking genius, and like it's really difficult to like emulate his work.
Do you it would be wild if it was never finished.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of series that never finished. I mean, Dune never finished. Wheel of Time never finished, and then Brandon Sanderson had to come in and finish it. With Dune, it was Kevin J. Anderson and his son Brian Herbert. You know, so they kind of come in and like finish things, or like the Hulk and Silmarillion wasn't finished. So it's a common thing, but then the fans never think that the finished work by somebody else is real, you know.
Oh yeah, because it wouldn't feel that way, yeah.
Yeah, just doesn't have the same vibe, you know. Or like the Star Wars sequels don't feel like the original Star Wars trilogy. They don't feel like the prequel trilogy. They feel like something else.
Yeah, for sure.
It's another product, right?
Wait, can you give me 1 second? I gotta run to the room. 1 second. Hold on
sure.
1 second. My people can still hear you though, so hold on.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm here. All right.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I'm guessing you don't have any ask him about young Griff plotline. What does that mean?
So in the book there is a character that was not in the show, and his name's Young Griff, and he's a different Targaryen. He's Dany's nephew, maybe, you know, if he's actually that.
Okay.
And so where the books have like ended, where he's last written, Young Griff has invaded Westeros. And then so when Dany arrives, like Young Griff will have already been there, and so that, you know, people think there's going to be this like battle between Young Griff and Daenerys.
Gotcha.
And there's a question of whether or not he's actually, you know, the child of Rhaegar, or if he's, you know, somebody else, like a Blackfire, or all sorts of stuff like that. But it's a very fun plot line, because it's seen through the perspective of his adoptive father, who's this guy who is in love with Rhaegar and wants to essentially put this kid on the throne, to make it up to make it up to Rhaegar. And he hardly has any men, but he's like super clever, and he's gonna like trick everybody into like following him. So it's
like
pretty,
Ramsay and his 20 good men.
Well, you know, it's a little different. Like, so he's trying to conquer Storm's End, and Storm's End is currently held by Stannis. The problem is that Storm's End's flag is golden, with a stag on it.
Okay.
And his flag is the Golden Company, which is just a golden flag. But if it's not windy, both flags just kind of fall limp, and they look golden. So no one can tell if there's no wind. Like, no one can tell from the outside if John Connington has conquered Storm's End or not. And so there's this question of like, he can tell everybody that he conquered Storm's End, and everyone will believe it because they can't tell what the flags look like. And there's a lot of like really clever scheming and things like that going on. So
Gotcha.
you know, it's kind of the fun stuff with that. Yeah.
Why do you think the dragon melted the throne?
Oh, I mean, that was just like...
What was going through his mind there?
I mean, I imagine that he somehow doesn't like monarchy and wanted to melt it.
So it was. He understood that he was doing a metaphorical burning of a throne because it symbolized the power of...
Though some people claim that like it was written in without that intention, and it's like, come on, come on. It had to be like, monarchy bad, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty heavy-handed at the end there. But what you gonna do?
I was really disappointed that it felt like so many characters, their entire like character development was basically axed and reversed almost. It felt like in the last part of the show. Like I feel like actually one of the worst moments of the show, I don't think enough people have this as one of their worst moments in the show, but it was one of the very ending scenes where Jon Snow had to be convinced essentially again by Tyrion that he needed to kill Daenerys.
Yeah.
And I honest to God, I feel like it's so weird because some characters developed a lot, like Sansa did. And other characters like Jon Snow, I think, are basically the exact same character they were on day one of the show. Where I feel like there were mistakes that Jon was making. I think another one, everybody jerked off and loved this episode, the Battle of the Bastards. But I thought that was another episode where as soon as, I think it was Rickon was the one that was alive, right? As soon as Rickon ran out into the field, I thought that was going to be one of the big moments where we're going to see Jon Snow like, oh my God, like you would expect day one Jon to run after and save him, but this is like he's died, he's been leader of the Night's Watch, like Lord Command, like this is, but then he just ran ahead like an idiot, and it's like, oh, he's the same character, and it felt like that way all the way to the very end of the show.
Right, he's literally resurrected from the dead, and he hasn't really changed
at all. Yeah.
Yeah. It's you can tell that they tried to do something in that final conversation with like philosophical belief, but they kind of failed either on a writing or editing sense. Like Tyrion is throwing shit at the wall when he's trying to convince Jon to kill Dany, and he's like going with deontology, and he's like you are the type of person that does what's right no matter what the cost. And then he's like, but you have to kill her because it's gonna help the most people. It's the least cruel thing to do, and you know he's just running through these philosophical questions, and none of them actually work. In fact, I think Jon kills her because she doesn't believe that anyone else should have a choice. So it's like
he still has to have like a final argument with her. I remember that.
Yeah. So it's not actually Tyrion that convinces him. Like Jon comes to the conclusion himself for a completely different reason. That like, I think like my interpretation of it was like, no matter what philosophical belief you're into, whether it even be like Christianity, personal choice is very important. Like if you're if you're an existentialist or you're a deontologist or you're a utilitarian or you're a Christian, like or religious in general, like your like personal choice to do something is very important. And she's and so Daenerys is like, they don't get to choose, and so he's like, well, I guess I'm gonna kill her. I think that's what they were going for, but I don't know. I might be giving them too much credit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know. It's been interesting, like falling into this and everything. Like I probably wouldn't have like analyzed the show and the book so much had like the channel not grown and stuff like that. But you get to really think about everything. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about, because so because I'm in this like sci-fi fantasy community, with Game of Thrones and sci-fi in general, even though it's mostly male, it is actually mostly a liberal audience. Just the type of people that are attracted to sci-fi and fantasy tend to be liberal. and especially people that are attracted to A Song of Ice and Fire, just because the author is so very liberal. However, we get there is this like very odd like anti-woke element that's out there. They kind of like, they're like, oh, Brie Larson, she sucks for Miss Marvel, or like everything with Star Wars. Yeah, they're like, oh, Rey, she's a Mary Sue, and there is this like I would say like, I guess, anti-SJW, like anti-feminist, like
Actually, I just talked about this in my little document I wrote up. I call this the gamer bro. To where a lot of people left get really mad when you say this, but I think the reality is that gamer bros they have a center left disposition, but they're very anti woke. So like they'll generally be cool with like gay people, even trans people, women and all that, but they'll push back really hard against stuff that they perceive as being like too woke. So right now that would be like the more extreme trans stuff, or like third wave feminists. I would describe it as such. But it's hard to tell that they're center left, because it seems like their minds are like almost entirely preoccupied with attacking Brie Larson, or back in the day it was Anita Sarkeesian, or these types that are perceived as like too woke.
It's funny because it's like I worry, because I do think that your political beliefs, like late high school, early college, I think are very important, because it's just like a time where things are forming. You're young and impressionable, and you're discovering of who you are. Yeah. And I do worry about like where one stakes their first flag is very important. Like when Coke and Pepsi were introducing themselves to different countries, like who got there first is very important in establishing like which one is going to have their soda dominance forever. And I kind of think it's the same with politics. Like,
interesting. Okay.
Whoever gets there first with a lot of with these young people stakes their claim. So like, if you grow up watching a lot of these videos that say like, oh, Brie Larson, and you think that that's feminism, so you want to be an anti-feminist because you don't like shoehorned, poorly written female characters in your sci-fi. When I try to explain to people like feminism, like the biggest issue of feminism is like reproductive rights. Like, how is Star Wars feminist? When has there ever been like an abortion plot in Star Wars? Like, how is that feminist? And they start talking about things being like feminist or using these words. I do worry that they get that connection. Like they go, oh, I don't like stuff that's woke, therefore I don't like stuff that's feminist. And then they take that. I'm fearing they're taking the next step. Like, they don't like real feminism.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because you start to lump all of it in together, unfortunately, which I think people don't see that happening.
There's corporate marketable feminism. I think we all like understand that like Disney's like, hey, if we can market stuff to little girls by putting like a strong young female in, and then somebody looks at that and they go, oh, that's being woke. And it's like, no, they're just trying to make money. That's just capitalism.
Yeah. I think the issue is that like, initially, I think a lot of the claims were bullshit, but when you start to see some things being arguably compromised by like them trying to be over woke, it starts to feel really grating. Because one thing I don't like that's happened over the past few years is I feel like 6 years, a lot of the claims were just wholly invalid, and then over the past few years, it's starting to look like it's not the case anymore. So like, here's an example. So if you've always been interested, I'm assuming you've heard of
watching
movies,
the manifesto reading. I wanted to say thank you for.
I'm assuming you've heard of movies like Kill Bill or Alien.
Sure.
Right. There were movies in the past that had really well written strong female characters. Like full stop, and there weren't any weird like they were really well written female characters. Like, end of discussion. And it feels like today, in some cases, or Disney for a long time, without trying to, like, I would beat the shit out of anybody that's going to tell me like Mulan is woke. Okay, no way, right? Really well written female leads, really strong, really cool, like, really good examples. But then it feels like when I watch some movies, maybe you disagree with me, because you brought this up as an example. When I watch like the Star Wars, like the last 3 movies, or things like, not Wonder Woman, Brie Larson, Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
I get this feeling sometimes when I watch these movies where if you're going to do like that really classic hero's journey, one of the most important parts of it is showing like where the hero fails, because that's like their test that they overcome later on, usually during the climax of the show. But when I watch some of these new media with women as the characters, it feels like that struggle never happens because they're scared of showing a woman ever being weak. So like for Captain Marvel, she's never shown as being weak ever. For the last 3 Star Wars movies, I would say Rey is never shown as being weak ever. And then I start to wonder, like, well, hold on, are we undermining like writing like a better story here because we're scared about showing a woman in a compromised state? I start to wonder that sometimes with certain media. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just in general, writing has gotten poorer. I mean, you are right. Like, I think they are scared of that. I also think there's some confirmation bias in when it comes to like looking at media and thinking it's liberal, or when there's so many things that are conservative about movies that we never talk about. Sure. Like, did you watch Obi-Wan Kenobi?
I'm trying to stay really far away from Star Wars stuff. I watched the last 3 movies, and it was just like, Jesus Christ. I heard The Mandalorian was good, but... Oh, and then I watched the Han Solo movie, which was just... I didn't like it all either, but go ahead.
Yeah. So a lot of people were complaining, because in Obi-Wan Kenobi, there's a dark Jedi who's a black female.
Okay.
And she's actually... okay written. She's actually rather complex character. Okay. With a lot of stuff in the backstory and all. And somebody like immediately like the knee-jerk reactions from these like anti-SJW types is like, oh God, you cast a black female, tokenism, blah blah.
Which
blah,
is
blah,
always
blah.
stupid before you've even seen the character, right?
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. It's dumb, yeah. But go ahead.
The final scene of the series is her breaking into at night. Her going to Luke Skywalker's house as he's a little boy with Beru and Uncle Owen. Her breaking into their home and then pulling out their guns and trying to defend Luke from this intruder.
Okay.
So you could say, okay, like what's like one of the most like, you know, gun owner like stereotype like wet dreams is like, you know, the whole like I'm gonna defend my property from the home invader kind of like fantasy, right? Like the stand your ground, good guy with the gun kind of like attitude. And like if I were to take it the other way and I'd be like, okay, you ended your series with a black person breaking in at night into a house and people needing to defend their house with a gun. That's a very kind of conservative idea of like the world, like that, oh, my house is going to get broken into and I need to own a gun in order to defend myself. Like,
sure.
But no one's sitting there online like complaining about how conservative Star Wars is, you know. And yet, you know, but people go all day long about how liberal it is because they cast a woman. And so I do think there's a lot of confirmation bias. There's a lot of conservative stuff on TV that we just don't talk about. Like, when's the last time you saw an abortion like portrayed on TV? Like I said, from Game of Thrones, they were cut. Like all the abortion talk was cut from the show, and it was really important stuff. Like Marjorie is arrested because she got abortion medication for her cousin. Like, that's the reason she's like arrested by the High Sparrow. You know, Lysa has a forced abortion on her, which drives her like pretty nuts, you know, which drives a lot of the plot. You know, like that kind of stuff is shied away from, and portraying a world that doesn't have abortion, like, is a pretty conservative world, you know? So, yeah. But we never call out that kind of shit, you know?
Sure. If I'm being generous, it's probably because people know that the writers aren't conservative ever, so they probably don't look that deeply into like any kind of insidious plot devices, but the confirmation bias is definitely there. Like, one of the most frustrating things to deal with is like, have you seen Ghostbusters 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think Ghostbusters 2 was a fine film. I had no problem with it. Okay. But a lot of people hated that movie. Okay. Now, you will hear people say this: Ghostbusters 2 was a bad movie, period. But that's it. You will never hear somebody say like Ghostbusters 2 was a bad movie because it was all men. But when you look at Paul Feig's remake of the Ghostbusters movie, right? I watched that movie. I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was as bad as some people said it was, but it obviously wasn't a great movie. It was whatever. But when you watch that movie and people say that that movie's bad, that movie can't just be bad. That movie's bad because it's woke. It's bad because of the women in there. It's like, well, why couldn't it be bad because it's like bad writing? Or why not bad because it was just a bad movie? Why does it have to be bad because it was women? Like, couldn't it have been bad because it was just a bad movie? Anytime, you know, this is actually, it's a broader social phenomenon where when a minority character does something, they're bad because they're a minority and it reflects badly on every person in that group, whereas for majority people, like, that never happens. If I do something poorly, if somebody catches me like doing something bad, nobody ever says online like, wow, Destiny, this reflects really badly on all white men. I've never heard that saying in my life. Whereas if you're black or you're a woman, you fuck up, people will be like, this kind of makes women look bad, you need to be careful, this makes black people look really bad when you do it. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. So that's like a thing that's always
I used to work with a black guy, and he always worked late, and he always came in early. And I was like, why? I was like, why do you always come in early and leave late? And he's like, I don't want to be like the black guy who's like shirking. Yeah. You know, I was like, oh. And, you know, it's just one of those moments where I'm like, oh, that he thinks about that. Like, it's not something I ever thought about. You know, like, yeah, it's. Yeah, it is really sad because, like, yeah, can something just be bad writing because it's bad writing? Like no. Or, you know, when a movie fails or does well, can it just become because it's a good movie or has good writing and whatever? Yeah,
yeah. But
the thing is, if you have a good writer can make anything work. Can make anything work with any combination of actors. You know,
I think my favorite writing for decently written women. Do you know who? Oh God, is his name Satoshi Kon? The guy that does like Paranoia Agent, Perfect Blue, anime film.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm unfamiliar, but it rings a bell.
He does Paprika. Yeah. There's an interview about like, how do you write like such well-written women? How do you do this? And he's like, well, I don't know anything about women, so, you know, I just write them as like people. I don't know anything about them, so I'm just able to explore all these themes and stuff. It's basically just like, I don't fucking know anything about women, so I just write them as whatever, and it ends up working. I thought it was a really funny answer. A little kind of almost misogynistic, but ends up being kind of endearing because all the women that he writes are like really well done characters. So I thought it was like a really funny interview. Yeah. But.
Yeah. I mean, I when you have these writing rooms, like you just need to have a few women in there, you know,
can help for sure. Yeah.
To let you know like what works and what doesn't.
Yeah. There's a subreddit called Men Writing Women. I don't know if you've ever seen any excerpts from that sub, but it'll be like just very cringily written. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about Sex and the City, and like even though the show was very popular among women, women themselves are like, this is clearly written by gay men.
Sure.
Like they would say this a lot. Like, no, like, look, I have female friends and I love hanging out with female friends and I love watching Sex and the City, but come on, we don't really talk that. Like we're not sailors, you know? Like we're not talking like that. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I've asked some of my black friends if they and their friends talk like on Insecure and stuff, and some of them are like, no, never, and then other people are like, yeah, you know. So I never get I never get a straight answer from it. People are different. Everybody has a different group.
For sure.
And so
there's definitely like there is like a black slang for white people type of language that is used across some films where it's like, this is how black people talk, and it's always something. It's like Kevin Hart basically, where it's like it's very wacky, very funny, but still like very easy to understand everything for white people and everything. And it's kind of funny to see it show up over and over again. But yeah,
there's if you've listened, there's a lot of weird stuff with that. Like if you've ever listened to certain radio stations, or there is a faux radio black accent. That's not quite a black accent, but like certain things are black accents, but certain things are enunciated. It's a weird hybrid. The weird world of entertainment that we have, right?
Yeah.
Man.
And to be clear, on all these topics, these are all like really complicated things. There's not like I'm not trying to sound like I'm condemning a certain thing or anything like that, because all of it is very, very complicated. Like how people code language.
Because that's the thing is everybody's trying to sell to the largest demographic possible, and they don't want to. You know, they're trying not to offend or exclude a certain group, but at the same time, they're trying to hit certain notes that certain people can relate to. And it is really important to people, like to be represented in media.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, people know this. This is why they you know, they include people and try to make money on it. You know, like, which is fine. That's what capitalism is. You know, entertainment capitalism. What's strange is when people start talking about like that there's some like grand conspiracy of these huge mega corporations doing things that are against their financial best interest, and I just don't believe they are. Like when they start talking about how like,
God. Like, oh, these companies are losing so much money because they're going woke, and it's like, no, they go woke because it usually expands the fuck out of their audience and it sells really well. I remember how people will deny it now, and they'll try to wipe this from their minds, but a lot of people hated the fuck out of the Black Panther when that movie was being talked about. It was like, oh, black African fake country, nobody's gonna watch this bullshit, but like gross over $1 billion. Like, whatever, you know, like people get mad. Oh yeah, Captain Marvel, that's gonna be a dog shit movie. No one's gonna watch this shit. Like, I think even that movie grossed over $1 billion. Yeah, and it's like, okay, like clearly you're something is off, and it's not with the woke companies. Like, there's money to be made being woke, whether you like it or not. And I don't think that makes it beyond criticism either. I am super critical of a lot of stuff that kind of like reeks of like over wokeness, and it's like, okay, this is a little bit cringy. Like, I don't need another film that like jokingly talks about the evils of big business capitalism, billionaires. I don't need like another like, oh my god, it turns out that like this black female character is powerful and there's like an evil white guy symbolizing capitalism and business. Like, okay, like can we move past this? Like, I
right,
get it,
because well, when anything is over commercialized, like it breaks our immersion, right? Like, you know, when we see product placement in a movie, it breaks our immersion.
Sure.
Or I remember once, God, when I was in college, I went to see Busta Rhymes, and in between every song, he was like, "Hey guys, I've got a new album. You need to go out and buy this new album of mine." And it's like, dude, we're at your fucking show. Like, you think we like haven't heard that you might have a new album out? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, and it just like the entire crowd was like very confused. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. That'd be like watching my stream and not knowing that I'm selling merchandise right now at store.destiny.gg, store.destiny.gg. Make sure you guys go ahead and check it out. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Dude, I don't know if I'll ever see anything in my entire life that was as funny as, did you see the movie I, Robot?
I did.
You remember when he puts his shoes on the table and he's like, vintage, Adidas or whatever the fuck it was?
Oh, God.
I think that's one of my favorite, like really? Like product placement, like shoes or Converse or whatever. Yeah, whatever the fuck it was. Yeah. Jesus.
I think it was Casino Royale. I remember she's like, oh, your watch is a Rolex. And he's like, an Omega. And I was like, oh God, like come on, like really in the middle of the fight, like because it's like it's just such a breaking of immersion. So I think when something's obvious like that, maybe that's just it. Like when something is just obvious, it breaks the fantasy immersion that we all like.
Maybe yeah.
You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of these. I guess in my stream, because when I go on YouTube, I don't mean my stream. When I go on YouTube, like I get a lot of these like grifters that are just like, they're still bitching about Brie Larson, still fucking bitching about.
There's a guy on YouTube called The Quartering who's probably responsible for like 90% of Brie Larson on the internet. He really,
yeah, I know,
yeah.
But yeah, so you know, I almost want to like reach like. I don't know. It's like you want to reach out to these people and be like, dude, guys, like what are you doing? You're like raising this whole generation of like sexist like viewers. But at the same time, like they're just trying to get their money, right? They're just trying to make a living. Like, you know, I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about them, or if anything is to be done. Can we make a difference? I don't know. I mean, you're clearly trying to make a difference.
Yeah, I try to be critical. I try to show people that you can be critical of like that side without having to become like a fucking reactionary, you know? Like I'm very critical of a lot of the ultra woke shit, but I'm like very much a feminist, very much like into social justice, very much for racial equity and shit. But like I think you can do that without being fucking insane, which seems to be increasingly rare today.
Just to be a realist, you know. Like my political belief is essentially, look, we've got a lot of fucking countries in the world to choose from with their political systems, and we can see quite clearly which ones work the best, and without a doubt, Scandinavia works the best, so we can just fucking emulate Scandinavia, where we can do better, you know. Like, and that's how I see the world.
Yeah, I mean, at least there are certain economic things that the United States needs to have done already, but they haven't. But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so when people are like, oh, you know, I'm a libertarian, I'm like, well, you've got your libertarian examples out there. You know, there's Somalia. It's not doing too well.
Yeah.
And then you've got like, you know, the kind of liberal progressive countries, like Denmark. They seem to be doing a lot better. or Sweden. You know,
I think you have to. I think that times are changing. Yeah. Sorry, there's a whole other thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, I always get scared about, you know, when America does something stupid, if people start emulating it just because it's America.
Well, I wasn't even thinking that. I was going to say that I think that liberals have for a long time, it used to be the far left, but even just like normal liberals, I think we take for granted some things and are not good at justifying the existence of said things. So like, for instance, the very, very far right is starting to realize this. Normal conservatives haven't yet, but they might be on their way to it. You kind of jokingly say, like, I don't want to be like Somalia, but very, very far right people now are actually, yeah, I kind of would like to be like Somalia. Maybe they don't have all the same technology as us. Maybe they don't have all the Western advancements that you guys think you need. But you know what? God damn it, they feel strongly about their religion and their family values, and they can show that without having to be ultra woke. You know what? I don't actually think it's the worst thing in the world. And the very far right spaces have started to realize that, you know what? Some of these like kind of backwards fundamentalist countries aren't actually that bad insofar as these are the things that are important to. These are the things that are important to me, and I think that more of them might start to move in that direction. With the closest example I can think of is like Republicans, the mainstream Republican Party, which is the Trump followers, for better or for worse, is what it's become. Have kind of fallen into that like anti-corporatist ideology that very much wasn't there in like the neocon era of Bush, who was very pro like big business. So I feel like you could see a Republican Party that slowly starts to step back where they're like, you know what? I don't know if all this technological bullshit or all this other stuff is really, you know, that necessary compared to these other things that I care about, like family values, Christianity, local communities, whatever. Like these things are more important to me than those other things. So I'm willing to make big sacrifices for it. Yeah.
I lived in the Middle East for 4 years. I lived in Jordan for 2 years and in Egypt for 2 years.
Okay.
And you are right that like that mentality, which is very much like they're into big spend social programs and you know, very, very populist kind of stuff, and into family values and like religion, and they're super into conspiracy theories. And they love their strongman fascists. You know,
it's the. Have you ever heard of third positionism?
No.
It's the idea of the third position, essentially. It used to basically just be Nazi propaganda, but I think conservatives are starting to find their way there. For a long time, very far left people have kind of wrapped up like socialism and communism with very progressive woke values. But there is like the third position, which is highly socially conservative, almost like fascist with your social conservatism. But you're okay with things like socialized healthcare, big investments into education, like all of these welfare and social programs. You just want it to only be for white people and not like immigrants coming in to ruin everything, right? So when people like you will say like, well, look at how successful Scandinavia is, people on the right will go, exactly, I want to be just like Scandinavia. And the reason why their programs work is because they're very homogenous. That's the word they'll use. And I'm like, oh, it works because they don't have as many brown people immigrating. It's like, oh, okay. So like,
that's the old joke. They'll be like, oh, we need to get back to our European roots. And I'm like, European roots, like widespread public transportation and public health care.
Yeah, you just have to be careful because oftentimes we want to bang over the head of conservatives like, oh, you want to get back to all of this? Well, what about like paid sick leave, maternity leave, all of that? Because a lot of them these days they're getting closer to being like, yeah, I think that is great. I just want to be able to do it for my citizens and not for immigrants. That's the argument that goes, and you're like, oh shit, well now I need different arguments because like these guys are slowly becoming okayer with some kind of social spending, but they're still highly socially conservative, and those two things are becoming, I think, disconnected.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of worry me as well, because so I have an econ background, and I do consider myself a capitalist, but I feel like when I say the word capitalist, it means something completely different to someone on the far right and the far left.
For sure.
Like when I say capitalism, I mean like what Adam Smith meant about capitalism and how there is the need for the government to, well regulate the market in order to keep it moving and function correctly. But the far right seems, is very into cronyism and then talk on the far left is about like, needing to destroy the whole capitalist system without really understanding what it is. And it is kind of worrisome. I mean, to me as this like, socially liberal, capitalist who believes that like social programs like should be in place to help people, and rise up and give people opportunity and everything, but the fact that it's like that there's talk, like mainstream talk from both wings of kind of just like ending the market and like ending and having just social programs provide like all these other like functions and you're right, along with this like very religious like background, because in the Middle East they are the same. I was once at a party and I thought I was with like upper class Jordanians and evolution came up, everyone in the room was like, "Oh, you think we come from apes?" And they were all laughing at me. I was like, I cannot be the only person here that believes in evolution. Yeah. And I was like, oh God, Or I was in Egypt like right before Sisi took power, and it's amazing like how many like upper class Egyptians that I thought were very well educated were like, yay, Sisi! And I was like, you're yaying the end of democracy. Like, okay.
I think one thing I've learned, and this is unfortunately true of almost all like politically active people, is there aren't very many there's not very much like principled allegiance to things like democracy or whatever. I think that people are only allegiant to these things insofar as they kind of effect their political ends. And once those systems or institutions stop serving those political ends, they're very keen to just completely and totally get rid of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Like if you could poll, I'm curious if favorability polling exists on the Supreme Court. Like a lot of social liberalism, a lot of socially progressive things have come from the Supreme Court over the past 50 years. As much as left-leaning people complain about it, it's been an important source of things like abortion and different types of rights, contraception, gay marriage. And I'm sure like conservatives are probably super ass mad about it, but now I bet conservatives are for the next several years are going to be very, very happy about the institution of the Supreme Court, with people on the left being understandably frustrated. So yeah. I mean, before everything changed, it used to be that actually gun rights and abortion were very similar, and that neither one was explicitly outlined in the Constitution, yet both derived their rights from like Supreme Court review and things like this. And if strictly speaking, if you went on the logic of everything, like someone should be for both gun rights and abortion rights. Hold on real quick, because my chat is losing their mind. When you say that gun rights are not explicitly outlined, everybody's getting really mad at that. I don't think that the widespread interpretation of like everybody, idea of being able to have guns, I think that's a relatively recent thing from the Supreme Court.
It was like 2008. What?
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember which one it was, but I know it was more recent than I thought. I thought this was something that was from like the 1800s or something, but it was relatively recent that the Supreme Court had this like widespread understanding of like, oh well, everybody should be able to own a gun, and well-armed militia just means any citizen. That's a pretty recent thing, I think.
Right. Yeah. it's right, and like right to privacy and due process clause of 14th Amendment and things like that. Like, like you, again, it's this interpreting things, how you're going to interpret them, and the Supreme Court like takes that, to where it goes, into their nebulous, rhetoric, really. But yeah, logically speaking, like they would be the same. Like, the Constitution doesn't say that like everybody can have a handgun. It says for the purpose of a well-regulated militia, one has the right to bear arms, which no one fucking knows what that means.
Sure.
So, well, now it's just interpreted a certain way. So, but yeah, whatever. People. But again, like people in your chat, like they're going to disagree because they people are going to have these. Like I say, most people are on opposite spectrums with that, even though the logic is the same. Or like I remember back with Bush versus Gore. Like Bush versus Gore was essentially an argument of democratic intent versus rules, right? Like at the time, the Gore followers were like, well, let's count all the ballots because the democratic intent, like what's the intent of the ballot? Like who cares about a hanging Chad? Like that person clearly tried to vote for Gore. It's just that the Chad is still hanging or whatever. And the Republican position was, no, we've got to follow the rules. And if the positions were reversed, everyone would be reversed. Like,
yeah, that's kind of what that's the thing that I feel a lot, and people don't want to admit that, but I feel like liberals are traditionally very much poised in favor of immigration. Republicans are very much not pro-immigration. But if we start to see like a huge flip of like Hispanics going for Trump, I bet conservatives are going to start to care a whole lot less about immigration. And I bet liberals are going to start to change their feelings on it as well, to where they're like, you know what? All these guys coming in and voting for Trump, maybe we don't need as many Hispanic people in this country. Maybe we actually do need to do something about immigration,
My first year in government, I worked for the Social Security Administration.
Okay.
And at the time, W was pushing forward these things called personal accounts. And the idea was that the government would take out a big loan, and then each person could have their own personal Social Security account that they could invest in the stock market, like a 401k. And they wanted to know if there was public support for this. So when you ask the question, do you want to have money, your own personal Social Security account that you have freedom over? 75% of people were like, yes.
Yeah.
But if you frame the question like, should Social Security money be invested in the stock market? 25% of people supported it, even though we're talking about the same fucking program.
Crazy.
And if you framed it, do you support President Bush's policy of it was 50-50? Like no matter what you said.
This exists for literally everything
Yeah.
having to do with polling. If you poll how people feel about the ACA versus Obamacare, you'll get dramatically different things. Or this is a really big thing that progressives had a hard time dealing with when it came to healthcare. Do you think that the government should provide free healthcare for everybody? That polls at like 74%. Do you think that the government should ban private care plans and be the sole provider of healthcare? That polled at like 24%. Yeah.
And it's really impossible for the public to know about all of these different issues. There's just too many. And we can't be expected to. All the abortion surveys are kind of all bullshit because it's very nuanced differences on like how they're asking questions
for
and things
sure
like that. But it's amazing what we actually ask of like the average person to know when they vote. Like, and everybody says like, oh, the most important issue is economics, and it's like, no one fucking knows anything about economics. Like, I studied economics, and I know nothing about economics. Like,
dude, somebody out there right now has a PhD in econ, and they are killing themselves because their wife or girlfriend or friends was like, bro, Biden tweeted at the gas companies to lower gas prices. Do you think it's going to work? And he's got like 50 million pages. Like, you can't just tweet and lower gas prices. And then he tweeted like a week and a half ago. And now like all the macro econ people are like, oh God, we have to kill ourselves. Now, obviously the reason why they're coming down is more complicated. But yeah, especially when it gets to like monetary policy and macro econ, there's like so much crazy shit going on. But
you'd have to assume that there's collusion going on in the first place, and that there'd be setting. But I like to always bring up how politicians always say that they're going to create jobs, and I'm like, no one, like, the biggest mystery of economics is how employment happens. Like, no one really understands why unemployment happens. This is like the holy grail of economics. It's like why does gravity exist in physics? Like, the physicists don't really know. We haven't discovered the graviton. We know gravity is here, but we can't really prove it. Like, unemployment exists and no one knows why. So we don't like. No one knows how to increase or decrease unemployment. Like, that's just not something.
We're in a super weird econ area now where like because the economy must be really bad because inflation is high, but like wages are also going up and unemployment is really, really low. It's at like fucking 3.6%, maybe even lower now. And people are trying to figure out, like, are we actually going into a recession, or is everything? It's like very, very, very complicated. Yeah.
And when people are like, oh, you got to blame Biden for the inflation, it's like, how does inflation happen? Please explain to me, Joe Sixpack. Because economists have been puzzled by inflation for the past 40 years. Like, it hasn't been doing anything according to theory, and so economists are just baffled. They don't they just don't know. I think at this point, in economics, behavioral economics is kind of dominated now in the past 15 years. So there's been these movements, like neoclassical economics was super hip for a long time, and now behavioral is like where it's at when it comes to like Nobel Prizes being won and like the research. So it's mostly about psychology. So now
but I mean,
if we believe inflation's here, it'll be here. You know.
To be fair, I think like these all kind of cover slightly different domains too, right? Like, I don't know if like a behavioral economist are they going to have like big opinions related to like monetary policy, or I thought that was a little bit more finite, or maybe not. Maybe it's like a whole other school of thought.
Well, that's the thing is, like, once you get into these schools where you kind of say it doesn't fucking make a difference, then you're like, well, what's government's function? Oh, well, there is no government function. Like, if you're a neoclassicist, you shouldn't believe in monetary policy either. But all of these people will claim they're neoclassicists and then talk about like getting rid of the Fed and stuff, and you're like, well, why would you fucking care? What the Fed is doing is irrelevant, you know? Like, so yeah, I mean, you can make I actually don't think the government has that much influence anymore. When you think about like how large the economy is, and you think about like how much the black market economy is, like how large is that, and how many trillions of dollars, and then you start thinking like, how much can the U.S. government really affect things by raising an interest rate or lowering taxes or increasing taxes? Like, it's spitting in the ocean sometimes.
Yeah, two really interesting two interesting points related to that. One is something that gets wheeled out pretty often. Have you heard of like the Laffer curve?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, people trying to look for like what is the optimal rate of taxation, and people will point out that like, well, if you look at like as a percentage of GDP, the amount of taxes the U.S. government collects, and then you compare that to like all the nominal tax rates or whatever, there's actually no difference. Like, regardless of what the taxes are set at, it's always about, I think it's like within like 15 to 20% or something of GDP. Like, it always collects about this much. It really doesn't matter what you set the posted tax rates at, which was interesting. And then there was a conversation. Do you know who Noah Smith is? Guy on Twitter.
No.
He does like a lot of like economic stuff, kind of progressive, but like social democrat, like capitalist, empirical kind of guy. But I remember he was having a conversation with somebody, and they were talking about like investment and like what do we set the capital gains at or whatever. And we always have this fear. Politicians always say like, if we increase taxes here, nobody's going to invest. Everybody's going to pull all their money out of all the markets. And I think that what they kind of came to, their conclusion was like, basically like, yeah, if you change taxes certain ways, people move their money a little bit differently, but it's not going to cause this huge dramatic shift. Like, even if taxes go up quite a bit on capital gains, people are still going to be investing. People's money is still going to work roughly similar ways. Some type of taxes are kind of shit. Some types of taxes like have almost no impact whatsoever. Just depends on what you're talking about. But yeah,
it's
complicated.
Yeah,
all of it is very, 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 very complicated.
It's complicated. You end up getting to the point where like the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And so it's really it's really, but anytime a politician says like I'm going to create jobs, it's like if you knew how to create jobs, you'd have a Nobel Prize. Like, so it's like that big of a lie. Like, it's like running for office and being like, guys, I'm gonna discover how gravity exists.
Sure.
Like, it's that crazy. But at the same time, like, all these people, like, you know, they think they know something about economics and they're gonna vote based on this or something. But I don't know.
One thing I read, this is kind of a dramatic claim, I guess, but it's something that's kind of interesting. The idea, this is a more dramatic claim, and I have to go back and find this article, but there was an author, and he was basically saying, like, we actually don't know how to do any social policy at all. That actually forcing a change in behavior of people via social policy, so like things affecting things like crime or like all of this, is actually incredibly hard to borderline impossible to change any behavior with like government policy, which I thought was interesting. I remember one of the examples I gone through, just because I fought with something like white nationalists and stuff in the past. One of the examples this guy went through was like birth rates, where it's like there are so many countries that have tried so much to like incentivize birth rates around the world, and like none of it works. You can't do it. You can offer people money. I think fascist Italy, I think, tried to do this. You can offer all these programs. You can do these things. Like, there's no way via just like government social policy to make people have more kids. It's a way more complicated interaction of a bunch of other things in order to ever make that come about. Yeah.
It is, though. I'll see if you can guess it. Do you know what the #1 correlated thing to birth rate is?
If I had to guess, is it home ownership?
The existence of Social Security system.
Oh, fuck.
Social Security specifically a retirement system.
I didn't know that at all.
It just has to do with the fact that like, a lot of people like have kids to take care of them when they're old, and so if the state is providing you money, you feel like you shouldn't have that many kids. So like, I mean, you know, it's correlated, but again, like, there's a lot of things that with causation that perhaps it could be affecting it too. Obviously, it's probably affected by a lot of different things. Because countries that have social security systems also have universities, you know, and once kids are in universities, they put off having kids and things like this. But yeah, birth rates drop quite a bit when you add social security.
Sure. I'd be curious how much is correlated with just like being a more developed country or whatever as well too. Yeah. But
yeah. But yeah, I mean, here in Taiwan has the lowest birth rate of I think it's the world. I think it's 1.5.
Of what? What's the lowest in the world?
Taiwan's birth rate.
Oh, gotcha. I always hear people wheel out Japan as one of the. Oh my god.
Well, because they're going with countries.
Because they're wait what?
They say Japan is the lowest country, but because
Taiwan is.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
right.
Yeah. Don't say anything dumb.
Because the dispute of that. Yes.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm seeing something in my chat. Did Elon Musk just get banned from Twitter? Have you followed any of that at all?
I have.
Oh,
It's
mind.
amazing because there's so many, like, even in my community, if I say something bad about Elon Musk, like fucking Musk bros come out of fucking the woodwork. Like, you wouldn't believe how many Musk bros there are. I mean, I'm sure you know exactly how many Musk bros
well,
there are.
I'll be fair. The two most annoying people on the internet, you might be one of them, I don't know, are people that super stand the fuck out of Elon no matter what. But the other annoying people are people that just attack him no matter what.
Oh, sure.
Both of these people are incredibly fucking obnoxious. Yeah.
I think when it comes to smart people, and I do think Elon Musk is a very smart person.
Sometimes.
But that's the thing, right? Smart people are really good at their lane. And when you get them out of their lane, they tend to be fucking maniacs. There's a you know, I think like Watson Crick, you know, like the people that did the DNA, like weren't they like the biggest racists or something? You know, like just random shit.
The
like
founder of the double
crazy
helix,
stuff. Or like in econ, everybody knows about like the Cobbs-Douglas equation, and like Cobbs was like this horrible human being and like just an idiot. And you're like, how can you be such a fucking genius and an idiot at the same time? Or who's the pop physicist that's always appearing on stuff, the black guy with the mustache.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse, yeah.
Wait, has he said dumb shit?
He said dumb shit, like, but outside of physics. Like when they pull him in someplace and they start asking him about biology, and he'll say something, and then a biologist is like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Oh, I haven't heard him say
know?
dumb shit about that. I've always just thought he's like a tip-tippy person, but I
mean,
there's like this theory. I don't know what makes people do this. I wish I could figure it out so I could share it with the world. But have you ever heard of StarCraft?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
I was a professional StarCraft 2 player for a while.
Really?
Yeah, that's
okay.
how I started streaming, was that game. It's for a video game, there's a lot of stuff going on, okay? Oh, and I did music in college, okay? For music, there's a lot of stuff going on. When I look at how much I know of these things, and even well, for StarCraft, I can say that I had like a worldwide authority almost on. For music, I know quite significantly more than the average person, significantly less than a professional. But I can see like how much there is to know. And so I imagine when I look at like other disciplines, and I try to be very wary of this when I'm venturing into like doing econ stuff or whatever, and I'm quoting papers, like I always imagine there's probably a lot more to this than what I realize, because I know so much about these two other things. I imagine for everything there's a lot to know. That's like one branch you can go down if you have like a high level of expertise in a certain area. And then there's the other branch where for some reason somebody becomes really good in one thing, and now all of a sudden they think they are an expert in fucking everything. The two worst examples of this are, one, people always get mad at this, but Elon Musk does this, where it's like, oh, Elon Musk is giving a speech on like advanced like general AI today, and I was like, what the fuck does Elon Musk know about general AI? I don't even know how much he knows about rockets. Okay, I know he was an engineer, but like Jesus, like I'm not here to listen to Elon Musk's take on like the theory of everything in the world. I don't know why people think he knows about everything. And then unfortunately, I would say Jordan Peterson does this as well, where very, very insightful person when it comes to psychology. Everything else is dog shit, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I don't know what causes people when they become good at this at one thing to think that they're like an expert at everything, you know?
Hubris or something, or you don't. Maybe you just don't get like you're not around people that check you anymore.
Yeah, maybe
you know?
Too many yes men, maybe.
Shit, what's that movie? The one with Matt Damon and Leonardo DiCaprio.
The Departed?
The Departed. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I remember watching The Departed, and I was like, huh, that's a really good first draft of a movie. Like, it could have been a really fucking excellent movie had somebody, like, stood up to
oh, shit, hold on. We might have to fight. What was wrong? What do you think was so bad about The Departed?
I think there was some quick editing that was off, and I think the rat at the end was really stupid. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, there's just a few things here and there where I'm just like, man, this could have been perfect had just someone said, no, dude, like, that fucking sucks. It's the same with, like, the Star Wars prequel trilogy or something. Like, who has the nerve to, like, stand up to George Lucas and be like,
okay, hold on. We need to at least take a 5-second break. I can't have you uttering The Departed and the fucking Star Wars prequels, okay, like the same sentence. At the very least, put some air between.
Different levels.
Okay, Jesus. But sure, I get that feeling with a lot of the newer Christopher Nolan movies, to where there is so much like good material here that I always walk out thinking like, this is an amazing first draft of a movie. Like, I wish that there was a good editor or somebody to like clean this up a little bit and make it more concise and punchy, rather than
like if someone took Tenet and like actually like such a great premise, and like the visuals are incredible, and like there's so many like such a cool kind of idea, and then you just have like the most one-dimensional like unlikable characters that we just can't, like, there's no warmth to any of them.
Unfortunately, that is, and I challenge anybody to prove it. People don't think about it much, but Nolan has horrible characters in all of his movies. They're always bad. Yeah. And something else that I hate pointing this out, because if I point this out and you haven't noticed it before, this will ruin a lot of like the past like 5 Nolan movies. Basically 80% of the dialogue are the characters speaking at the audience. It's exposition. Almost all of it is.
Explaining the plot? Yeah.
Very, very rarely are you having like emotional conversations between 2 characters. It's almost always them, like a guy saying like, why does this do that? And the guy's like, oh, well, in 1974 we figured out this and it is that. It's like, oh wow, what's happening? Like almost all of the conversation, you can tell that they're just trying to write things in so the audience can kind of like keep up. And you very rarely get like emotional like connection, true emotional connection with characters. It almost never happens in Nolan movies. He hasn't figured that out yet. But Tenet would have been a really good miniseries, I think. Like a 5-episode or 6-episode like Chernobyl kind of whatever miniseries.
I'm gonna I'm losing. I'm gonna turn off my camera for a second to see if that helps. I'm I'm losing some sound.
Okay.
Let's see if that helps. No.
Oh shit! The comments earlier about other
It
China.
might be. Hopefully it'll pass. I don't know. Hopefully it'll pass. I get these weird like Taiwan firewalls or something.
Sure.
But I don't know. Okay. Not sure if I'm. Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, I guess if if we're having bad connection, I don't want to screw up your stream.
No, you're fine. All right, everything's perfect on my
Okay.
end. If you can't,
Everything's good now. Okay, cool. It was just temporary.
Gotcha.
The yeah. No, I guess it has been. Maybe I should rewatch The Departed. Actually, it's been actually a long time since I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
But I do wonder about that, like, because I'm a pretty critical person of my own. I'm self-loathing enough that I'm always questioning myself. But I do wonder, like, what it would be like to be so overly confident that you just spew whatever. Like the Elon Musk, when he spews economic stuff, is what I'm just like, man, this guy is a fucking like an idiot. Like
I try to give him a
what is he
pass on
saying?
that because I feel like when Elon Musk is talking about anything related to finance or econ, I just view it as do you know anything about moral philosophy?
Very little.
There's a moral philosophical kind of position. It's called non-cognitivism, and it has to do with ethical statements. And basically, what it says is when people make ethical utterances, they're not actually making propositions that can be true or false. They're like if somebody says like murder is wrong, what they're actually saying is like murder, boo. Like they're kind of like expressing an emotional state kind of or something they don't like, but they're not actually they're not making propositions that can even be evaluated as true or false. When I look at Elon Musk and him talking about anything related to econ or finance, it's almost always like an emotional point of view from his business like stuff. Like my favorite thing is, I don't know how much you follow this, but Elon Musk, he fucking hates the fuck out of short sellers. And anytime Tesla's stock is doing bad or he sees like more people are shorting his shit, he's like, these short selling people are fucking evil. They're just trying to destroy business. But he's just saying that because he gets really ass pained every time somebody shorts his stock, which is really, really funny to watch him like baby rage out over. But he's not, I don't view that as like, I know he's trying to pretend he's making serious statements on finance, but he's not. He's just like really mad about people shorting his stock and shit, which I think is funny.
Yeah, he there was some clip going around the internet of him saying that there should be no taxes because the private sector is better at allocating money than the public sector. And I'm like, what is he talking about? Like the public sector like allocates like money to people to help people, to things like Social Security and the military and research and development, like, you know, all these sorts of things. And it's like, what is, like, how are you judging how well money is being allocated? Like, because the private
it's not like the private sector is going to make
profit.
food stamps. Yeah, there's a difference between
Right, their goal is profit. Anytime someone's like, "Oh, I think we should elect X person because they're a businessman," and you're like, the government's not a business.
Yeah.
Like the government's job has various missions that are very specific, while like corporations, their mission is profit. Their mission is the bottom line. A government's mission is not profit.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if the government's mission was profit. Like, Jesus Christ. Like,
that's where, that's where austerity comes from, is people that start to obsess over, like, balancing budgets and cutting social spending and shit, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that people start talking about those kind of ideas, like, oh, we're broke and stuff like that. Like I said, like, years and years ago, I used to work for Social Security, and, like, people tell me all the time, like, oh, I don't think I'm going to get Social Security. I think we're going to be out of money. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, there are current, like, workers who pay current taxes. Like, there's always going to be tax money going
and then also the fact that, I mean, technically the government should never be able to run out of money either, because it could literally create currency. But
but
I think the issue with the
with
workers thing, though, relating to workers having money, is that if we have like an aging population where there are way more old people than there are workers, I think that's been the fear of a lot of countries, that that tax base won't be there.
And the thing is Europe is ahead of us in that problem, 20 or 30 years. So, like, Americans kind of don't, the American government kind of doesn't worry about it, because they're like, we're just going to emulate whatever Europe does, because they're going to have to deal with that first. So yeah, no, I mean, it's obviously a problem, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Somehow we always make it through. I don't know.
Somehow, yeah. Well, what else? What was there a topic that you originally emailed me to chat about? I don't remember. Did we get through what you wanted to talk about, or?
All right, I'm losing you again on sound. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
But
can you ask him why he says he lives in Taiwan, but he calls it Taipei in his channel? Isn't Taipei a city in Taiwan? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I'm screwing up with. I'm not hearing you. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to be screwing up your stream and everything by having the connection. And it's probably on my end just because I'm in Taiwan. But
hello.
Hey, yeah. No, I mean I hear you now. So I don't know what happened.
Gotcha.
I don't know. Yeah, so tell me about this manifesto that you just wrote, and like where do you see yourself going with it?
Oh, it was I just wrote a big document on like stuff relating to people that like lie about me on their channels. That was basically it.
Do you see I have Twitter and I like post my videos on Twitter, but I like purposely like stay away from like Twitter drama. But I understand that like Twitter drama like also like adds to your bread and butter. Do you think that like do you think part of it is like you like the Twitter drama because it like helps the channel, or do you think like you're just drawn to the Twitter drama independently?
I like Twitter drama because I like fighting with people. I think that's fun. It's not fun for two reasons these days. One is because like nobody will actually represent what you're saying about anything. So if I give a position that somebody doesn't like, instead of me giving a position they don't like, I'm either transphobic or homophobic or sexist or racist or whatever. So it's like, okay, well, this is kind of dumb. And the second thing that sucks is that the stakes are really high now on every single conversation. Like in the like, not to say that we should be doing this, but like in like 2013, you could call people like the N-word on like in video games, and you won't even get banned for it. These days, if you have the wrong opinion on certain social issues, you can get banned from everything. So the stakes are way higher now because the people that you fight with have the power to like pull the trigger on like your entire online presence, which if that's how you make your living, is very scary. So yeah, for those two reasons, it kind of sucks now. But
yeah, that I actually don't. Like, because of that, I don't know why anyone posts. Like, the risk return is so, like if you succeed in a really cool tweet, your reward is nothing. But if you, like, fuck up, like, you can lose your job. So, like, why even post?
Well, I mean, like, if I do politics, I'm going to be engaged on Twitter to some extent. That's almost, like, inevitable, right? That's basically, yeah.
I guess you're forced to do it. I don't know why, like, I mean, I guess if you're an entertainer, you have to stay relevant. You have to be, like, in those waters. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not that ambitious. You know, like, I'm pretty comfortable, like you know, with my life and, like, you know, finances and everything, and so like you know, it's like I could focus really on like growing my channel and things like that, but like it would just take a lot of work. It would take a lot of work.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I think I asked this earlier, but I think it cut out. Was there, when you emailed me to chat about anything, were there any specific topics that have we gone over most of the stuff, or that you wanted just so we don't miss anything?
We talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. You know, yeah, no, I asked you about the main thing that I was thinking about like liberal versus conservative representation in media. We talked about that. We talked about the show a little bit, about like people transitioning this idea of like wokeness to feminism to being actually like anti women's issues that matter, like abortion. You know, and we you know, got into some random fun conversations.
Gotcha.
What else is on your mind? I mean, you know, if I'm not taking too much of your time.
No, you're good. I don't know. As of recently, I'm kind of that last like manifesto thing that I worked on was like was a lot of work. I worked on the thing for several weeks. So now that that's done, I'm probably just gonna like take a breather and chill for a while before I hop back into whatever the world of politics is doing. Probably it's gonna be end up being, hopefully not, but probably like the next like big Supreme Court decisions are gonna be pretty important.
Do you think you're gonna do more on the ground grassroots stuff, like closer to midterms, or are you gonna, or is that in the works, like you did?
I don't know about that kind of stuff. The biggest, like the next huge project that I want to do is I actually really want to start a media company. I want to have a website where people go to read news, kind of like CNN or Fox News or whatever. And obviously it'll be an alt media thing, but having like a site that does like reporting and coverage and shit that isn't like dog shit or super biased. The problem is like so many people start out like this, and those end up being like the worst alternative media sites. But I don't know. That's kind of the
like
next.
I used to read HuffPost 10 years ago, and then it like slowly goes downhill. I actually get a lot of my news from Daily Kos, which is odd because it's just like a random like site that people like post on, you know.
Obama.
But I do think there is kind of a vacuum when it comes to liberal news. It's funny that everyone says like liberal media when like Drudge Report is like a much bigger website than New York Times. You know, Fox News has the viewership of CNN and MSNBC together is enormous, and yet everyone says liberal media. You know, so I do think there's people are looking for something, because I can't think of like a good like I say, like when I'm going to Daily Kos, like I can't find like, you know, really good reliable liberal news.
It feels like if you try to do like an off thing, like an alternative media thing, or you try to do like honest or whatever bullshit, it feels like eventually you end up just getting sucked into whatever the larger narratives are, because that's where all the money to be made is. Like there's a lot of sites that started off like pretty well, and then I think they ended up just getting lost, like towing the line. Like I remember Vice used to do really amazing on the ground coverage. There was a lady that worked for Vice where they would do like those documentaries where sometimes they would go to China, and they would do like really crazy shit. But like their op-ed section is dog shit. It's actually horrible. And some of the articles they produce right now are pretty bad too. Or like I remember The Blaze. Glenn Beck used to be, and even Ben Shapiro to some extent, and maybe people won't believe me when I remember this, these guys used to be really anti-Trump. They really didn't like him, and that was a big part of their like media presence for a while, especially Glenn Beck. He fucking hated Trump. But more or less, like I think from what I've seen, like The Blaze has completely fallen in line now with all the Trump stuff, because that's where like the audience is and the one to be made is. So it's like,
it's a pretty sad state in where our media is, because when I think of like so now like my official job is like auditor, and when you do auditing, you have to decide, like you have to determine what is true, like and what is proof of what is when something is true. And so like you've got different levels, like when you write something in a government report. So you kind of say like, okay, you know, let's say you want to know if a building, if a government contract was done in Afghanistan, that they built some school. So how do you know that school was built? Well, you know, as an auditor, I could like interview government officials, and they could tell me that the school was built, and that's like, okay, that's all right. That's not like firm. It wouldn't be good enough, but like that's okay. Like a lot of government officials assured me that the school was built. Then there's like documentary evidence, which is like receipts, like you know, contracts that show like the building was built. And you're like, okay, that's pretty good, you know. And then there's like photographs, and then there's actually like going to the country and like going to the school and seeing that it was built. And obviously like the last one is true. Like that one's the best. And when it comes to like news stories and knowing something is true, reporters on the ground are like determine when something is true. And I've been in all sorts of political discussions with people when people are like arguing with me, and they're like, oh, America like supported this and this like Al-Qaeda affiliated group in Syria. And I'm like, no, they didn't. You know, and they're like, no. I'm like, give me the news source, and it's somebody's blog. You know, and I'm like, dude, do you understand like the difference? And like, can you give me a real news source? Like Reuters or BBC or Washington Post or New York Times, like real source, and they're like, but those are like biased sources, and you're like, but this guy's blog, like this person's like, how would they know what's going on in Syria? Like, you have to have a reporter on the ground to know something is true, and there's so few reporters on the ground left. There's literally like, I can count on my hand the number of real news sources that exist in the world today. Which is really kind of scary and sad. Like that, like Fox News doesn't actually even have reporters like internationally. Like they just kind of have talking heads that reinterpret everybody else's news in a conservative way.
Do they not have any on the ground reporters anymore? I know that like generally like if you read like the reporting,
there's people in DC.
Oh sure. Yeah, they might have international anymore. I know that generally like if you read the reporting section of any site, usually it's going to be okay. Like it'll have the facts or whatever. But I don't know how many people have their own reporters on the ground, except for like I know like Reuters and AP do. I think CNN and WAPO.
Yeah, Reuters, AP, like CNN's got a few, BBC, New York Times, Washington Post, and Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is actually a very good news organization. But not many. It's really, there's a French one too. The name's escaping me. But,
if there was
it's really.
Oh, I was gonna say if there was one law that I wish I could pass, I've talked about this a few times and I feel stronger every time I say it. Nobody's contradicted me in a way where I was like, okay, you're right. Maybe that's just. There was one law that I could pass. I wish that I could make it illegal for like if you have an op-ed or opinion shit, it has to be a totally different media entity because so many people confuse like reporting versus op-eds, and it's just like such a nightmare. I wish that they had to be separate entities with totally different names. Like I'll get so many times people say, "Oh, CNN lied about this thing." I'm like, what do you mean? And they'll link me like an op-ed, and I'll be like, "Well, this isn't like they're reporting. This is just an op-ed." Or even like Fox News. People say Fox News said lies about this. Right. Really? Where? And they'll link me like a Tucker Carlson thing. It's like Tucker Carlson's not a reporter. That's not them for the reporting. That's just a pundit. Like it's a different thing, I think people are incapable of understanding the difference. So I think that it should just be they should just have like different sections. They should be totally different things. Yeah.
I mean, it literally is like Ancient Aliens on the History Channel, right? Like, right? Like it's not history.
Yeah.
But it's on the History Channel, like. And it's the biggest show, right? Isn't like Ancient Aliens or whatever the biggest show? Like Tucker Carlson is not news in any way, yet it's the biggest program on a news station. Man, I don't know how to handle media. Like media's fallen apart in the past 20 years. I used to live for a year back in 1999. I used to live in China. I lived in China for a year. At the time, like I talk to Chinese people, I'll be like, you guys know that like your newspaper is like complete like bullshit lies, right? And they would kind of say like, yeah, but I'm sure like the news in America is bullshit lies too. And 20 years ago, I was like, no, like it's real, like real stuff. And now I'm shaky on that, A
little, yeah. I would still say the news in America is significantly better than like in Russia or in any like state-controlled media for some of these like authoritarian countries. But yeah, it gets harder, sure.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious to watch the news there. But like every news story at night is like, oh, the government is increasing is giving a helping hand to the environment. They're bringing their factories up to standard, and you're like, what the fuck does all this mean? It means nothing. This is not. They're all good news stories and like very very ambiguous.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know how to fix media, and it's so important. But now it's like the only thing that pulls in money is clickbait, and they can't afford real reporters anymore. And I have friends that are reporters, and they get paid nothing to risk their lives. They get paid nothing to risk their lives in the most dangerous places. I have a friend who's been like in and out of Iraq and in and out of now Ukraine, and it's like he lives in his like this 1-bedroom apartment with like no money, but like he's like just doing it because he believes in it and thinks it's interesting and everything. But it's like can't possibly be like a career that one can support a family with.
Yeah, there's just way more money in the entertainment side of things these days, or like the cultural stuff.
Yeah. I mean, shit. Like, yeah, my opinions about some like fantasy book like gets more interest than like people dying in Ukraine, which is just.
Or look at the difference in interest between like Ukraine and Russia versus like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, right?
Oh God, yeah. And it's all kind of random about that kind of stuff, right? Like they always have like one big American shit show to like focus on, you know, at a time, right? You know, whether it be like, and I'm talking like even something like Kyle Rittenhouse, like, you know, this is just like one crazy event that happened in America, a country of 320 million people. Like, why should the entire country give a shit? Even with like, we shouldn't give a shit about Johnny Depp and like, but he's at least a celebrity. But like, occasionally we'll choose like one missing person. Like one missing person went like in some national park.
Oh, like the blonde girl and the guy.
Like, yeah, there's always one, you know, and you know, for some reason it's just for viewers, you know, like we care about, like it doesn't matter, like, you know, like some policy that's going to affect hundreds of millions of people will get nothing, will get buried, but you know, one person going missing or something will be a story. Yeah, this is the. We're all just like creatures of our emotions, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the human condition, right?
Yeah, I guess we're coming full circle. It's the econ, like it's the politics. Like we're all just like functioning on these emotions. When thinking that we're rational when we're not rational, right? We're all like juiced up on adrenaline, like clicking around the internet. You know,
oh God,
thinking that we're rational when we're not.
I was on a panel, a live panel in New York City about misinformation, and that was probably the most heat I got. Everybody got really mad at me for saying that. That like people need to stop assuming that human beings are naturally wired to be truth seekers. We're not. We're like, it's on an epistemic level. It's actually not even true to think that our senses evolved to seek truth, right? Like really, we are. Like we want to live and be happy. Like we're happiness seekers. That's what we are fundamentally. And if you walk around the world with the assumption that human beings are naturally wired to seek truth, like you really only need to take a single psych class, a single stats class, like one of these things to see how many unbelievably unintuitively true things there are relating to numbers or data or psychology or even philosophy or whatever. Like only one of these classes one time, like, oh yeah, oh my God, like I didn't like if you take a psych class, you realize I can't trust my memory for fucking anything because holy shit, I'm so biased in the way that I remember things. Or if you take like a stats or an econ class, you can see there are so many ways that we can kind of like represent numbers where it's like holy shit, like you know, like this thing gives you a 500% increase in developing cancer or whatever, but like a 500% increase might be like 0.01% to 0.05%, so it's not worth talking about. Or a lot of people discovered, I don't know if you've ever heard the difference between like relative risk and absolute risk when you're comparing things. Some people discovered this concept of absolute risk, and they were using it to show that like vaccines don't make any difference whatsoever, even though it doesn't make sense to measure an absolute risk. You only measure a relative risk. So you compare, there's like a whole bunch of things that will like break your mind if you think that you're like this ultra rational being. If you would just step into one classroom and study it, you know.
One little. Let's see if I get this story correct, because I might fuck it up. But so no, three men decide that they want to buy a sport coat, and the sport coat costs $30, and so each man puts in $10, and they go into the store, and they give the $30 to the store owner, and he gives them the sport coat, and they leave, and then on the way out, the guy realizes the store owner realizes that the sport coat was on sale. It was actually only $25. So he runs out to the three men, and he hands them $5, and he's like, "I'm sorry. The sport coat was on sale. I overcharged you." And they go, "Okay." So they divvy up the money. They give $1 to one man, $1 to another man, another dollar to another man.
Okay.
And they've got $2 left over. Now each man is paid $9, which is $27, and he's got $2 in his hand, which is $29. So where the fuck did the last dollar go?
Oh man, hold on. This is one of those. Okay, let me think of this one more time. 3 people, all of them paid $10. Find out that the coat was only $27, or we find out the coat is only $25, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they've all paid collectively $30. Guy comes outside, he's holding 5. He gives $1 back to each person. Hold on. Am I allowed to draw this? Am I allowed to draw this? No, wait, hold on, let me think. Hold on. My brain is bending. So, okay. Let's back up. Okay, each person pays $10. So each of them have paid $10 for a coat. The store owner has $30, finds out the coat was only $25. He needs to return $5 to them, right? He gives each of them $1 back. So now they've each paid $9. He's still holding 2. They've paid 27 collectively. Each of them are missing 9. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Can I figure this out? This is like one of those.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a while too, but it's like the
Bob,
answer
wait!
is pretty simple. Okay.
Am I allowed to use a pen and paper? Am I allowed to draw this out?
Sure.
Okay, hold on. Okay, give me a second. Okay, they all pay $30 collectively. So now the store owner has $30 in exchange for a coat. Okay. Now the store owner finds out, hold on, I only needed $25. Right? The store owner says, I only needed $25. So then he goes back with $5 and he gives each of them back $1. So now each of them have paid $9. And he's holding $2. Oh, it's because your brain wants to flip the other side of the equation or something. If he's holding $2 and they've each paid $27, this doesn't need to add up to 30. It needs to add up to 25. Somehow he needs to give them the other $2 back so that their total payment to him would have been $25. That's where the answer is, right?
Yeah. That our brain is we're making the mistake of adding 2 instead of subtracting 2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, first time I heard that, like my brain broke exactly like yours did, right? But like it's such a simple thing. Like it's like on a real basic level. Like this is a really simple math, and yet our brain like fucking breaks down, like trying to like figure it out, right? Sure. And we're supposed to be rational. I got into an abortion discussion on my stream where people were talking about how like you always get the anti-abortion person that's like a woman can always just say no to like sex and things like that, and I'm like, you think like some 16-year-old hot and bothered person is thinking rationally? Like try to do long division while jerking off. Like honestly, like try to do it and see how it goes. Like none of us are rational. Like when we're not even rational when we're like awake and like alert. Like make ourselves tired, make ourselves horny, make ourselves drunk, and we just have nothing. Like it's funny, in Star Trek, the Kirk is supposed to be this balance between the emotional character of Bones and the logical character of Spock. But when they asked like fans which character they related to, most people actually listed Spock. They're like, no, Spock is the character I relate to, because everybody perceives themselves as being so logical. Yeah. And they're like, oh no, I'm so much like Spock. And you're like, no, you're not. You're probably more like Bones. Sure, yeah. We all think we're Spock and we're really Bones, you know? Oh, man.
Well, how much longer are you living in Taiwan for?
Another year and a half. And then off to wherever my wife goes next. Because she's a foreign service officer. So
gotcha.
We shall see. And which is which is good. I love to travel, so I've been to 110 countries.
Jesus.
Yeah, I was trying to go to every one, and then I got married and had kids, and COVID happened, and that really stops the traveling. So, it's fun though, because you end up making friends with other people that kind of go around different places, and so I have a good friend she's a single woman, and she's been to 150 countries, and she's a teacher and Canadian, and she what's amazing is that like she's so bold and so strong, and she's never had like any problems ever. She uses couch surfing. Like as a single woman, she uses couch surfing and has her entire like life, or not life, since couch surfing started. And she says she's never been like harassed or hit on, or like never had like a skeezy dude like do anything. And like I was like, wow, I don't know how you avoid it, but like but
you'll get really mad when I say this. I have another friend who's similar, who has stayed at a lot of strangers' houses or whatever, and while I generally won't recommend it, one thing people don't realize when it comes to like creepy dudes is most of them are super non-confrontational. Like they don't really want to fight with anybody. They just kind of want to see how much they can get away with. And if you have a woman that's like pretty like no bullshit, like no, fuck off, I'm not comfortable with this, whatever. Like most people aren't gonna like try anything. It's usually with like the softer targets people will pick out that they try to see how much they can get away with or whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they're gonna go for the easy prey. It was back in the day when you remember when the club used to be a thing that everyone had on their wheels of their car? Like
club that had on the wheels of their car, which
you put that red metal bar, you connect it onto your steering wheel. It was called the club.
Oh, so people wouldn't like steal your shit?
Right, people would steal your car. They were like super popular in the 90s, and then they just disappeared. But like the philosophy was, everybody's like, dude, but like a car thief can like take that off in like 15 seconds. And it's like, well, but he can pick any of the cars. Like he's gonna pick the one that like doesn't have the club, because he's gonna need that extra 15 seconds. You know, it's like the old joke of the two guys are swimming, and a grizzly bear comes out of the woods, and the guy runs out of the lake, and he starts putting on his shoes, and his friend's like, what are you doing? You can't outrun a grizzly bear. And he's like, I don't have to outrun the grizzly bear.
Just have to outrun. Yeah.
No.
Do you have to like do you speak any other languages or anything?
My wife does.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm the traveling spouse. So I mean, I do take Chinese classes, but they're for fun for me. So
is it in Taiwan? Is it Cantonese that they speak, or?
No, well, it's a very fascinating, complicated history of Taiwan.
Okay.
So I'll try to be as simple as possible with it. Originally, Taiwan, like the indigenous people, were Polynesians, much like the Philippines or something.
Gotcha.
If you've ever watched like Moana, the Disney movie, which is about like the expansion and the pause and the re-expansion of the Polynesians, like it kind of relates to Taiwan. Taiwan is actually the oldest Polynesian society was found on Taiwan. So it all started there.
Gotcha.
Then around 1600, people from Fujian province from China like started moving in.
Okay.
But Taiwan was kind of like on its own, and was then colonized by like the Dutch and the Portuguese. And then the Qing Empire, who were Manchurians, took it over, and then the Japanese took it over. And then the nationalists in China lost the Civil War and fled to Taiwan and took it over. So a lot of times I kind of say, like, imagine if the U.S. government was overthrown and fled to Cuba and reestablished like the United States in Cuba. Like that's kind of Taiwan. But for this reason, like the biggest language is Fujianese, or a variation on Fujianese that they call Hokkien. And then like Mandarin is the official language, but it's only really spoken kind of in the capital and in school and in government.
Okay.
And then they have like local languages, other languages and stuff like that. But for the most part, I'm learning Mandarin because Mandarin is the easy one. I mean, the one that everybody speaks and is most useful.
Gotcha.
While like Taiwanese, like Hokkien, is you know, I could learn that, but then I could just speak with Taiwanese people.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
gotcha.
So what's the point?
Yeah, and any international Taiwanese person is probably going to know more than just that language anyway. So you're like, that would be
and they're all, so many are international. They have so many ties to California, so many travel, and have other passports and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I do speak Chinese, but like, I could get along with just English, if I needed to, with a lot of pointing and stuff like that, and people helping me out.
Gotcha.
Not that hard. Yeah. Different countries in Asia have different abilities with their English. It's really kind of funny. Like, Japan is really poor with their English. Like, the Philippines is like, they're like, everybody speaks English, you know. So it all just depends on where you are.
Gotcha.
But I don't know. You don't get any time to travel, I imagine.
I've traveled a fair bit, not to like 107,000 countries like you've been, but no, like I've been to. I stayed in Taipei for about a week, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which was interesting. Went to like Taipei 101, right? I'm sure everybody talks about big building and everything. I've been into South Korea for a month, and then New Zealand, as far as like Polynesian islands, and then Hawaii, I guess. That's all I've been to for that. And then I've been to like some places around Europe, you know, Canada, Mexico, Cancun, and stuff like that. Yeah. Like I've traveled like more than most, but not as much as you or your
absolutely.
wife.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like the focus, like, you know, we would like purposely go to weird places, you know, and you run into people that have like purposely like seek out weird places when you go there.
Yeah, I'm a big baby. I would never go to like, I would never travel to Iran, would never go to North Korea, probably wouldn't even go to Russia or China, maybe. I'd probably go to China, but I'm kind of a baby about stuff like that.
North Korea, like, even if you were to go, like, you wouldn't see very much. The only way to go is on these like guided tours. And as
I know, but I'm not gonna be like the unlucky dude that they're like, you fucking stole a poster, time to kill you. It's like, oh well, fuck me. I'm not gonna be that guy.
Iran is probably one of the safest countries.
For Americans?
I
thought with a U.S. passport you can't get into Iran.
You can't without a as an American you need to have like a family letter of like inviting you. So if you were of Iranian descent and your family was there and they invited you, you could go.
Gotcha.
There's some guided tours you can go on for like, they take you to like Persepolis and then you don't talk to a single Iranian.
Sure.
But that's about it. It's very, very difficult to go to Iran. As a Canadian, you can go, but as an American, no. But it's pretty safe. I've seen like documentaries of like women walking across Iran and being fine. But it has a lot to do with like Middle Eastern honor culture. Like, oh crap, there's a foreign woman. Like, okay, the entire village is going to get together and like protect her and like make sure nothing happens to her, because if she dies, we're all going to look really bad.
Yeah, that was a thing. I mentioned this on stream a while ago, and I've seen more conservatives. I've got a conservative friend, and she tells me about like in some like very fundamentalist places in the Middle East, she was surprised that they're like that honor culture extends in ways that you wouldn't imagine. I brought this up on stream before. One of the things she told me is that like if you are like hungry in any Middle Eastern country, for a lot of these like very Islamic places, if you go to any like store owner or shop, you can say like, hey, like I'm really hungry, feed me, and they'll do it for free. Just it's like one of the pillars of Islam and shit. Like
absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely.
That was interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been to Saudi, all sorts of like weird places. But they are very, very charitable in the Middle East, and it brings them a lot of honor to invite you to dinner and feed you as much as they can. With like, they'll invite you over and then spend like a week's salary on the dinner, and which is just insane. Like, you know, because it just brings them honor. Like,
sure.
And
which is a big difference. Like, have you ever heard of any of the like? I was on a podcast with a couple of comedian guys, and they were telling me about tea scams in Asian countries.
Oh yeah.
Have you heard? I'd never heard about this before. I'm glad I heard about this before I fell scam to this. But like, yeah, basically some strangers like, hey, like we want to practice our English. Can we come? Do you want to come drinking tea with us? And then you go and you drink tea and you're having fun. But you didn't realize is that they took you to a friend's shop where when they give you the bill, it's like $7,000 for tea, and you're like, what the fuck? And
yeah, that kind of stuff happens. It's usually not like. 7,000, but it's usually like, you know, 4 or 5 times more than like what tea should ever cost. Yeah. I've definitely like had some friends who have had some sketchy stuff happen to them. Once a buddy of mine, so when I lived in China, beer was fucking dirt cheap. It was the equivalent of you'd get these big bottles, and they were like 2 or 3 kwai at the time, which was like 30 to 40 cents. And so like anytime you'd go to the bar, you'd just be like, you wouldn't care. You'd buy as much beer as you want. So like one night, a friend of mine had gone to a bar and just started buying beers, and he probably bought like I don't know, 40 beers that night for people.
Okay.
And then the bill comes, and they charged him like $20 per beer, you know. And he was just like, "I'm not fucking giving you like $1,000, $2,000 or whatever they were asking. Like that's ridiculous." And he like went to the embassy and things like that, and the U.S. embassy's like, "We can't help you, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, pay the bill and leave, you know, and leave." And so he did. He paid the bill and left the country, and he like hated China ever since.
Jeez.
And I had another friend who like went to a bar once in Vietnam where he bought some drinks, and it was the bill came and it was like $1,000, and they're like these big bouncers surrounded him, and he was like, "Okay, cool," and he played it really cool, and was like, yeah, and he's like grabbed another beer, and he was like hanging out, and then like the minute like one of the bouncers kind of looked away, he darted out the door and like ran like hell, and like they ran after him, and he got away.
Nice.
And he was like I was like, fuck.
Oh.
That kind of stuff happens, but you know, for the most part, you might get those like little like scammy games. Like I've been pickpocketed and stuff, but you know, I'll tell you that I've been mugged or attempted mugged 5 times in my life.
Jesus.
And 4 of those times were in America.
Okay.
You know, and so granted, I spend more of my life in America, but like I do still think that like America is one of the most dangerous countries in the world. It doesn't get much more dangerous than America. Like, yes, you can choose a war zone, but like
that's like always been my big contention whenever because it'll be Americans that'll say other places are like super crime ridden or like really fucked up. Like for a long time in the U.S., people were obsessing over like Sweden, and I have you ever been to Sweden before?
I have.
Have you ever been to Malmo before?
No.
Super beautiful city in southern Sweden. Very nice place. Like, yeah, and I finally went there, and I'd heard so many horror stories. Like, Malmo is a war zone, no-go zones everywhere. It's a horribly fucked up place. And I'm like, damn, dude. Like, I've lived in Miami, I've lived in LA, I've lived in all that. Like, this is nothing. This is not even remotely what I thought this would be. Yeah, or like walking around places, and I'm worried that like, would I get like fucking shot here or whatever? And if you say this in Europe, people look at you like you're fucking crazy. It's like, no, what do you mean you're not gonna get fucking shot? What are you talking about? It's like, I don't know. It just seems like a place where people would have guns, you know? And they're like, no, what do you think? This is a fucking war zone? It's like, oh, okay, yeah.
There's completely different mindsets. So I lived in Frankfurt, Germany for 3 years, and first of all, like Germans are like, oh, I'm so sorry you lived in Frankfurt. Frankfurt's so industrial, and it's like, what are you fucking like? Frankfurt is this beautiful green city with like churches. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. If we were in America, we'd be like, oh my god, it's paradise. But like to a German, it's like this industrial, like horrible, ugly city, and you're like, what? Like, and you like they go to the parks at night, and there's not like lights in the parks. It's pitch black, and they have picnics in the parks at night. Like kids just go to the parks and like drink, like, and it's like you know, like living in DC, like I grew up in Baltimore, and like living in DC, like and like no way, like you just wouldn't do that. Like either a cop would come along and tell you to fucking move along, or you get mugged or something, you know. But the fact that like, you know, you can just walk safely, like it's just so different. You see like 5-year-old kids walking to school by themselves in Germany. Sure. Like in the city. You know, it's so weird how safe and wonderful like places on Earth can be. And like what we're deprived as Americans of. So yeah, it's kind of sad. It's like Americans don't understand how good other places are. You know, they kind of hide behind the shield of like, all these immigrants come here because America is the most free place and it's the land of opportunity, and it's like, yeah, I guess, you know, like it's the big game and there's a lot of money to be made in America, but like I feel sorry for Americans sometimes when I think about like the freedom that I have like in other places, like to walk the streets at night and not have to worry about like getting mugged. Like,
yeah,
it's really hard for me to undo it, you know? Like, my heart still beats because of the times I've had a gun put to my face, you know? So
I think the things that I'm always, the guy that I became the most kind of fascinated with was public transit in other places, which I never really thought much about until in 2013 I lived in Sweden, not Sweden, I lived in Poland for 3 months. And the joke, like, is always, especially back then, is like Poland is like a shithole Eastern European country that wishes they weren't Eastern European, like just a horrible place, blah blah blah. And it's like I lived in Warsaw for 3 months, and I never felt like I needed a car ever. And then I noticed that now, like I lived in Sweden for a while, Poland, any European country, you can get anywhere. I can plug in like Google Maps. I need to go to some place. And it's like, oh cool, like here's the bus, you know, here's the subway, here's a, you know, in London you take the tube everywhere, and yeah, I don't know. I get really envious of that. Like in the United States, you can't walk anywhere. You need a car to go everywhere, and that's pretty fucking annoying. It makes a lot of things really inaccessible. Demands that you make car payments every month because you have to have a car, gas, all this dumb shit. Like it's kind of annoying.
I love Poland. Poland's great. I love the pregame bars, you know, where you just go in for a drink and like a plate of pickled herring, and it's like nothing. It's like why do people go to the other bars when these bars are great?
Yeah. I think my favorite Polish moment was in Warsaw. I had a guy honk on me, or he honked at me because I was in his way. I was walking on the sidewalk, but he like, I don't know if they do that often in Warsaw, but he just like popped up on the sidewalk. He was like in a really small way, popped on the sidewalk, was driving, and he honked at me. I was like, I don't know where I'm supposed to be walking, but okay, yeah, fuck. What a place. That, and then all of the streets and all the names and all the, like, I can always tell if I'm reading Polish because like every word will like randomly have like it'll be like a Polish word will be like POLICHZYCHK, and I'll be like, I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to pronounce any of these fucking words. And every single street, every single thing is like, okay, dude.
You ever watched JJ McCullough's YouTube channel? He's this Canadian, slightly conservative guy who like does cultural videos. They're very good, but he did one recently on how it's really arbitrary that we keep certain languages spelling the same when we print them in English, and other countries we don't. Like, so for instance, with Polish, we'll keep, because they use the Roman alphabet, we'll keep their names in the Polish spelling, even though it gives us no clue on how to pronounce it. But for a Russian name, we'll switch it from Cyrillic to Roman, or you know, with Chinese, we're going to switch it from the characters to Roman, even though like Polish, like it's not going to help you. It's not going to like the Roman letters aren't going to fucking help you.
Yeah.
Like,
although in the end of it, a lot of it gets weird. At the end of the day, I think some of it is like that when I was playing, I guess so you can read some Chinese.
Yeah, no, I can read pretty well. Yeah,
I don't know if it's the same in Chinese.
I can read actually better than I can speak because
sure,
it's harder to learn, but it's also harder to forget.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I can read pretty well. Yeah.
For a while when I was doing StarCraft, I wanted to learn how to read and speak Korean. And after you learn like the Korean alphabet,
now the Korean thing makes sense.
Sure.
Okay.
After you learn how to
because of the StarCraft. Okay.
Yeah, after you learn how to read Korean, looking at, I don't know if it's the same with Chinese, but like I can know how to say something like phrases or words or whatever in Korean, but if you look at the Romanized version of it, which I think is what they call it when they try to write it in English, I have no fucking idea what the fuck I'm looking at after you've learned the symbols, because the English writing of it out is so unbelievably complicated and it doesn't really carry over as well. Yeah, but I guess you wouldn't. Yeah, I would say, like, I guess you're not going to just write the symbols and expect people to be able to read them, but nobody's reading like that smorgasbord of like fucking letters that's supposed to represent like the characters anyway, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, even Taipei, like in China, they would spell it Taipei.
Okay.
They would spell they would use a B instead of a P, but the Taiwanese like keep the P because they want to be different from China. But
nice.
But yeah, really random
Reminds
stuff.
Me of the difference between Kiev and Kiev or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like the first romanization of Chinese was a romanization of the Manchurian language, like, and how they would pronounce things And so this is why we get like Peking instead of Beijing, because Peking was closer to what the Manchurians would say, and then we Romanized it that, and then it's just kind of stuck. And so Taipei is on this old system called Wade Giles instead of Pinyin.
Interesting.
It's but yeah, I always think it'd be funny if I were like a teacher or a professor, like you get your list of names for the kids, and you know that you're going to offend somebody because you know you're going to mispronounce somebody's name, right? And even my last name, I say this all the time, like the name Jacobs, it wasn't pronounced Jacobs, okay? Like it was originally Jacobs, but over time in America, everyone's just like, fuck it, all right? We're fucking Jacobs, okay? Sure. Like it's fine. And there's a lot of people's names like that. Like I used to work with somebody with the last name Yu, and in Chinese that's Yu, but it kind of in English that sounds like ew. So everyone says you, but his name should be Yu, but you don't know how much he's converted or whatever. Or once for work, there's the Spanish name Luz, right, which means light.
Okay.
I once had to meet somebody that I'd never met before in person, so I didn't know what she looked like. And I was supposed to meet her, and I'm waiting for her, and I see another woman who looks Hispanic, and I walk up to her, and I'm like, "Excuse me, are you Luz?" And she's like, "What? No." And then I was like, "Okay." And then I realized later, I walked up to a woman and asked her if she was Luz.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody else called her Luz.
Okay.
I think because they didn't want to call her Luz, right?
Gotcha, yeah.
But yeah, it's all kind of like rant. Like if I were a teacher or a professor, like I would just mispronounce everyone's name comically, and then no one could be mad at me.
That kind of reminded me of like, I was gonna say I worked at a casino for a while, and people would call out like they were so used to it that we had a huge Vietnamese population, and every now and then somebody would say like Andy Nguyen, and they would still look and like, oh yeah, that's me. It's like, I guess I've just given up.
It is true, especially with that name. That name, Nguyen, or who's gonna Nguyen? Like it's so fucking hard to pronounce it correctly.
I think people just say Wen usually because it's for English or whatever. But yeah, but there will still be people that are like, oh, Nguyen or whatever.
Or like I'm Nugent, or something. Yeah. It's but I just even if their name was like John Smith, I'd be like, Jan Smythe? Yeah. They'd be like, who? Oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Because then when I mispronounce the Polish person's name or whoever, they can't be mad at me. I was like, well, I mispronounced everybody's name. I'm sorry.
Fuck them all up, yeah.
Oh man.
Well.
Oh no, that's funny because now that you're I was like, I pieced it together. I was like, wait, you lived in Korea for a month, and then I was like, oh, the StarCraft.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That was that must have been. They sure like to drink in Korea.
Yes, in every Asian country, they don't have other drugs, but holy fuck, do they get fucked up? Yeah. Yeah, in Korea, the big thing is, or their version, I think like Japan it's sake and Korea it's soju, the Korean liquor or whatever, yeah. But yeah, they can put it away there, yeah.
Oh God. So I have this one story I have to tell. It's completely irrelevant, but like I just remember when I was in Korea, I ran into this guy, and he was I think he was from Germany, but he just loved Korea, which was a weird thing because people either 90% of the people that live in Korea hate it. Because Korea's pretty sexist and racist, like, and
do they really hate it though?
Well, some people like the challenge, and then
wait. When you say 90% of people, do you mean like native people? Or do you mean like foreigners?
No, I mean foreigners.
Okay.
No, Koreans are gonna like their own country. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Foreigners that live in Korea, like 90% hate it, and 10% fucking love it. And there's these weirdos that like fucking love Korea.
Okay.
Because it's a really xenophobic country.
Okay.
I mean, people say that the young population is changing, and I understand this, but like, it's the only country I've been to where I tried to go into a bar and they're like, no foreigners, fuck off. Like,
Okay.
if a guy really said to me, "No foreigners, fuck off," and I was like, "Oh."
I've heard this happens in Japan too. I've had this happen in South Korea when me and another friend kind of were there, where a guy screamed at him and spit at him on the bus, Naniwa, but yeah, because he was white.
Yeah.
I had a friend, streamer Recful, who I guess in Japan sometimes when you walk by a white person, people will walk by you and go, they'll like cough like you're dirty or something.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So yeah, Asian countries are a little racist, it seems.
Japan,
but,
yeah, they're kind of wusses in Japan. Like they will do that, but it's like subtle, you know. While Korea, they're ready to fight you, you know. So but I just remember like we met this German guy and we're like, hey, what's it like living here? And he's like, oh, I love it. You know, there's different he literally said like, oh, there's different cultures, but you know, every culture is beautiful. And then he proceeded to tell this fucking story.
Oh boy.
He's like, oh, you know, once we were gonna go out, and so I invited my friends over to my apartment, and we all started drinking, and we had a great time, and then, you know, they suggested that we go to the brothels, and I was like, okay, yes, let's go to the brothels, but first, let's clean up my apartments before we leave. Mm-hmm. And I was like, such a German, right? Like, you know, clean up the apartment before you go out. Okay. The Koreans that were with him were like, we don't want to like waste like 30 minutes like cleaning up your fucking place. Like they literally called up their wives. Their wives came over to clean up the German's apartment while they all went out to the brothel.
Obama.
Jeez. And the guy was like proceeding to tell me like that this was such a beautiful, wonderful thing, and that I'm like me and my friend are just like staring at this guy like, you are the grossest, sickest motherfucker. Like, how fucking like what? Like you. Oh my god! Like it just gave me the willies.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
That he'd use that as like the shining example of how wonderful Korea was.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah. Korea is definitely in a lot of ways is like hyper insane in a lot of the shit they do. Do you know anything about like K-pop or whatever?
Oh yeah.
Like the hyper ultra capitalist version of like pop music, and then like I know I hear a lot about like the obsession with plastic surgery is insane. Korea was ahead.
Have you ever seen a birthday beatdown?
No, what's that?
So, with some groups of bro friends, and I've seen a couple birthday beatdowns. It's a tradition that you beat the shit out of your friend on his birthday.
Interesting.
Like I've seen I've never like some people I've heard stories about broken bones. I've never seen one, but the ones I've seen were like solid punches to the face where like the guy had like bloody lip, black eye. One of them I saw, they grabbed him and they threw him. I was living in this dorm and they threw him up and he hit the ceiling, which was probably maybe only 7 or 8 feet. And then they all like stepped away and he like fell flat to the ground like after getting thrown in the air. Like they just let him fall like 8 feet to the ground onto the hard floor. I was like, what the fuck? These are your friends, dude. And they're like, it's his birthday, man. You gotta
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Or, you know, as you get older, you're just supposed to pay for everyone that's younger than you as well, which is weird. Like if you're the oldest in a group of friends, you pay for all the younger people.
Interesting.
So you're broke.
Have you ever heard of love hotels?
Oh yeah. Very popular in Japan.
Yeah,
I lived in Japan about 3 months. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Apparently, a lot of people
because everyone lives with their parents.
They live with their parents. So if you want to bang somebody, you have to go to like special hotels that you go to. Like,
yeah.
have
So
sex with,
here in Taiwan, they use karaoke parlors.
Okay.
If you wanna fuck your girlfriend, yeah. Mm-hmm. So you get a karaoke room, and then you know you can do whatever you want there, and pretend you're doing karaoke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, everyone lives in really small houses with their parents. And so, in fact, when I lived in Japan, I had a separate apartment. Like, but my landlady was still uncomfortable with me bringing my girlfriend home. And, like, she, like, suggested, like, maybe you could go to a love hotel. I'm like, no, I'm not going to a hotel. Okay.
Yeah.
My apartment. Like, I fucking get from you. like they were just embarrassed that I was like a foreigner bringing home like a Japanese person. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's what's fun. That's what's fun about the travel. It's so interesting and weird.
Wait, give me 1 second. Your audio's lagging for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, hello?
Hey there.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess what I love about the travel is that, like, every good story I have starts with, like, when I was in blank.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, I mean, it sounds a bit, like, douchey and pretentious, but at the same time, like, it's better to have a douchey and pretentious story than no story at all.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But, it's been good, even the really weird places, the really bad places, like
what's like been your scariest what's like your scariest travel story, I guess, where have you been that you're like, fuck?
I was in Afghanistan for like incoming, so like when you stay well, our embassy's closed now, but when you stay at the embassy, like
wait
they have like
hold on, waiting for the audio to clear up. Okay. Sometimes it gets a little laggy.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Nope.
It's yeah, I mean, there's like some like, so people would lob shit at the embassy all the time, like rockets, and so like,
okay, there's a big difference between people lob shit at the embassy. I'm imagining like rocks, and you're like, did you say rockets?
No, they're like homemade rockets, like
okay, homemade rockets.
These pipes, yeah, they get these pipes, and I mean, they kill people. And once like it was like my first day in, and I was super jet lagged, and I was in an unhardened building. So like most buildings, like that they build, like if a rocket hits them, they're protected. They're bunkers essentially. But like because it was so crowded, sometimes you'd be in a trailer, like a metal trailer, and they say unhardened. They're soft targets, and so like one night, like I was just out of it, and like the incoming alarm came on, and I like everyone left the room to go to the bunker, and I just like rolled over and went back to sleep.
Yeah.
And like the next morning everyone's like, oh man, I can't believe that like alarm in the middle of the night. And I was like, what alarm? Oh fuck. Like I don't know, that's probably the scariest. But I mean, there was a time where I was like nearly mugged in Ethiopia and stuff like that, and trying to think of anything else. Oh, there was a time in Eritrea where like my wife and I were like walking to the airport, and we walked through this field, like it was literally like a field.
Okay.
And it was the middle of the night because our flight was early in the morning, like
Obama.
3:30 in the morning. Mm-hmm. So we're like, okay, like we're not gonna get a night, like we're not gonna get a hotel room, so let's just like walk to the airport. Mm-hmm. And we just walking through this field, and these like soldiers come out and start screaming at us, and they've got machine guns and everything.
Yeah.
And we're like, like we're just going to the airport, and they're like screaming at us, and it, finally one comes out that can speak a little English, and it turns out we'd walked through a military base.
Oh jeez.
And I'm like, it was just a fucking field. Like,
yeah.
They were like literally came out of like shacks, like wooden shacks, and they're screaming at us with these machine guns, and like it was we'd walked through a military base by accident, even though it looked like a field. Mm-hmm. So that was pretty scary. That I almost got my wife killed.
Yeah. I always have a fear of getting like arrested or fucking up in some foreign country, and you just like, I know my rights in the U.S. like really well. I'm pretty sure if you get arrested in another country, just like fuck, there's nothing you can do. Yeah.
It's bad. It's really bad. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people like use like Thailand or whatever as a vacation place, and they use they do a lot of drugs, and mm-hmm. and in fact, like you're going to a place where you have no rights. Like,
yeah,
they can do whatever they
drugs
want.
in Asian countries is a very, very scary combination. You gotta be very careful. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and you know it's real easy when everyone around you is doing it. And like there's been times where I've like stumbled into it accidentally. Like once I was traveling in Laos years ago, and a buddy of mine was just looking to buy some weed, and weed was everywhere. And so he like goes up to a woman, he's like, "Oh, you know, smoke," and she's like, "Oh, oh yeah, yeah, okay, okay, okay," and she like pulls us inside. And she clearly like takes us into like what is an opium den? Like it's just like carpets and pillows. And she's like, okay, okay. And we're like, and we were like, no, 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 no. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We're like, he was just looking for some weed, and like we like left and we're like, phew. And then like the next day we found out that there was like some like government bust, and they grabbed a bunch of kids and like asked them for thousands of dollars and shit like that, and scared the hell out of them. And we're like, oh god, like. Jeez. That can just happen to you. So, you know, just know your rights, know where you are. Like if you're in Denmark in Christiana or something, that's fine. But like, you know,
oh shit, I was just gonna ask you if you'd ever been there before. Have you been?
I have. I've been to Christiana. Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting place. Like Neverland for drugs, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. For your streamers that don't know, it's a ex-military base that a bunch of hippies squatted on, and no one, like, they've been squatting for years and no one knows how to kick them off. And there's legalized drugs there because there's like no jurisdiction.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say legalized drugs, but anytime like any police or whatever move through, like people will, people basically just do whatever the fuck there. Yeah.
Fucking weird. Another weird story. When I was in Denmark, like one of the nice, wonderful things is just like the Danes, like it was a beautiful summer night and like all the Danes go to the park to get drunk in the park, you know, and it's a wonderful time. We're all drunk in the park and it gets to be like, you know, 3 a.m. and the crowds are breaking up. And this Norwegian guy is like, oh man, the place where I was staying fell through. I have no place to sleep. And we're like, oh god. And my friend who lives in Denmark is like, oh crap. Like, fine. Do you need to sleep on my couch? And he's like, oh, that'd be great. And so he goes and he sleeps on the couch. Next morning, he's like, the guy's lingering. Like, you know, we expect like you sleep on somebody's couch. Yeah. Get out in the morning, you know? You know, it's like I've slept on people's couches before. It's a great service. Like, thank you, but I'm out before you wake up. Like, you know, and I leave a thank you note. Yeah.
Obama.
He's lingering, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna go get breakfast. You gotta go. And he's like, oh, can I get breakfast with you guys? And he's like, okay, fine. So now we've got this like third coming with us to get breakfast.
Yeah, jeez.
And we're like, yeah. So what do you do for a living? And he's like, oh, I'm a drug mule.
Okay, nice.
And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, no, like I go to Christiana, I get like a bunch of hash, and then I swallow it, and then I go back to Norway, and I can sell it for like 4 times what I buy it for. Jesus. And you know, I do about 3 trips a year, and that like is enough for me. And we're like, oh man, like, how does that work? Like, he's like, oh, you know, I take them and I like wrap them in cellophane a bunch, and then I like, you know, gulp them down with water. And I'm like, huh. So like in the movies, they always use condoms. And he's like, yeah, I used to use condoms, and then one broke, and I was high for 4 days.
Jesus Christ.
And the guy clearly wanted to make friends with my friend because he wanted a place to sleep. But like, next time he came, but yeah, so we kept like hitting him up, but it was like, no, we don't want drug mules in our lives.
Yeah, it's a bit heavy. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, I've got another talk I've scheduled in like 5 minutes. Any other final thoughts or parting words for us?
No, man. No, this was fun. Thanks for having me on and letting me shoot the shit.
Yeah. Do you want to link your channel so people know where to find you?
Yeah, sure. It's my name, Preston Jacobs. How do you just want me to let me see?
Well, Preston Jacobs. I mean, hopefully, yeah. You can shoot me a link. Yeah, show people where it's at.
You can just you can just Google Preston, or you can just search for Preston Jacobs on YouTube, and yeah, it's mostly Ice and Fire stuff. Though I do a weekly live stream on politics and such, and where we just talk, and that's about it. You know.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Well, hey, yeah,
You know?
I appreciate the chat. Have fun.
Hey, no, I appreciate you having me on, man.
Okay.
It was just fun. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll talk to you later, man. See you later. I'll be right back, and then talking to a guy. His name is Tyler. Apparently, this is the guy that was talking to Shapiro in that video. About the abortion conversation. Use trap myself. Okay. Gotcha. I'll be back 1 second, and then we're gonna chat with this guy. Here is his YouTube channel. If you guys wanna ever check it out.
Obama.
Also, good job, guys. We've destroyed Vouch.
Obama.
Where is it? Hold on. Minus 1,000 subs. You guys did it. The great unsubbing. I will be right back 1 second. Wait, oh my god, I'm talking to myself! Wait, how much did I just say? Did anybody hear anything? I'm a fucking dumb fuck. I'm sorry. There was a guy, Izumi, or I say a guy, a girl. A guy is gender neutral, fuck off. Izumi donated $100 earlier, and I skipped it because I was listening to the guy talking. I want to interrupt him, sorry. Izumi donated $100 and said, just finished watching the manifesto reading. I wanted to say thank you for saying a lot of the stuff I've been feeling as a trans person. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you, Izumi. Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'll be back 1 sec, guys. Wait, I introduced the next talker, the Tyler guy, right? Did I say who that was? You guys heard me say that, right? Yes.
Obama.
Okay, I'll be back 1 sec.
Just got my bachelor in electromechanical engineering after a bit more years than usual. Thought I'd celebrate by something. Love the content, my guy. And you too, chat. Americans. Love from a Eurocuck with nicer cities and a better nightlife.
The coping mode is a Pepe, not a Yee. That's because Pepe posters are coping hard. He wins.
keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
MFW, I wasn't mentioned as contributor in the manifesto, even though I linked Steve in the very important open streamable and gut band feels.
Obama. 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 Obama.
No more white name for you, my guy.
Obama. Obama.
Sorry, 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 sorry.
Obama. Obama.
Pepe wins.
Obama.
Hell. Yeah. Hell.
Obama.
Hell. Yeah. Hell.
Obama.
N E E E L L L L L L L
Obama.
L N B E T L L.
Oh. Hi.
You're going to fight that?
I'm going to kill that.
He's the biggest man I've ever seen.
For you?
You're going to fight that?
I'm going to kill that.
He's the biggest man I've ever seen.
For you?
You're going to fight that?
Nice. People are saying this article is baseless. I've gotten 2 emails about it. Do they mean baseless as in, like... Because I don't know how you can say that the idea that, like, having gender preferences is baseless when it seems like... I also linked a couple of, like, super popular tweets, like, showing the same sentiment. Like, I don't understand how people can say... Nobody wants to eliminate women's sports. They want to integrate trans women into women's sports. Trans women are women, and transitional trans women do not have an athletic advantage over cis women. Oh, just every single thing they're saying is wrong. You okay? Yeah, I think maybe I might have had the coronavirus a few days ago. When I think maybe. So I think I just have like a residual cough from that. Oh, I haven't seen this XQC thing yet. Hello, hello?
Hey, do you hear me okay?
Yep, what's up?
Are you able to hear me?
Can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me?
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. I think you're listening to like my stream.
Delay, kind of, maybe.
Hello, I think you're I think there's a delay because you're listening to me on my stream. You're not hearing me through Discord. Hello, I think I think there's a delay because you're listening to me on my.
I can't hear you on this end. I only hear you when I turn on the stream. I don't know why I'm not hearing you on here. I'm not really used to Discord.
Click user settings and then click the sound settings. And check out that. Check your user settings on Discord. Hello, hello.
Do you hear, I know you probably hear me, but try talking.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, for whatever reason, nothing's coming on my end. I don't know why this is happening. One sec.
Okay, apparently we're moving to Discord.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. And I hear you perfectly. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
No, you're good. All right, how's it going?
Life is good, man. Congrats on the manifesto. That must have been a lot of work.
Thanks. Yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to talk to you because you went over a bit of my debate where I was shredded by Ben Shapiro on the topic of abortion.
Yeah, I think we watched that. Yeah, and you said you wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, because I feel like you seem to have an issue with the view that I was portraying in the video, and I'm just a bit confused at where your disagreement is from my view. Because I still hold the view I spoke to Shapiro about. So
what was the view again?
So I was the first guy who spoke up, and my position is, I think that what makes life valuable is a consciousness. I think that will bring or just that just brings moral value.
Yeah.
And I think a sense of a personal identity, in particular psychological continuity view as a theory. And I think that if you don't have either of those, I do not believe that there's any value to any kind of organism or thing we're talking about.
I would just stick with the first one. I wouldn't bother with the second thing at all, I think.
Yeah, but I understand that, but because what's your view on abortion again? Because I tried watching it later in the video, and I feel like you have to kind of define what you mean by person when we have when we're talking on the subject of abortion.
Yeah, my view of abortion is that I think that the thing that we value in people that makes them people worth valuing are conscious experiences. That's what I go with.
And then, of course, the obvious objection is then what happens when something does not have a conscious experience anymore?
So I think that once something has a conscious experience, until that conscious experience comes to an end, you ought to respect that conscious experience. A temporary, not alleviation, a temporary, there's a word I'm looking for, but when something temporarily goes away, it's coming back. It's already it's made an assertion. Right. So if you are conscious and then you go to sleep, you are a conscious thing to say hey, I'm going to sleep. Don't kill me while I'm sleeping. So I think that wish ought to be respected. Right. That's different, though, than people are saying, well, if you would respect a conscious person's wishes, what about a fetus that isn't conscious yet? That has never been conscious before. There's nothing there to respect. With a conscious person, there was a conscious experience that we ought to respect. With a baby, there hasn't even begun to begin, like, there is no conscious experience yet, right? So I think that's the...
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess my kind of confusion or maybe my issue with that position would be, what do you mean by thing that had a conscious experience? Like that seems to be like the big question to me. It's like, well,
I mean, I can only say so much because this is still like one of the greatest mysteries technically.
Exactly.
Yeah. So there seems to be like mental processes that bring about an awareness of oneself, so that there's something that is that knows what it's like to be. That's very vague, but I mean, like in the broadest terms, that's what consciousness is, right? There's like an experience or an awareness of something that like knows what it's like to be a thing. And it seems like that's the thing in humans that we look for and protect, that once that experience or awareness is gone, we no longer care about it. So for instance, when somebody's brain dead, we don't care about them anymore because we know they're not going to have a conscious experience again. They're not going to wake up. And with all the body parts that we could replace out of a person to get rid of them, once the brain is gone, that's like seems to be like an irreplaceable part because it contains the organs, or organelles maybe you'd say, to give rise to a conscious experience. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I mostly agree with you, but I guess the part that I might deviate from is, I don't know what you mean by like a continuation of like a conscious experience, because I feel like you're asserting in some sense that it'd be like the same conscious experience, and I just don't know if that's necessarily the case.
That's probably not the case, but I don't think that's relevant. That gets into really weird continuity things. Yeah, like who's the philosopher that said like you can never step into the same river twice?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
So that but I don't think that's very relevant, because we could arguably say that your consciousness might even change second to second, such that it's not the same thing. But I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah, because I guess like for your view, I guess this would be like kind of like a quick thought experiment objection that I'd come up with. Suppose like I just had like a relative die, or whatever. Or no, you know what? I'll make it like less connected. Let's say like, you know, we found like the corpse, or like, you know, Aristotle's dead. It's undisputed. But let's say I kind of created a carbon copy of Aristotle right before he died, and I put like his brain, all the memories that Aristotle experienced were in the exact position before he died. Now this thing right now is unconscious. It hasn't been conscious yet, but there is that identity in there that had a consciousness potentially, that it served itself in existence through Aristotle's memories. I feel like with your view, I would have to say, you know, you can kill that carbon copy of Aristotle. I don't have to keep him alive.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Can you walk me through this one more time? Once we get into an area where we can like recreate consciousnesses and can see them, I think a lot of stuff with moral philosophy gets really weird. We would especially see this when it comes to like AIs and stuff. So give me this one more time. I'll try to answer. But you might be hitting like the limits of like metaphysically what I can know about anything. So I'll try my best. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's totally a fair response too.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I'm saying, just imagine like I create almost like a clone of Aristotle.
Okay.
And like this clone has all his memories and like mental states before he died.
Okay.
And so I have this. And it's like, okay, should we wake this thing up from its unconscious state? Or just like let it die or something like that, or just never let it come up. I feel like with your view, what you said to me originally, it would be totally morally neutral for me just to just not awaken Aristotle.
Yeah, let it die. I think I agree with that kind.
Sorry?
Yeah, I think you would let it die, because that particular thing is distinctly a particular thing that hasn't been awoken yet, and if it hasn't been ever awoken yet, then you're probably okay to do it, right?
I don't know. Like, I guess like, because this is, again, we might be at like kind of a metaphysical break, and I'll go to like my position where I bit the bullet with Shapiro. So imagine like you have a body, right, like, or a person who goes into the coma, and let's say for whatever reason the doctors know, yeah, this person is going to have like absolutely no memory when they wake up. They're just going to be completely blank. I don't think that it's wrong to like not like to like kill that person or kill that thing. Like
maybe there's I don't think I would have I think I would disagree with you, but it wouldn't be a strong disagreement. There's it was either a moral philosopher or a psychologist. Actually, it might have been Chomsky. I remember somebody said that the dilemma was, let's say that somebody goes into prison for life, but then they develop Alzheimer's. The argument was that it would be immoral to keep a person with no memories of their past self in jail, because it's like a fundamentally different type of like conscious being, which is like an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah.
So like I might agree with you, but during an abortion argument, that's a really bad thing to bring out, because people are gonna like smash you with a whole bunch of like, so you should be able to kill grandpa if he blah 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 can't remember things like that.
Look, I've read the comments on that video. I've seen those objections or concerns. Yeah, and I guess like I probably agree with you optically.
Unfortunately, when you're having, depending on the argument, especially if you're like very time constrained, which you are, right? Like you're given a microphone, it's like debate Ben Shapiro. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
You're super time constrained, and you're like in the most emotional fucking argument to conservatives in the world, trying to hit like really big philosophical topics that's like a super rough thing to do in the moment. So I would never, opening myself up to having to bite those types of bullets, you're always gonna like look bad rhetorically and never be persuasive, which I think is rough. I think I don't know if you were the one that did it or it was somebody else, but I think the biggest argument that I had a problem with was the idea that like having friends or family like gives you is that, were you the one that made that argument?
So I mentioned that as a kind of yes.
Because I feel like that one leaves you open to like, well, what about like a loner? And it's like, oh, well, we can, like a guy that lives in the forest. Like, do we really get moral value from like having friends and family? Yeah, go ahead.
So I would say like why I think that is. So I think that's weakly relevant. So like suppose like you were in the state that you were in a coma, you have no memories or anything like that. But let's say for whatever reason, like your parents are like, no, we still want this thing around. I still feel like that's my son. I don't want you to kill him or kill what that body is. I think that relationship is relevant. And I think she should have some right to like, no, don't do that. Because we have things that aren't conscious that still are moral value because they're connected to things with consciousness.
True.
Like
I would be careful for that though, because like, so I agree with you. This is why, so people say like, oh, so do you think you should be able to fuck corpses? Like, well, I think a corpse belongs to the estate that it gets passed on to. Yeah, exactly. That's my argument for protecting corpses.
Yeah, exactly. But if someone put it in their will, hey, anyone this corpse, and say, well, go ahead, man.
But in that case, though, you're relying on an external source for value, and they could revoke that value. So would we ever say that like a mother should be able to kill a child because if the child is asleep or something, because the mother's the one that's saying protect it? So if the mother says she no longer cares about protecting it, now all of a sudden it's going to kill it. Like, probably don't want to leave that type of moral decision up to like another party. We probably would have a more universal concept there, I would imagine.
And I agree with that. I'm just saying that could be a relevant moral factor. The child who's asleep, I would argue, still has a continuity view where it's like it is something to be like, let's say like Jacob, like the son. Like he's connected to his memories that bring him back to that's who he is. So well, no, you just can't. Even if the mom wants to kill Jacob, Jacob is still a person. But if Jacob doesn't have the memories, and if Jacob doesn't have is not conscious, I don't know what. I think it would be fine for the mother to do that. Then
Yeah, maybe. It gets weirder there, but I never, like, if you're having an abortion argument, you're probably already dealing with somebody that has pretty shitty views of, like, consciousness or any of these, like, higher-level questions. So I think you're getting into really fucked up, like, bullet-biting territory there that's going to, like, super fuck you if you have, like, a limited time to make an argument, I think. That's the only reason I push it.
Yeah, I was a bit, like, so this was a few years ago. I was 21 then. I was more idealistic.
Oh, that video was a few years old?
So that video was from 2018.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay, I thought it was super recent, but okay.
Yeah, no, that's from 2018. So I thought, like, I was like, oh, Ben Shapiro's a smart guy. He'll be good faith to me. He's gonna engage. I'm sure he's kind of heard of these concepts before. That's not the route he chose to go, unfortunately for me.
Yeah, when it comes to, I don't know No, I wasn't. That's not even true. I was going to say when it comes to like social topics like psychology or philosophy, conservatives don't know anything. But it seems like they don't know much about harder scientific topics either. They're very like religiously dogmatic, and sometimes that masquerades as like scientism, but it's really not. I would have to think hard about where conservatives even get their views for it, because they're not informed by anything intellectual. It's almost always going to be something spiritual or religious, but somehow they've gotten away with masquerading that as like scientific, like facts don't care about your feelings. Well, what kind of facts? My theological ones. Like what? Okay. So yeah, that's never going to be the case, unfortunately.
No, yeah, and I totally agree with that. And I think like because I think in all of their arguments, for better or for worse, there's this weird shoehorning of a soul, and a lot of times they'll say something like unique human DNA to kind of masquerade that.
Yeah. The soul argument is going to be the one that they're truly defending. They might Mott and Bailey that, like present like what seems like their defense is like a soul for like DNA, but
yeah,
I was going to say I don't know if they even believe DNA exists. I'm not sure where conservatives stand on that.
Yeah, like I've recently so I'm a philosophy major. It's
okay.
Yeah. I'm going to my final year, and I found when I'm like a lot of like religious people, not in just the abortion debate, but in specifically that, will be resting on kind of like this core religious view. And I found recently that it's actually kind of fun and probably a good tactic in debates to get them to give a good argument for A, the existence of God, and B, some religious claim that they can like back up that's realistically to be true. Because if you're basing your moral decisions on something that's either happened or didn't happen, like God either exists or he doesn't exist, or Jesus rose from the dead or he didn't, I think it's really good to put pressure on them to prove that in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I think I would disagree with you. I think I disagree with you on two levels. So I think I would disagree on unfortunately, I think I would disagree on a social cohesion level, because like we probably need to have a society that works with people that can reconcile like different like meta positions. Like I would argue religion probably heavily influences it probably heavily influences your metaphysical understanding of the world, probably heavily influences your meta-ethical understanding of the world for sure. And it might even influence your epistemic view of the world. So we have like a lot of like super fundamental disagreements on like what is knowledge, how is the world constructed, where does goodness come from? But we still have to like be able to live together in a society and like work with each other. So even if they have disagreements there, we should probably still be able to argue with them, I would think, right? Otherwise, like, because I think the scary thing is you might run into if you happen to run into like the really well-read, which never happens, but the really well-read Christian, and they're like, oh, okay, fine, you're right, maybe I shouldn't build my worldview on God. Like, can you give me a rock-solid 100% justification for your meta-ethical position and then tell me why you have a better understanding of goodness than me? I think you can very quickly find out, like, fuck, we're both at bedrock, unless you're... Yeah, like it feels like you're fucked there, no? Or what do you think?
Yeah, so I would say like there is actually like really good. There's kind of like three main arguments for God's existence that I think are worth like looking into, which would be like the modal logic ontological argument. I think it fails though. Any cosmological argument or argument from design, and I think that if atheists or people who have more secular views in general really took the time to like kind of study these, understand them, there's some pretty good knockdown points which the Christians or religious people might try to hold on to. Because it's not that you just have to prove to them that it's necessarily not true. You just have to give them reason to think that it's not so obviously true. Because I think it's like the Carl Sagan line, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence or justification. And if they don't have that, I think it's a lot easier to show that than people do. Even if you're dealing with a well-read Christian, I would say you should just probably be well-read on the arguments.
Yeah, I guess. But then at that point, if you are against a well-read Christian and they start pulling out like these like cosmological, teleological, if they start pulling out like the Aquinas stuff on you, are you about to like... Are you going to debate them out of their religion with a conversation that starts an abortion? Like you're probably never moving someone even an ounce there, right? Like, I want to talk to you about abortion. It's like, okay, well, by the end of this conversation, I'm going to make you doubt God. Like, that seems like a really tall order for most of those conversations. No?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I wouldn't say I'd argue them on their religion, but I think all you have to do is prove that there's really strong objections to like Aquinas' first mover argument with like the cosmological argument.
Sure.
Like, if you can do that, I think you're doing a lot. Like if you can just give them objections that they can't really be able to push away in that moment, you're kind of pushing them to like this kind of they really are arguing on this faith-based.
Of course, although they won't be shy to admit that. Some of them will say like, yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, there is some faith here. Like, yeah.
And then if they say that, I'd be like, okay, but then that should not be influencing your decision when it comes to government and like things like abortion.
Have you ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? The Science is a Liar Sometimes.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that episode, but I've seen the show.
Oh, fuck. I think you move into arguments there, though, where they say, like, oh, well, I have faith just like you do. And you'll be like, well, what do you mean I have faith? Like, it's like, well, like, you don't actually study any of these scientists firsthand. Like, you don't go to the laboratories and do the measurements. Like, you trust what some of the scientists say. I trust what I feel from God. Epistemically, those aren't 100% the same, but I feel like it's going to be really hard at some point to, like, nail out differences, right? Because to some extent, it is true that we have some level of faith in like engineers and scientists, right? And they'll just say, like, well, I have faith in God. And then at some point, it's going to, like, go back to, like, you'll be like, well, okay, I trust engineers because I turn on my car every fucking day and it works, okay? I have proof. And, that's like, well, I trust God because, like, I've prayed to him and he's guided me and I've made really good personal decisions because of that personal revelation from him. And then you're like, okay, fuck, like, what the fuck do I even say at this point? It feels like it's really, I don't know, I try to avoid religious debates at all points because, like, it seems like a really tall order to just, like, argue somebody out of their religion on the spot. That's what it feels like to me, but... I'm sympathetic to that. I just think, like... there is really good responses to things like that when they say, well, I have faith, I make all these personal decisions. Because, there's obvious objections to it. It's like, well, what would you say to the Muslim who says the same thing? Or say to, like, a Hindu who says a similar thing? Like, you would knock down those arguments. You would say, it's a different, like, no, that's not really God. You're just imagining things. Or it's not my God. Yeah, although, again, I'd say you got to be careful because it's like, oh, well, you want to point to the Hindu or the Muslim, you're just strengthening my argument. Obviously, some sort of God is real. Maybe just somebody has the wrong answer, but all of us at the end of the day are praying to the same thing, especially if you're in a monotheistic religion, right? It's like, well, Muslims are just a little bit confused, but, like, the Muslim agrees far more with me than he does with you, right? And they could appeal to that for every religious person.
Yeah, that's true. And then I guess I would say something like, yeah, that may be true, but, like, a naturalistic explanation is just as likely. And it seems like through the history of science, the naturalistic explanation has seemed to be more likely than the religious one. Like, when it's thunder, it's because God's angry. We seem to knock out all these religious views. So why would it be different this time? Why would you appeal to a more of a supernatural explanation when the natural explanation is just as likely and it's quite simply simpler?
I don't want to run down every religious argument with you. Like, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't know. I don't feel like there are. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And this has just been something that I've noticed with especially like this debate. As I think like like Michael Knowles and things like that. They'll always like kind of pull out the religion, and I think it might be beneficial. Some more people who are secular kind of really studied up on these kinds of arguments and were able to like really push back on it, because I think they'll kind of pull out these like vague religious arguments, like, oh, Aquinas' first mover argument.
Yeah, and which are all of them are dog shit arguments, truly.
Yeah, they are. Like, it doesn't take much to really poke holes. But I think, like, for a lot of secularists, when they bring it out, they're like, oh, fuck, I can't, take that argument apart right now. You have to kind of study it. Like, you have to know the objections on hand. Because they're tricky. They're not, I don't think they're good, but they're tricky arguments. So, yeah, I guess that's something that I wish people did more, because I think philosophy of religion's a really interesting topic too. So
Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well, anything else?
No, I guess it sounds like we kind of mostly, at least, kind of agree on the abortion issue. Like, for the most part, I agree with you from an optics point of view. But I guess, like, when I was speaking to Shapiro, that wasn't my intention wasn't to come across good optically. I was just, like, testing my idea against him, who I think in terms of conservatives, I think Ben Shapiro's a smart guy. Like, I know a lot of people on the left like to pretend he's kind of an idiot. I don't think he is. I think he's obviously quite intelligent.
Gotcha. I don't know anymore. I try to give some of these guys credit. And then they just blow my mind sometimes. So I'm not sure. I don't know how much is performative versus, like, if you have them in a room alone and you started talking, like, you realize this is like bullshit. And he's like, yeah, I know, but, like, this is my base. I ham some things up, and it's like, maybe, who knows?
I agree. Shapiro in particular has gotten worse over the years.
It feels like a lot of them have, yeah.
Oh, I feel like Trump kind of fucked with some of their minds, and then Coke just destroyed whatever's left of it. and now they're just, yeah. Like I even remember after the 2020 election, like the election night, when everyone on the Daily Wire was like, good on Trump for saying, like, they should call the election now. And Shapiro called them out. He's like, no, that's stupid. Like, Trump shouldn't be saying the election's rigged before there's any evidence of that. So I have some hope.
Yeah.
But, what are you going to do?
Well, we'll see when the next election season rolls around. We'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But and just before I get going, so the school I go to is UBC in Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
And I know you said you're more interested in doing things like on campus and things like that. So I'm affiliated with the Philosophy Association of UBC. I'm kind of host, like my role is to kind of facilitate debate through the term. And if you would be interested at all, you'd be somebody I'd be really interested in bringing out. And, I think what could be good too is Lauren Southern's came to the campus before too. And I've met her.
Was she the one that got, was that the campus that she went to do last time and got kicked out of because they didn't want the grave arguments going on there?
Yeah, she was booted out. But the reason why she was booted out because it was because the club that was running it couldn't supply security. They definitely did things wrong from like a bureaucratic sense. They didn't go through the proper steps. But the talk still went on. It just went on in a different location. Like I was there for it. Like it happened.
Did it?
Yeah.
Where did it end up happening at?
There's like a local church like right by the campus that it just happened at, and like everyone who had tickets to the event.
It's not being attracted to transphobia is transphobic.
Hating your
I
life
guess it wasn't
should be fired from their jobs. Should someone lose their job / be fired?
Sorry, repeat that last thing again.
I guess it technically wasn't on campus, but it was like 5 minutes outside of campus, and it was everyone who signed up for the event went.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it just got canceled completely, but all right.
Yeah, no, there's still talk there. Actually, that was funny. I emailed you about objections I should bring up to Lauren Southern.
Oh, interesting. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably would have been a bad person to ask because I feel like when she was initially doing research for that, I was looking into a lot of those arguments too. I don't know how you feel about it, but it kind of does seem like that entire thing was just completely and totally faked. Like
that was my that was my impression. Like, but I guess my argument against Lauren wasn't so much of, okay, like what are the facts of this case? Mine were more like, I was like, well, what are you doing? Because my argument to her was, you're right, there might actually be some like unfactual things about these mass graves we just found. But what doesn't change the fact is that residential schools were horrible. Many people died. They were an awful atrocity in Canada. We used to have a cultural genocide. Like, these are all true.
Okay, wait, hold on. What are you studying philosophy? I'm curious.
What am I studying particularly?
Yeah.
I ended up taking a lot more ethics courses than I particularly would have thought, but philosophy of science is my main interest.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've probably read literally more on every single area of philosophy than me. Okay, so whatever I bring up, I'm sure you'll be familiar with. But we look at like philosophy of language, or we look at like how words are used. Okay,
yeah.
I guess this isn't really philosophy. It's just like basically how words are used.
Yeah.
One thing that I have a problem with, and this is happening more and more and more, is that when people are choosing words, when people are looking for words to use, we're not choosing words based on their description of the world. We're choosing words based on their moral weight. So let's say, for instance, I find a 28-year-old person, okay? And this 28-year-old person has a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old person, okay? When I hear about that, the feeling I get is one of like, wow, I'm disgusted. So how do I describe that? Well, it's not enough to say that like an older guy abuses power, bad relationship dynamics, underage person. I'm going for like, what are the big words that are really bad? Pedophile, child fucker, kitty fucker.
Yeah, exactly.
These are the words that I reach for. Yeah. And I feel like this is happening with everything, to where this guy disagrees with me, he's a fascist. Why do I choose fascist? Not because most people that say fascist don't even know what fascism is, but it has a lot of moral weight behind it. And when we talk about like the grave thing in Canada, like Indigenous kids were mass murdered and thrown into mass graves. Like everything that was just said there, it's just like a moralizing thing. None of it actually happened. But then it's like, well, how do we justify that? Well, I mean, there was a lot of really bad stuff that happened. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's true. But nothing that you just said was true. Sure, but it conveys the moral gravity of what happened. And it's like, well, fuck. I don't think that's good. That's
and so I totally agree with that. And I bring that up to when people talk about, I think it's really important to be accurate with what we're talking about, especially when it comes to things like this. And I know I use the term cultural genocide, but like I think from a cultural standpoint, that it's hard to argue we didn't, at least in the late 19th century, early 20th century. But I guess my more objection to Lauren was that, like, it seemed really weird to me, and maybe this is wrong of me, that someone she had a history of, I think, making, like, I'd say kind of racist comments, like, or at least quasi-white nationalist, in like the actual sense of the word.
Yeah.
And then she's coming in and say, like, hey, look, all these facts about the mass graves aren't necessarily true. Like, look what everyone's getting wrong. It's like, yeah, you might be right. But if somebody had like a history of like anti-Semitism, and then they're like, hey, look at this one subset of facts about the Holocaust, it totally didn't, like, it's not technically true. Like, look at this. I'd be like, yeah, you could be right, but my antenna's still up. I'm like, well, what are you doing here? Like, what's the point of it? Like that.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good question.
That's what I asked her.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be a really good question if you wanted to make like a personal indictment of her character or questioning of her motives. But I don't know if that would be appropriate in a forum where the topic is about whether or not a particular thing happened or not. Because as you said, like, whether it happened or not is kind of irrelevant with her history. She could have literally been like an indigenous bounty hunter who murdered indigenous people on behalf of the government. It really wouldn't change the fact of the matter of anything that she's saying, right? And there might be appropriate times when an indictment of somebody's character is necessary, right? Like if she came to give a personal speech, or if you just wanted to create like videos saying like, this is why I think this person is immoral or unethical, or maybe even why you can make a video being like, even if this person's correct, I don't think they're the right one to be talking about this issue. Like, those are videos you could make. But in a conversation about whether a thing happened or not, I think that an attack on their character is in the literal philosophical sense like an ad hominem, right? It's an attempt to dismiss their argument through a character attack, which I think is probably not good, given that I think it was legitimate to question the narrative because it did cause like very real material harm and political harm in Canada, right? There were at least 6 churches, I think, burned completely to the ground, and then like 40 or 50 others like vandalized, largely in response to what it seems like was just completely and totally fabricated news.
And I do agree with that. I guess at the time I was more skeptical of the facts around the mass graves. Like, I was still like, I was agnostic, and I think like, I guess I'm more sensitive to, especially in light of like the COVID stuff, is like, look, I don't have the time or probably even the mental capabilities of being able to, like, when I hear arguments about like the mass graves or something like 9/11, and it's hard sometimes to know like what's conspiratorial or like how honest is this person being with me? Like, I'm like Lauren, you could be right, but like, what are you not is there something you're not telling me, or are you leaving something out? And that's like kind of what it felt like it was.
Sure, which is totally fair, that because when she first brought it up, I assumed instantly, I was like, you're probably exaggerating this particular thing, because I think she'll do that on certain topics that like very obviously is in her political wheelhouse, where it's like, okay, like, I'm sure you believe this, but like, let's check the sources and see what's actually going on here. Which is what I ended up doing for the Indigenous thing. But it's still important to check those to see like, well, are they making a truthful argument or not, I think.
I agree. And I think like after the fact, I guess my worry in that situation was, it's like, okay, she just made all these like kind of factual statements that may or may not be true about the mass graves. And I just wanted to cast some doubt, because I don't think anyone in that room had the knowledge or has researched it enough to be able to quickly like dismiss what she said, or to be able to have like reasonable objections. So it's kind of like, okay, look, you have a history of sometimes being dishonest or having less than like savory views. So like this, like, we're just putting this in check. Like there might be reason to doubt this.
Sure, but then if that was the case, wouldn't the time better be spent like looking up the facts of the matter rather than just like trying to character assassinate in the hopes that maybe they're wrong? Because it seems like a lot of people dismissed that narrative.
One second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, what were you saying?
Wouldn't it be better to spend the time that you have either speaking or researching to like try to figure out the fact of the matter then, rather than like trying to character assassinate and then hoping that you end up being right by chance because the other person might have biases that might make you right?
Yeah, probably, but like in a lot of senses, that's always easier said than done. Like, because like when I get there to like the event, I don't know what kind of facts she's necessarily going to bring up.
Well, but I mean, well, we know that like we know what it's about, right? It's going to be about the indigenous kid stuff. So like, isn't that what we should be reading about or researching about?
Yeah, that's true. But sometimes, like, you know what like information bombing is, right?
I mean, I can guess by the word.
Yeah, exactly. Or like they just like kind of like bring tons of information out. Like they just spit out a bunch of facts like in their speech. It's like, okay, now it's like, well, I can't sit here and like object to like every single thing that you just said.
I can kind of agree with you when it comes to like, this is why I won't debate like certain conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
Because I need to know everything in advance. Otherwise, I don't know what you're going to bring up. But like, here's a simple fact of the matter of like, are the mass graves real? Like, I don't think you have to worry about like, they can't, like, if you have like proof of that, I don't know if they can information bomb you too much there, but otherwise it feels like the worry that I get is that like, if I take everything you've said and I assume that these are decent arguments, you've kind of given me like, you've given me a free pass to basically write off any opinion that I don't like, as long as I can prove that the person that has that opinion is part of some group or did something that I disagree with, right?
Yeah, and I agree with that. Like, I think you're totally right in that aspect. And this is not to say that I'm a Lauren Southern hater, for the record too. I talked to her thereafter. She seemed like a really cool person socially to hang out with, even if I don't always agree with everything she says.
Sure.
But no, she seems like a fine person overall. I grew up in like the same area as her too, so I guess there's that connection too. But yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. But I guess like I think in like especially during the COVID era, and I guess this is my mindset, it can be a lot to ask sometimes for people to do that, especially like because we'd have like there's a lot of anti-COVID, like anti-vaccine. It's awesome to be researched on this too, but sometimes we need to be able to like kind of like just push back to like agnosticism for the moment.
I kind of I would agree with you in general, but I wouldn't agree for you. You should be able to, because you're like one of the people that is like educated in society. I think that like wouldn't it be people exactly like you that I would look to hold to a higher standard? Like, you're the one that's got the college education, you're the one that has the time. Like, wouldn't you be exactly the type of person who could do this type of research?
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I guess like my initial like kind of like apprehension to get super familiar with it is that like, because I remember they talked a lot about like, you know, ground, like, you know, reading things like, you know, under the ground to like find images. Like, it seemed really scientific, and that is not my expertise, like, at all. And I would never pretend that. And in situations like that, I usually refer to like the expert testimony. So, I don't know, I'll just refer to them. And there seemed to be a lot of expert testimony out at that time. And Lauren Southern's not an expert in that. And I think that's I guess is more of my initial kind of like apprehension too. Because yeah, I agree with you. If it's stuff that I can, like, you know, with the COVID stuff, it's like we had like a doctor come to UBC who was like incredibly anti-vax.
Okay.
And it's like, well, like, look, I understand jargons, but like,
what was his name? Do you know?
Stephen Pellick.
Is he the one? There was one Canadian doctor. I'm trying to remember if he was from BC. Who was like, he was like one of the, for a little bit, he was one of the anti-vaxxer guys. His big thing was that he kept trying to say that spike proteins from the vaccine were going to embed themselves all over your body, including in your brain, because the nanolipid particles, the NLPs, could penetrate into your brain and it would show up everywhere. I'm trying to remember if this was the guy, but I remember there was one Canadian doctor that was like a really big anti-vaxxer. I wonder if it was him, but sorry, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was not him.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, gotcha.
He was not saying, his was more of like, natural immunities just as valid.
Gotcha.
And but he felt the vaccine was invalid though. So it's kind of like, you know, like what's the point then of talking about that?
I can understand about like I would agree. I think it's worth it to look into particular things, because I would agree with you for vaccine shit. I've had to read a ton of shit and learn about a ton of stuff for vaccine stuff. But the research for the mass grave stuff was like seemed like pretty simple. Like, all the stuff that I read, like, this is like all the facts that I think are relevant. A ground penetration scanner can't find bodies. What it can find are things that show up that are inconsistent and might be bodies. And all the places that the ground penetrating scans found bodies were places that were previously known to be cemeteries. Those are like the two most important facts that I found. So if given that both of those are true, and then fast forwarding to today, which you didn't know back then, but to today, like not a single body has been exhumed in any of these places. And nobody now is contesting, like we haven't found any new mass graves. None of that ever seemed to happen. It seems hard to imagine what other types of scientific facts could exist that would change that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like I agree with that. Like that's the most likely answer. Like so I wouldn't I contest that much. But yeah, man, you know what? You're probably right. It was probably a mix of laziness and incompetence that made me want to research the like mass grave stuff too much because it seemed more complicated than it might have actually been.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say laziness. Like, I'm empathetic because it is, like, and it happened, like, I would consider myself to be very, very, very well read on, like, vaccines and all of that shit now. I did so much research for this. And I'll still even hear, like, here's the new anti-vax argument. Like, what the fuck is, I think ADA was a thing. Something like adaption. Fuck, what was it called? It has to do with the idea that you can theoretically create a vaccine that causes the virus to adapt in a way that actually makes it stronger versus weaker. It wasn't AD, I don't remember what it was called. But like, yeah, there are a lot of these like really fringe concepts that are like never brought up. And if you haven't researched it in advance, you're like, fuck, I don't even know what the fuck this is. And now it looks like I lose the argument. So like, I'm sympathetic towards, towards what you're saying.
But yeah, but you are right too. Like that kind of like apprehension to those topics. That's just not true for every subject. Because you're right. There's really only so many objections you could probably bring up to like the ground penetration, right? Like there's not going to be this like new fringe study from Micronesia that's going to disprove it or prove it. Like you don't have to really worry about that kind of stuff. Much. But yeah, I guess I've always been. Especially like now that like, you know, I'm in my last year of university, I realize I know a lot less than I actually thought I did. Like, you know, the typical stuff like that. I really want to focus more. Like I try to more focus on things that like I feel that I'm really well read on or really well educated. Like abortion. Like I know a lot of things about like personal identity, consciousness. I think I know more than like the average bear at least. So like those are things I kind of try to stick towards more now. Or philosophy of religion too. Like I feel like I could pretty handedly have a conversation with almost anyone now about the existence of God or not, and be able to hold my own weight. But yeah, so yeah, you're probably right though. I was probably in the wrong to do that to poor Lauren Southern. But anyway, it was a fun time.
Do what you want, okay?
I had a good time. Right, you know.
All right. Well, hey, anything else?
No, but yeah, if you like I just said though, if you ever if you're interested in coming out to the Pacific Northwest in Vancouver, and I could sit something with you and Lauren Southern to talk about.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind, okay?
All right, buddy, you have a good one. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. See you later, dude.
Yeah.
I like all my conservative fans in YouTube chat that are like, oh, ADE is now a fringe topic. ADE isn't fringe, LeMayo. I would bet my fucking life that you'd never fucking heard about that in your entire life until either Rogan or that Dr. Malone guy or somebody else brought that up. You're just like, oh yeah, I know everything about immunology and all of these like topics related. Bull fucking shit, motherfucker. That's the fact that you would even pretend that. Todd Sullivan and fucking and Puppy Gups and fucking YouTube chat, fucking Kino, my dude. Okay, dude. Oh, antibody-dependent enhancement? Of course. I remember learning about that in grade school. Okay, dude. One lightning strike, your whole house gonna burn? Wait, lightning can strike your shit? There was a conspiracy that was spread for a while that ADE is this concept that you might create a vaccine or you could create antibodies that the antibodies find the target receptors on the virus and they plug in, but they don't actually kill the virus. So what you've done is you've created antibodies that have now plugged in where other antibodies that would kill the virus or identify them to macrophages, whatever it would be, but now they're not working. So you supercharge the virus because nothing can kill it because you've plugged up all the holes where you could have gotten antibodies in there to do it. So now the virus is able to like move with impunity through your body. But antibody-dependent enhancement is something that's like, this is always checked for when you're creating vaccines. People were acting like this was new with the SARS-CoV-2 vaccines are creating super COVID-19 and they're supercharging because nobody thought about ADE. Nobody nobody even quite. It's like, obviously, this is stuff we test when we're creating vaccines. Yeah. The bad stats person on Twitter roasting Brett Weinstein. Do you consider yourself a coward? That's certainly how I see you. I see nothing original. Yo, just saying blah, blah, blah. Bro, you claimed ivermectin was a near-perfect prophylaxis. Turns out it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then why not run an honest trial that reveals the failure? Why not do an independent meta-analysis and let the chips fall? There have been so many trials on ivermectin at this point. What do you mean? 4 RCTs came out recently not finding an effect. It's very obvious to everyone that for any trial contradicting you and Marinos will latch on to a supposed flaw and call the trial fraudulent. It is transparent. The funniest thing was that the largest pro-ivermectin RCT, it seemed like a decently designed study, was the whole data set was faked. Or at the very least, large amounts of it were, because you could go through and see where they'd copy-pasted charts from one patient to another. It was like very obvious that it was faked, yeah. Do you think we should start report brigading people? It seems like a little fucked up. Somebody donated and said, if not being attracted to trans people is transphobic and trans should be fired from their job, should someone lose their job so should be fired for not being attracted to transgenders? I don't think anybody's advocating for that yet, but who knows? I think this should be reported. Here's my mind for it. If I saw a conservative tweeting this out, would it make me uncomfortable? If I saw Steven Crowder tweeting shit like this out, I don't think I'd be okay with it. I'd report it. Fuck him. If I were to tweet out a funny joke with my shotgun, I would get banned. Got him. Yeah, I am soy. I don't want any horrible shit on my timeline, okay?
Did someone say a DEE? When the antibodies generated during an immune response recognize and bind to a pathogen, but they are unable to prevent infection. I am well educated. Too bad I cannot read anything except the writings on the wall.
I had a question about the Kevil's brigading thing. In your manifesto section, you mentioned your tweeting behind a block is brigading / might have misnoted / harassment. Would you call you linking in DGG chat brigading or no? If I'm linking you things for people to report, it's kind of like brigading. Yeah, sure. I think so. Trans question part of the manifesto is basically just this meme. Gay people I respect. Acts like normal human being as personality doesn't force upon a fact that you're gay. Literally normal person you can be friends with. Gay people I do not respect. Section is a focal point of their existence. Rainbow flag everything and everywhere, including but not limited to profile picture, clothing, jewelry. Complains about straight people constantly. Dresses like... Actually, yeah. Wait, give me the GigaChat picture, please. Yeah, oh, they blocked me. Never mind. Why do people... I shouldn't have clicked that. I shouldn't have clicked that tweet. I see the worst. Oh, it's this tweet. I don't know why people are so pissy about neopronouns. The pronouns we use now are already made up. I mean, in that case, every single word is technically made up. Like, technically all of them, right? I mean, like,
When I get sick, I get.
Truly hard seltzer. Now made with real.
Oof. Oh, he didn't give a fuck. Wait, this is fake as fuck. No shot. This isn't real. Is it?
Destiny, why not? Watch a Generation Hope video.
There's like...
Do you think YMS Adam, the Lion Loving, or see already, milked all the potential entertainment of reactional views out of it?
Who knows? There's a weird cut here. Why? Like, why is there that cut? Makes me wonder.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
And, yeah, how is this so low resolution? It's fucking 2022. Like, the shittiest phone in the world has like a 12K, 7,000 megapixel sensor to capture, like, shots on, no? Like... Brazil? Okay. Manifesto Destiny put out reads like it was written by a child. That's embarrassing. Wait, what? It was transphobic because it's mean to trans people.
You might as well dye your hair blue. Like, you're acting this much of a fucking pussy right now, and I love you so much, I want to fucking punch you in the face. You're 7 foot, you're a waste of fucking genetics. Do you know how much people would kill to have your genetics? You're an actual fucking monster, but you're just a bag of fucking bones.
Bro.
Don't talk to me about health. Don't talk to me about any type of pain.
Bro.
I bet every morning for the last fucking month, I've been taking cold showers. Go take a cold shower. I bet you'll give up on day 2. Do you know how much mental strength it is to take a cold shower?
Yes.
You don't.
Bro,
It sounds ridiculous.
Bro.
Oh my god, this guy taking cold.
It sounds like his brain got poisoned by like every red pill. Like, I sit on a metal stool every day when I game because life isn't about enjoying every single thing. Even if I'm playing video games, I don't want them to make me weak. Like, it sounds like he's been like mind fucked by like every possible red pill.
Nobody takes cold showers because they don't like the feeling of being uncomfortable. You don't like the feeling of being uncomfortable. That's why you're stuck in your room streaming every day, because you don't want to feel uncomfortable. It's easy sitting and ordering food all day and getting people to do work for you rather than going out and explore yourself.
Even when you streamed, you went live for like 3 hours a day, twice a week. Don't talk to me about fucking discipline. Even in the times that were easy, you still find a way.
You might as well die.
DSP Call of Destiny. Oh no.
Hello, what's going on, everyone? Phil here, and welcome to Ask the King. I believe this is episode 91.
God, I love DSP.
I want to say.
He is the best streamer.
Ask the King is my dedicated Q&A show. Unlike my daily live streams, where usually we have a podcast where we talk about a variety of topics and I answer your questions, and then we go into gameplay. And yes, I also answer your questions during the gameplay. This is my
How can he do both?
Legacy show, which is absolutely dedicated to answering your questions from my forums, from my members here on DSP Gaming on YouTube, and also from my Twitter account. So this show has been running over a decade at this point.
Jesus. Impressive.
It's one of my longest running shows of all time. That's when people ask me, well, why do you still do Ask the King? It's because it is one of my longest running things. It's a tradition. People like it. There's been a few times over the years I've actually questioned its existence, and I'm like, do we really need to keep doing this show? To which I get the response, yes, you need to keep doing it. If you don't do it, we'll be very upset with you. Like, this has happened over the years. You're like, how dare you even suggest that you would not continue Ask the King? So, we're continuing on. All right, today, many questions to be answered from patrons, from channel members, from just, random people who posted on my forums, dspgaming.com, and for people who this morning posted to my Twitter, @theycallmeDSP. I have no clue. Okay. All right. Now, the second question from GTD Gamer. This is going to be a short and sweet answer for you, because you probably don't know about my history with this particular topic.
Are there still
So
jump
here we
crits
go.
in this game?
Get ready for drama.
Okay, drama.
There is a YouTuber and streamer called Destiny
That's
who's been doing some good interviews and discussions with content creators who have more edgier pasts, including himself. He's always really respectful when he does interviews. There won't be drama, but I think he has good advice for you about things. And you two would have an interesting conversation and positive exposure because he's a big content creator.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Let's talk
Destiny.
about Destiny.
I know nothing about the guy except for the fact that he literally, over the years, has name-dropped me and tried to pull me into his content for the sake of getting popular and or views from his viewers from time to time. My first interaction with this man was I was streaming a game called Prey. And at the time, I had been talking with you guys a lot about personal things going on in my life. This was the time when I, for the first time in many years, was single, was trying to, like, reform my life from the ground up. I mentioned to you guys that I needed to get a new car.
Okay.
And just casually talking about it, not giving tons of details or whatever, but it said, oh, you know, I'm thinking about getting this kind of a car, new versus used and all of this, right? Just casual stuff. I'm just talking to my audience about. This is when I had just become an interactive streamer in 2017.
Okay.
And so we were trying to find topics to talk about, okay? This guy starts having entire segments of his own show about me. Oh, Phil doesn't understand how to buy a car. He's saying it's a buyer's market for cars. He has no idea what we're talking about. I know all about this topic, so I'll talk about it here. And then he starts coming on my streams. This is when I was a Twitch streamer. He was coming to my stream. Phil, we need to talk about this immediately. Let's talk about buying cars. I'm like, dude, I'm in the middle of playing Prey.
He's in the middle of his show.
Why the fuck do I want to stop playing the game to talk to you about buying a car?
True.
Who asked you for your fucking input on this? Nobody.
True.
Right? I don't know you from a hole in the fucking wall. I don't know. Who are you? I've never heard of this guy before. He's never talked to me directly. Now he wants to derail my streams to talk about car buying. Like, what are you talking about?
Absolutely true. Who asked?
So I told him to fuck off. And that was it. Like, literally since that moment, I told this guy to fuck off. That's the only interaction I ever really had with him. Now, over the years, I've heard this guy literally brings me up from time to time whenever he's looking for a rise out of his audience and to get some kind of, like, you know, not clickbait, but, oh, I have nothing to do today. Let's bring up Dark Side Phil.
True.
Okay? So I'll give you an example.
A
couple of months ago, all right, I was doing a stream, my first ever React stream to Wings of Redemption's Down the Rabbit Hole video.
Okay.
Now, I outright said during that React stream, this is the first time I'm going through, you know, Wings of Redemption's history. I don't know anything personally about the guy. All I can do is watch this documentary and take everything in it as factually true.
Okay.
I don't have context for a lot of stuff in there outside of what's presented. All I can do is react to the stuff that's in that video, right? So I said I might very well have reactions here that are wrong because I don't know all the data. All I know is what's presented. But I'm going to react to what I see.
Okay.
One of the topics in that video was that Wings of Redemption himself, okay, Jordy, right? I almost said Richard. I did. Jordy, and that's fucked up too. That's the association stuck in my head from trolls. Has had friends who he did a podcast with for the longest time. I guess it was called Painkiller Already. And these friends, over time, there was like a breakup between him and the friends where they don't associate anymore. He was thrown off the podcast show. And this is discussed at length in this documentary, this Down the Rabbit Hole show. And it has all this context. It shows different events like, oh, this boot camp to get him to lose weight. That was part of the show. And they wanted him to go to some fucking cookout or whatever. I don't even know what it was. Some like camping trip. And he didn't go. And this was the big thing that blew up. And then they stopped being friends with him. Okay? So I reacted to that from my own perspective based on the information provided. All right? Now, after I did my react, which, by the way, my reaction was not very favorable for the Painkiller Already, guys. My perspective was these were guys who, yeah, they were friends with Jordy over the years, but they definitely, absolutely did their best to exploit this guy. They wanted to always have him as part of their content as the guy who they could laugh at his expense. He'd be the running joke. And let's be honest, do you think that seeing a bunch of fucking generic ass, you know, yuppie white guys going out to the fucking forest to camp is entertaining? No.
Okay.
Seeing a fat white guy go out there and try to do it and suffer with it and struggle with it, is that entertaining? Yes. So when he determined to not go on the trip with them, they freak out because now they have no reason to go out there because no one's going to watch them do it. No one cares. You see? So this is the point I'm making is from the information provided in the documentary, in my opinion, it does not paint them in a very positive light. It makes them look like a bunch of exploitative guys who used Jordy over the years to get ahead, to get content, to make money, whatever you want to say. And yeah, maybe they were also friendly with him behind the scenes and doing friendly stuff with him, and they were true friends with him. But all I can react to is what you see in the documentary. All right?
What the fuck are we talking about right now?
Now, you guys don't even know this, but after I reacted to that video, I was messaged by a couple dozen people who were adamantly defending the guys from the Painkiller Already podcast. Phil, you're an asshole. You don't understand. Those guys are great. Jordy's a piece of shit. You really screwed the pooch here with what you did. Why would you talk shit about them when you don't know the whole story and yada, yada, yada. Now, I prefaced my reaction with saying I can only react to what I've seen in the video. I don't know the full story, but these people still got upset. From what I'm to understand, apparently the Painkiller Already guys are upset with me. They hate me now. They think that I'm a piece of shit for talking shit about them and by reacting to that documentary. That's what I've been told, is that now they, apparently on their show, they had a segment or segments about me. And guess who was involved? Destiny. The guy who apparently every once in a while wants to name drop me and bring me in dramatically to his content to make a buck, decided he was going to appear on their show, and they had a whole let's shit on Darkside Phil segment. They talked about my bankruptcy. They talked about all this.
Wait, how long did we talk about DSP on the show? I thought he came up for like 2 minutes. Was there a huge segment on him? I don't...
Drama and shit that happens with me on the internet that has nothing to do with my streams. It's all fabricated bullshit that people make up about me. But they sat there and they talked about it at length, like it was a whole show just to make money. Okay? Do you think I want anything to do with people like that? Seriously. Why on earth would I fucking be involved with anyone like that? That is called, we have absolutely no value to add to the planet. All we fucking do is sit around talking drama. We exploited Jordy. Now we'll exploit anyone else who we can, even if we don't have a relation to them. We'll do it anyway.
To be clear, I give praise to DSP, okay? The bankruptcy was based. He beat all the haters. He he filed bankruptcy and he kept all of his fucking shit. And he tossed away like literally $500,000 in debt. I think DSP is base as fuck for that, okay?
We'll keep fucking, we'll pull people into our drama vortex, right? So why on earth would I want to be involved with people like that?
Sure.
Right? If
the
guys from Painkiller Already had reached out to me behind the scenes and said, Phil, so we heard that you reacted to us and stuff about us in that Down That Rabbit Hole documentary. Well, guess what? We'd like to have you on our show as a guest. We'd actually like to more elaborate about what you saw in that show to kind of give you a full perspective. That way, at least you kind of understand it. Then you can make your judgments for yourself. But we really feel it was kind of unfair what you said because you didn't have the full perspective. Why don't you come on our show and we'll talk about it like rational people?
True.
Right? Did that happen? No. What happened was they shot on me. They literally said, let's just pull a bunch of drama about Phil that's bullshit, or unsubstantiated nonsense on the internet.
True.
Let's have a shit on Phil show to make money.
Bullshit.
All right? Why the fuck would I want to be involved with anyone?
Is this the Covestony Arch?
Maybe, dude.
Anyone like that?
Or it was.
Already Destiny. They could go fucking blow goats for all I care. Seriously.
Blow goats?
They, you know, those people are scum, man. People like that, you don't ever want to associate. You don't. You want to stay as far away from those kind of people as possible. If the only way you can make any kind of a living is to bring down others, talk about the drama of others. Again, this is the Keemstar syndrome, where Keemstar became popular on YouTube and all of a sudden everyone else decided to follow suit. Let's just constantly talk about drama and shit and really just insult everyone and hurt everyone around us and make a living doing it, right?
True.
It's pretty fucked up.
Yes.
It is. It's completely fucked up. And, you know, I just don't want anything to do with that at all. I want to stay away. That's the thing. If people wanted to be rational and fair, they
Wait, did they change? Did they change how many bookshelves you needed for a full enchanting thing now? Is it dramatically lower? Sorry.
Would have, right? If Destiny actually wanted to have a conversation with me about something without drama and making money, he would have done so and not disrupted my stream, purposely got banned off the stream so that he would get the drama he was seeking and then get artificial views and
It's
things
still
off
15.
of
Oh,
it.
maybe it's just more
If the
surrounded than I
Painkiller
used
already
to
guys
see.
actually cared about me talking about them in a negative light and wanted to clear it up, they would have, instead of doing an entire show dedicated to shitting on Darkside Phil to make money by making fun of someone. You understand? It's the same thing I said in the React video about Jordy. That's the kind of people they are. Oh, I don't have anything of quality to put on the internet, any positivity today. Let me just shit at someone and get by it on their expense and make a living doing it.
Okay.
I'm not that kind of person. I'm definitely not going to be doing anything like that at all. All right? I'm going to ignore the nonsense around me. I have nothing to do with that shit. I don't want to hear about it. I want nothing to do with Destiny or them. Again, if someone rationally contacted me behind the scenes, that'd be one thing. This shit never happens. Seriously, never. Do you guys remember a couple years ago when I was going through my bankruptcy? We had that guy, what was his, Rekieta or Rekita Law or whatever he is. And I know he's very popular on the internet. He's covered very popular court cases and he's blown up in popularity. Today he's like, makes a good living doing what he does. He decides to cover my bankruptcy. Out of nowhere.
Oh, no.
Does he contact me and say, hey, Phil, you know, let's talk about this or have you on the show? Does he say, hey, you know, could this possibly be hurtful to you if I cover it? No, he just does it. He just does it. You know, oh, who cares, right? And then what ends up happening is the bankruptcy gets granted. And everything that was said negative about me now blows up in everyone's face. And he did contact me behind the scenes, by the way. We had a conversation. And it was a nice conversation. And the guy seems like a nice guy and a well-intentioned guy. But again, these people don't realize that what they do is harmful. You have no idea what I went through in 2020 to try to get that bankruptcy because so many people on the internet were discussing it publicly and 99% of what they were saying was untruthful. It was just fabricated bullshit. I basically had to do 10 times more work than anyone else to get that bankruptcy granted.
But the funniest financial thing that I ever heard of TSP. Somebody, and you guys call me, tell me if I'm misquoting this, maybe I'm misunderstanding. But wasn't there like this time where he he owned a condo in another state, but he wasn't renting it out to anybody because he either didn't want to go through the trouble or couldn't find anybody, but he also didn't want to sell it, so he was going to hold on to it. So he was paying rent at like 2 places while he couldn't afford anything, and nobody was living in this condo like forever. Like, sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry, but he's a wild one, man. He paid for it for years. Yeah, maybe.
And on top of that, I went through insane amounts of fucking stress personally in my life that I didn't deserve. It was insane, you know? So, again, and you know, by the way, I don't have any ill will towards that guy, Rekieta Law or whatever. We had
I'm gonna make my 500k of debt disappear with this subscription, because this amount puts my total to the amount that I can file bankruptcy RH.
And I wish him the best, but at the same time, I really wish that these people, before they covered topics like this, or before they even, oh, today we're going to do a whole stream where we talk about Darkside Phil and his haters and shit. Why? Darkside Phil already has to deal with this shit on a daily basis. Darkside Phil doesn't want to discuss it because he knows giving trolls any attention just empowers them to do more. When you cover that, all you're doing is empowering them more and hurting the person who's, whether or not you're intending it, you're hurting the person who's the subject matter. So literally, every time Destiny brings me up and says something about me that's negative, it's another stab. It's another fucking pain in my ass. I'd rather have these people never mention me ever again. I don't need them name-jobbing me or bringing me up in their shit. No one cares. I certainly don't care. I'm not going to get anything out of it. I'm happy to be here on my stream in my little corner, my little cubby hole of the internet or YouTube or whatever you want to call it. In the 14 years, I built myself this place where I can have a fan base and a viewership and a fun little business. And that's it. That's all I want to do. I don't want to be a part of anyone's drama. I don't want to be a part of anyone's bullshit. You can be millionaires out there and have your vortex of toxic toilet bullshit that you talk about every day. Leave me the fuck out of it. Allow this segment of this Q&A show to be my public message to anyone out there who wants to involve me with your drama. Please fuck off. I want nothing to do with you. I don't want to be on your fucking podcast show. I don't want to get a $50,000 payday to be involved in your toxic shit. I want nothing to do with any of you. Leave me the fuck alone. I want to be here doing my own thing, and let me grow my little YouTube channel. You can make fun, oh, he's on level 1, he'll never be anything. Fuck off. Go do your level 99 horse shit and do your toxic shit and leave me alone. Normal people want nothing to do with you. No, really. We are down here on reality on Earth. We don't want to be living in your ivory tower fucking insulated from any kind of fucking pain or misery because I'm so rich bullshit. I'm never going to be there. I don't want to be there. I want to be normal like the people who I interact with on a daily basis on my streams. Leave me the fuck alone and leave my name out of all of your fucking toxic mouths. Okay?
Damn.
I can't believe that these idiots constantly want me to pull me into their shit. No, I want nothing to do with you. Nothing. Not Destiny, not Painkiller already, not Keemstar, not anybody else. All right? Leave me alone. Let me and my viewers have fun here on reality on planet Earth, and you guys could live on fucking Pluto or wherever you live and do your toxic shit. I'm not like you, and I never will be. I don't want to be. I've aspired to change myself to not be the toxic, nasty person anymore, and I certainly don't ever want to make a living by harming others, so fuck off and leave me alone.
Wow. Giga Chad.
Okay. So there you go. Hopefully that answers the question. That's why I want nothing to do with guys like Destiny and other people. You know, I just really want nothing absolutely to do with any of this. All right?
Thank you, DSP. Is there a YouTube video of this XQC Greek thing? Please watch DSP go nuclear again. Stop.
If you were poor, right, and you wore some homeless outfit and you're on the streets, people would call you a heroin addict. Okay? You're that skinny and you look that ill because you don't see sunlight. You stream for it's not a rude. I'm not being rude. I'm being.
Oh God, the worst type of like. It's not even just fitness people, but like anybody that gets into like some life improvement thing, when they start saying that like every other person around them needs to do the thing or else they're like a fucking worthless person. So like it could be veganism, it could be some new diet, it could be fitness stuff, it could be whatever. And then all of a sudden they're like, you're not doing this like thing that I discovered like 6 months ago. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking horrible person. You're a fucking worthless fuck. Like, oh my God, Jesus. He did this with NoFap too.
Honest, you've sat in your chair and stared at a screen for 14 hours.
Yeah, I like
what do you want from life? Like, what more do you want? That's not healthy. The mindset of a Greek god. I'm literally fucking a Greek god. Do you understand?
I didn't see any
it's a mindset.
I've never seen any fucking Greek gods in marble statue that have a bunch of fucking skin fat and running off the fucking chests.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you went there.
Are you serious?
Bro, I mean, you went.
Like that's good for your health. Instead, they lock us in a room with like artificial lighting and paint and don't get sunlight and don't get to talk to people. Yeah, and then they put a mask on us, which is not healthy at all.
Nico was throwing out a lot of buzzwords. He kept saying pandemic, and I think he said jab. Very much so, it looked like he was making a character, and he was really trying to hit all.
Guys. If Greek these days didn't fucking hard bait with literally fucking dog shit forced whatever the fuck, I'm talking, bro, Greek. You've been baiting with literally just, dude. You've been baiting so hard with this fucking made up shit you've been doing, dude. You did the same thing on Discord.
The buttons. I was teaching first grade, and a lot of those kids, because of the COVID lockdowns, they had never had any social experience for the past 2 years. And to act like that isn't detrimental to their social health, to their mental health, it very frustrates me.
What?
San Bernardino County.
Okay.
I was saying, I personally don't think that it's really anybody's business if I've been vaccinated or not. And I don't think that I should not be able to go certain places, eat certain places, or even enroll my kids in school because they haven't been vaccinated. It's just not, it's not fair, and it's like really nobody's business. It's my health, you know.
You said none of your kids don't have that.
Nothing's going to be safe and effective like withholding the data for 75 years What is this guy talking about, man?
Oh, the
Is this
one
of those,
meme
like, NASA guys where like every fucking employee
of like they're not
that's
publishing the
worked
data
there,
for
like,
75
silence
years,
forever,
unprecedented.
and then
It's
never
because
get
they're hiding all the
anything.
horrible
They're
side
all part of, like,
effects.
some elaborate fucking corroborated lie, and it all being somehow paid or mind controlled from or some shit. Bro, you need to get a fucking book or some shit. Get a book. Get a book.
I've never had.
Like getting into school.
Well, they're 3 and 2 months, so they're not old enough yet. But yeah, I haven't been vaccinated either, and it hasn't affected me in any way. When I get sick for like 1 or 2 days.
Bro, if you bait, I'm gonna leave Discord. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not kidding.
If I bait, you're watching a fucking COVID vaccine video to bait the entire fucking chat. How are you gonna say I bait?
Okay,
if you didn't want bait, you wouldn't watch this video.
Okay,
What the fuck are you?
Okay, bro. Okay, now you're on strike 1. Okay, bait one more time and you're done. Bait one more time and you're done. You actually done.
How many strikes have I got?
Yeah, you got 3 strikes, but stop.
Okay,
stop
so I got
baiting.
one more then. I got one more to fuck around with.
That was the laziest bait out there, man. Dead ass though.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Did you write your take before you came here or what?
No, I'm just saying, like you're look at the average vaccine taker's stature, aka you, and then look at the anti-vaxxer stature, me. Do you want to pull up a side-by-side image
It's kind of hard here to take. A bunch of them are dead, so I mean.
Not me, bitch. I survived. Kryptonite can only kill me, my guy.
Okay.
So what the fuck is these takes? These takes. First of all, I have to say, like, most of your takes are fucking dog shit. The only knowledge you get is from watching videos online. You never go out in the real world and actually see what's happening.
Bro, you give people relationship advice and you haven't dated in 10 years, man.
Exactly.
What?
Go ahead, man. I say your thing, man. Do it.
Okay, no, you say your thing. What do you want to talk about?
Nothing. You came here being mad about my takes. So what's one of my takes?
Okay, pretty much everything. So let me go through this, right? Okay, let me go through this. So, majority of your information that you consume is from online videos, correct?
Online videos, yeah, most of them, yeah.
Yeah, so you don't go outside and actually look at people's actual scenarios.
Okay, we're already starting off on a weird foot, but okay.
Okay. I think in this case, empirical data from my personal perspective and anecdotal evidence is completely fucking irrelevant.
Sorry, say that again. I lagged.
I said. My anecdotal evidence and my personal perspective on this shit is completely irrelevant to the grand scale of the.
It's not though. It's not. The majority of the news that you consume is clickbait, fake, pushed into your face for you to believe whatever narrative they're trying to make you believe. The majority of news that you get online is absolutely fucking bullshit and fake.
Okay.
For example, the reason I got banned wasn't for a misogynistic take. It was for for me twerking on stream. Yet everybody thought it was because it was a misogynistic take.
Okay, then why didn't you just show the email then?
So it's completely. What do you mean show the email? I can literally show you Pluto's messages right now. I can screenshot it for you.
No, show the email. You get an official email. Believe it or not, it's in your email.
Yeah, but okay, but I don't need to because my partner manager actually told me what I was banned for. So, for example...
it sounds like Greek is lying here. Pluto might have said something a little bit different, but it sounds like Greek probably did get originally dinged then for the misogyny. If Greek won't just show the email, that's what it sounds like. Sounds like he got dinged for hate speech. But maybe not. I don't know why he would be so shy about showing the email. Why wouldn't he just say like, oh yeah, here's the email? That's really weird, but
the entire internet thought who was in our realm. Okay, what? So you don't believe my partner's manager's word? You're saying he's a liar? Like
no. I'm saying people will believe in official email way more than
Pluto.
So you want me to? I can go get your official email if you want me to.
What do you mean go get you?
No. I mean you get a chance to put it out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I literally just. Yeah, but I know exactly what it looks like. I've been banned 8 times on this platform. By the way, I was here before you. If you didn't know, reacting to videos. Just to let you know, I was doing this before you. So yeah, I know how banning works, my guy.
So it'll look a little bit like this. I just did, but it didn't pop out.
It's just annoying that you choose this route in life. to believe, like, do you not understand, like, people create the problem and also create the solution. That's the same when it goes with health. They give you bullshit to feed into your system, which lowers your testosterone, makes you sick, makes you...
They sell us their medicine while they suppress our... Or what is it like? What's the meme format? He literally just did it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? They suppress our cures while they sell us our medicine. So that what am I thinking of? Fuck! Somebody tell me. What is the fucking meme? They feed us poison, so they can sell us medicine while they suppress our cures, and it's always like a meme format. Fucking yeah. He unironically believes it.
Low energy, and they're like, oh well, come to the doctors and we can give you stuff to help to fix you, but they don't give you any medical help at all, and it's overpriced. No medical systems are set up in America.
Okay,
you have to pay ridiculous prices.
Great.
It's the same story every time. When will you wake up to this?
Okay. So, at one point you're gonna realize that life is about you have to choose, right? So you're gonna have two positions here. Either you choose to believe somebody or people, right? They went to school and studied and went through all the bullshit, or believe the random guy on Facebook.
Oh my god, everybody who went to school, majority of them are fucking jobless losers who are depressed who end up going to the army.
Yeah, but
you're fucking stupid.
Okay.
You are sat from a position where you're a streamer and you're rich and you play dumbass online and you get paid for it.
Bro,
you don't know how people are working. Majority of people are fucking jobless.
If I would,
and they're in debt. Debt.
Okay. Let's say I with all the money I made, okay, I open up a store, okay, a store, okay, and I sell some whatever the fuck, okay, and I get two guys that come into my store and they want to get hired, and one of them dropped out of high school and one of them went to fucking Harvard. Who am I hiring right off the fucking bat? Well, I'm hiring the guy going for Harvard. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. If I have to choose who to believe, I'll choose somebody.
Wait,
who's
say that
educated.
again. If there was two guys, okay, that one went to Harvard and the other one,
they one dropped out of high school.
I'd probably choose the one that dropped out of high school.
Of course
who has more experience in the world?
Oh man.
Why would you choose somebody who's just sat and read books their entire lives
over
somebody who actually goes out and has experience?
There's nothing that says that the guy that didn't go to school actually has out there experience. He could have been in the basement like me and you for the last fucking 10 years.
So what did he learn in Harvard?
Okay. In that case, it would be specific to that field. It wouldn't matter.
Okay, then that's not a base take.
In that case, it would have specifically knowledge of that field, right? Somebody was like a PhD bullshit.
Well, no shit. What if somebody was a fucking science major, and you're looking for somebody for a science major? Yeah, you're going to choose somebody with Harvard to go into that field. But why does that make him any better than the other guy? That doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
You just no shit. It's like me saying the sea is blue. True, guys? Yeah, true.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That what you said doesn't win any arguments there.
Okay. Let me show something again. Okay. Listen. You know, if you don't have to make a choice, you don't have to make a choice, right? So you make no choice, right? Because if
here we go, Picasso at it again. Go on.
A or B. Okay. You don't have to choose if this isn't the problem, right? But what happens then is that once there is a problem. There really is a problem. So you have a problem, and then you can choose. Am I going to choose A or B as my choice to add this problem, right? A or B, right? If you had to make a choice, would you take the word of somebody who is an expert in that field, or take somebody who doesn't know shit about anything?
You choose somebody who's an expert in that field.
Exactly. You kind of just have to. Right?
Okay.
You can't just have to choose your poison type shit. That's kind of a little bit of how I feel about it. Right?
Yeah.
I would rather believe blindly, I'm such a sheep, that some guy that works in some science shit, and I would rather believe that all the conglomerate of fucking scientists and fucking workers or whatever the fuck, they kind of know what they're talking about more in this problem than some random guy who has information out the wazoo from empirical evidence of their own perspective, and that's just how it is.
Okay.
That I choose the point and see, hey, if I was wrong, at least I made the best of it that I could, right? With this choice.
Okay, but have you not understood that what you're saying doesn't matter? Because you can just say if you chose somebody with skills, that's better, and you choose to believe them, their boss can still control them and tell them what to
Yeah,
do.
he could. Yeah, he could.
A bit like
What is the thumping
like
I hear?
you.
It's coming from their stream. I don't
You're
know.
a better streamer than me. I'm going to choose you for a sponsorship, but you can't swear, you can't do this, you can't do that, and you have to change your complete morals in order to get money. Correct?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is the majority of people are fucking controlled by their higher ups because they've worked this hard and done this skill. Oh my god.
No, you're right. You're right. I know where you're getting at. I understand. And that there's a point of possible failure, right? Where fixing the problem and getting the bag or whatever, things can like weigh in the scale where one will be more, right? And it'll be more inclined to get the bag and it'll fuck everything up. Okay. This is another thing that I like a lot. Okay, it's a multiple point of failure system. Okay, and in such system, okay, there's so many parties involved and so many people, right? That you would have to have everybody all fucking the system at the same time across multiple countries, conglomerates, fucking corporates, companies. We're talking hundreds. Thousands of people that are all fucking the system intentionally, all coordinated all of them.
Okay, let's break it down. Let's calm down a little bit and let's break it down, okay? Because we both want the best, okay? Listen, okay. Right. So, if you don't get vaccinated, okay, you can lose your job. So if you have a choice, right? Because me personally, it's my body, my choice. I'd rather not get random needles with random fucking juice getting juiced up from shit that I don't know. I just don't want that to happen to me, okay? It's my body. I don't want a vaccine that's just been created in a fucking year, experimental vaccine in my system, okay? It's my body. I don't want that.
How much research have you done on the research process when it comes down to it?
Can I? Well, we're not going to get to a solution if you don't let me just give you the
okay, go ahead then. Okay.
Okay.
Then I'll make bullet points of things that you talked about, and I'll have you defend it then, one at a time.
Okay.
Wait. I'm gonna go warm up before we get into this. Jesus. Be back 1 second.
Obama.
Why the fuck is Google / search a banned term in DGG?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
YouTube chat, best chat, he wins.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Euro cock. Asia cock. America cock. South America cock. 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 My new shotgun arrived. Let me load it. IT. Cock. 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 Cock.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Euro cock.
Obama.
Euro cock. 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 Fart meow, scream W.
Hey guys, remember to blink. Don't let your eyes get too dry. Also remember to breathe. Keep pumping oxygen.
hating your life then,
Oh, I
working
see
class
that your
Andy.
heart is beating a little too fast. Be careful.
Philosophy is just astrology for boys.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Oh, what's this? Come here, little sheep.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You're old cuck. 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 RH. You're old cuck.
Okay, you're done.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So I'm just saying, right? So for example, I'm a teacher. Okay. For example, all right. I go to school with a bunch of kids. All right. I don't want to take the vaccine because I don't want that in my system. All right. And I don't want my kids to have the vaccine in their system because I think, science has been proven wrong time and time again. It's an experimental vaccine. I don't want it in my system. So therefore,
you know who also have proven wrong time and time again? Idiots and morons. Far more often than scientists.
They thought smoking cigarettes was good for you. There's a literal fucking advert of that. Okay. Then they realized it gave you cancer. Okay. So just because we think, because of our egos, we think we're so fucking smart as humanity that a vaccine, we can create it and it can solve certain issues without the long-term effects, doesn't mean it's right or wrong.
He has, it's interesting because I know where all of the Greek thoughts come from. Like, you can see the trace, right? Like, even that, humans think they can solve morality. This is the same type of conspiracy bullshit that Mira buys into, right? Nature exists as a certain thing. And we shouldn't try to tempt nature. Hold on, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Okay, never mind. I changed my mind. Greek is actually totally right, okay? Somebody solve this physics problem for me. Explain this to me scientifically. Why is it that a chair can roll over a cord so easily without even thinking about it? But when you try to roll it the other way, it's the most impossible fucking thing in the world. Why? Explain that one to me, scientists, okay? Explain that to me. I will not be trying at all or doing anything. And all of a sudden, I've noticed my chair's rolled over my cord 6 times. How did that even... But then when I try to roll back and undo it, it's literally the most difficult thing in the world. Sorry.
You can literally look on YouTube when doctors recommend smoking cigarettes. They probably knew, by the way, they probably knew it gave you cancer.
Okay, bro.
And they knew that, that's beyond the thing.
Okay,
Anyways.
I mean, did you get vaccinated for smallpox or polio and shit like that or not?
Okay, let me finish. Okay. So, right. So, vaccines, I don't want it. The school says if you don't get vaccinated, you lose your job.
Yeah.
So, do you not see a problem with that?
Okay.
They are forcing you to take, otherwise you can lose everything you worked for your entire fucking life.
I will very much disagree with you on that. I massively. Let me explain to you why. Okay, this is when people say freedom, this, freedom, that, and they don't really know what they're talking about. Okay, this is another thing that's cool with freedom, right? Is that let's say you have a privately owned company, your thing, right? You have your own thing, your house, your building, your whatever the fuck, right? And somebody shows up, right? And he's wearing a dildo on his head, strapped up, right? Well,
Okay,
as for certain clients, and you're like, hey man,
I understand.
You can't be wearing a dildo on your head, right?
You could just say it simple. It's their job, their rules, their company. I get it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I agree. But the problem is, it's not the company enforcing it. It's the government that's enforcing it. The government is saying, if you don't do it, you'll lose out. Okay? So the company, money hungry, will bend whatever morals, whatever bullshit they believe in order to keep their business running.
Okay. This is
they don't
incorrect.
give a fuck for...
Okay, that's just misinformation. My brother. It's a private entity. Okay. In my house, you want to come in? You have to, let's say you have to be vaccinated right now, right? That is as private as my private owned business. It's the same thing. It's still private. I buy a land. I buy a thing. It's still private, bro. I own this shit.
XQC's not correct here. In a lot of countries, it was mandated that even private businesses had to have these certain restrictions.
Okay.
If I have rules, the government isn't gonna fucking be, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. There's none of that shit.
Okay. Look. I'm not here to like. If you can't see the bigger picture, you're so zoomed in to this small picture. Zoom the fuck out, okay? Zoom the fuck out. Okay. Let's just use food as an example. It's very simple.
I'm zoomed out.
Can we agree? Who are you sponsored by? I don't want to ruin your sponsor. Can you agree that energy drinks are bad for you? They have chemicals in there that can affect your chemicals in your body, can affect your sleep.
Bro, you're zoomed in now. Now you zoom out.
No, I'm
most things you consume are bad for you.
Oh my lord.
Most things you consume are objectively bad for you.
Let me finish.
Okay, go
Let me finish. I'm getting there. Okay? This is called what you call gish galloping. Okay? You're trying to make me stumble, okay? Okay, so yeah, I just want a yes or no until I'm done. And
They have to design like chairs for retards that don't have any catches that will just never. I catch my quote on my chair so much. It's actually starting to change my political views.
And then you can defend yourself. And I'll say I'm done. Okay? So can energy drinks and caffeine and all the chemicals in there disturb the natural chemistry in your body, which may lead to depression, anxiety, and sleepless nights? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely 100%, yeah.
Okay, so we can agree on that. So caffeine drinks are bad. Can lead to lower testosterone because you don't go outside and sunlight gives you testosterone. It's proven.
Yes.
So you could say like this drink of energy
Does sunlight give you
can
testosterone?
really lower the population's vibration into being sleepless, depressed, going inside and
what is the problem vibration? I know what that is.
It's like, okay, so what I mean by vibration, right? Have you ever seen a fly on its last legs? Where it's barely surviving, it's hitting the window and it's going.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a low vibration. He's about to die because he's vibrating lowly. So when a fly is like a new fly and he's just spawned, he's gonna be like. Because he's got a lot of energy. That's high vibration.
Okay. Now get to it.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is the energy drink, even though you think it's giving you energy.
Well, I mean, it is.
Okay, it lowers your vibration, right? So it's going to cause you problems, right? Health issues, correct?
Well, yeah, it'll fuck you up, yeah, for sure. Deadass, yeah.
So it'll fuck you up. It'll give you health issues. It might affect one person worse than the other, right? So I'm living in America. Is there a healthcare system that is free? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So
if you're rich, it's free, but I mean,
let me finish. So I have health problems because of an energy drink that I paid for with my money that I worked for. Then I have to go to the doctors, which I have to pay for because I already damaged myself from something I paid for. So can you not see the problem here? So I go to the doctors. I'm ill. I don't feel well. I'm having sleepless nights. Here, take these pills. So not only is the government providing you dog shit food, which is making you ill, they're not even providing you health resources to help you fix you for free. So you are basically paying to die and then paying for medicine which isn't even good for you.
Okay.
Do you not see the problem here? So why would you trust a government that set up a system to fuck you in the ass with a random vaccination that they made in half a year to a year?
Wait.
No?
Okay, you went from one point to another so fast.
But
okay.
I'm just saying it all ties into the same thing. It all ties into the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same result. The result is the same. It's just different ways to fool you into getting to the end result. It's like
Oh, go ahead. I mean, go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening. I mean, I think you talked for a while. I mean, you can continue though.
Okay, they don't care how you get there. All right, they don't care how you get there. They just want the same result. It's like, here, you can shoot yourself in the leg with a steel bullet, a lead bullet, a brass bullet. It's all fucking metal that will make you bleed and eventually die. It's just different types of metal. It's the same with energy drinks, food.
Yeah,
you're paying to die, and then you're paying to survive, and they just want to keep you intact all the time to pay and be a slave with your body.
What is your alternative to that?
My alternative is, don't fucking give in. Get healthy. Have an immune system that can deal with viruses and shit.
Great.
Have you gone outside and seen how many fat, unhealthy people? No wonder a virus kills them off. They're 1 HP anyways. Do you not understand?
My brother, in your own example...
Oh my god.
Well, you're right, but I mean, it's sort of. But I mean, in your own example, okay, if you were to take the damage in your body, even from you, I mean, I think you're a good example. From your past, right? Respectfully, right? With how big you were earlier, fat. You probably damaged your body, right? More than most people were going to be damaged at 50, 60.
Your
right?
body... Listen. First of all, your body can heal. First of all, okay, your body is. I don't want to get into too deep with this because I feel like even with this you won't understand. But your body is nature. Have you seen Chernobyl where they had a nuclear explosion?
Yeah.
Nature is thriving there better than ever. Okay, it survived a fucking nuclear fucking leak. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe humans can't live there, but animals are running around there. If you look at documentaries,
what's the point? What is this
nature
tangent?
always comes back.
Bro,
I'm just saying, nature always comes back, heals. I was fat, very unhealthy. I was like 10 health. You could literally one-shot me. Okay, but now I'm healthier than ever, better, stronger than ever. Your argument about me being
stronger than ever.
Yes, stronger than ever.
Bro, you put insane stress on your limbs, on your joints, on your bones.
Yeah, my joints are healed. Everything is healed. I can run fast. I can run faster than you.
Bro, you're off the deep end, my brother.
I'm not. Are you me?
Bro, you're off the fucking deep end.
Were you me when I was fat? No.
Bro, years of pounds of weight on your joints causes damage. You're gonna see when you're older or whatever.
Brother, the majority of our issues when it comes to joint issues, inflammation, is due to the food that is causing us to have inflammation.
What?
There's food that... Okay.
Partially.
There is food that can stir up a ruckus in your body and cause you inflammation. For example, if you eat unhealthy food, you'll become spotty. That's why you see these little spotty fucking nerds. Really unhealthy little nerds because they eat chicken nuggets all day and dog shit food.
Okay.
If you see somebody with a very, very plant-based food,
bro,
with
you're
low
gish
meat
galloping though.
income,
Dude, you're gish.
I'm not gish galloping. It's true.
No,
everything I'm saying is facts.
You're talking about stuff sometimes that simply just doesn't heal. Things like the meniscus in your fucking in your knees. That shit doesn't heal. What are you talking? No, it doesn't.
Brother, oh my god. Have you ever seen Have you ever seen like Special Olympics when people have like one arm, one leg, and they're winning medals?
Yeah.
You have the type of mentality where you would probably give up and you wouldn't do anything. Okay, this is a very giving up mentality.
Okay.
This is like a
no.
This
is
a giving up.
No.
You can our body can achieve great things with barely any fucking limbs. If you look at the
I'd eat my turkey vegetable tortilla to make Greek proud. They're arguing with each other, but I think both of them are technically correct here. But I mean, I don't think either wants to concede to the other point. You can wait. Hold on. You can incur like permanent damage to your body by living unhealthy lifestyles. Obesity can be one of those. Very, very poor nutrition, lack of physical activity. Like there are some things in your body I think that won't heal. Like for instance, I think damage to cartilage I don't think won't heal or will never heal. Certain types of injuries can always leave a little bit of scarring that will leave your stuff more compromised than it would be. Anybody that's ever had particular types of lifting injuries know that you're more prone to injury in the future. Like these are things that are true. However, that should never be an excuse not to keep trying to improve your body, because even if somebody that has a fuck ton of injuries and was obese and is fucked, like Greek, that goes on to lose weight, exercise and do all of that stuff, they're going to be better off than somebody that didn't incur the permanent damage but just never does anything, right? Like Greek is going to be better off than the average person, assuming he's like eating healthy and exercising and everything, even if he did incur some damage by being obese. So that is true, that like your body can incur some permanent damage, as as XQC said, but as Greek says, you can still become healthy, like, but you're not going to get rid of all of it. What was I going to say? Being obese, point blank, causes inflammation in the body. I'm almost sure of that. Just being obese will cause inflammation all over the body. So that is true, number one. But number two, a lot of the foods that we eat will cause inflammation as well. Like I'm pretty sure, Red Bull, I'm pretty sure sugar causes inflammation, full stop. And I think, I think dairy does as well. Don't quote me on that. Did that sentence make sense? Because dairy necessarily contains lactose, which is a type of sugar, right? Lactose, fructose, these are all sugars. So maybe that is true just by virtue of what I said. So I think a lot of things technically cause inflammation as you eat them, but just meat causes inflammation. Red meat might be really pretty bad for you maybe, but yeah. Is there any way to be healthy? I don't know. It's really funny because if you follow the science subreddit, it feels, and they joke about it now, but it feels like every week there's like a new study, like diets high in protein are really bad for your heart, really bad for cardiovascular health. Diets high in fats are really bad for like diabetics or something. Diets high, it feels like I think that the thing that's never changed, is that like you should probably just eat like a moderately balanced diet, and you're probably going to be okay as long as you're not like super like overdoing it. What is inflammation? Why is inflammation bad? That's a good question. Normally, I think normally your body becomes inflamed because when something becomes inflamed, there's a bunch of like white blood cells and shit that are going there to clean up an infection or foreign bodies or something. I think it's part of the healing process of like an injury. But if you have inflammation like everywhere, I think you're just kind of like, it's one of those things where you're just lightly taxing your body constantly, and over long periods of time, it's probably going to do damage. I think it's the bad thing. The idea that like inflammation is the devil and it's always bad and it's horrible is like acute inflammation is not like the end of the world. It's not a horrible thing. Like people that are talking about like 2 out of 100,000 people are getting myocarditis, which is like inflammation of the heart. It's not like the end of the world. Like you can have some inflammation, be fine. It'll go away. Yeah, I think that having inflammation over the long term is just a bad thing. Like, random inflammation all over your body long term is just not good for you.
Special Olympics. These guys have one leg.
You were talking about damage, not death. Damage is in death, bro.
No, but these guys have damage, yet they power through it and they make their body stronger.
Okay, so
you don't watch any of these.
What Greek? I don't know if he'll get there, or I don't know where he's at in his personal journey. But like Greek is at the precipice of being in a really positive area because everything he's saying is it's not bad. Like self-help advice, it's just a little bit dramatic. But yeah, I don't know what is going on with him or whatever. He seems a little freaked out, but.
About surviving with as little as possible until the end, or is it actually have things and keep them into good shape, motherfucker?
First of all, you have no right to talk about shape. No offense. This is respectfully speaking.
Says you, motherfucker.
I mean, I can run faster than you and lift more than you.
Bro, I could
boxing...
eat the way I am
all right, let me put
for
it this
another
way.
20 years, okay? And it would still be fine if I become healthy.
Fuck. Don't ever argue with a conspiracy theorist unless you're really ready to go hard. I'm 99% positive that XQC is wrong here. One thing, and this is what all the health at every size people would constantly complain about, and it is correct. Just because you are thin does not mean that you are healthy. That is not the case. Not to slight XQC at all, but XQC is absolutely not a healthy person. I would bet money, assuming that Greek is actually doing the things that he's talking about, Greek is probably healthier by far than XQC right now, like pretty substantially. But I never know if I'm gonna die when I do these jumps. I don't think XQC is saying that though. That's literally exactly what XQC just said. XQC said he can continue to live his lifestyle for the next 20 years and still be healthier than Greek. Don't think that's true.
Later on, then you did to your own body, dumb fuck. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So you're proving your point that you can get healthy later on and be stronger than ever.
But some things don't recover. Some things don't recover.
Yeah, your brain probably. Your brain.
Bro.
Even your brain
don't recover.
So, fuck. Oh, I'm okay. I thought I just killed myself by logging out. We used to have a I think in my lifetime, we used to have a pretty static view of the brain. I'm pretty sure you guys heard a ton, like, I remember growing up, like, your brain never recovers. When you lose brain cells, they don't come back, blah, 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 blah. The brain, I think, is actually way, way, way more plastic and adaptable than we ever thought. Like, even if chunks of your brain are cut out, I think other parts of your brain will step up that we didn't even know could, like, assist with other functions. Other parts of your brain will step up to, like, perform tasks that they couldn't normally do. Your brain is a pretty amazingly complicated and adaptable machine. I mean, like, look at Phineas Gage, right? Although maybe he's not the best example since that guy became suicidal and sociopathic, but he was still alive. Yeah, the brain is like pretty adaptable. Don't go out and like torch half of it and see what happens. But
you just proved my point, though. Just then.
Okay.
You can recover your body to full strength.
Then tell the guy tell the fact.
How do things like CTE factor into that? It's Nico Sam, so I don't know if this is a real question or not. CTE is bad, not because you go out and you get hit in the head as a football player. It's bad because you go out and get hit 1 trillion times as a football player. That's why injuries from sports are bad. You can get knocked out, and okay, it's not good for you. Anytime you have a concussion, it's some kind of brain damage. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but if you get knocked out 1 million times, that's when the big problem starts. When it happens over and 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 over again. That's why it's a bad thing.
That dude, okay, who's wearing 2 fucking braces, who had a double fucking hip surgery or some shit, right? Who is now in a fucking wheelchair. Tell him, dude, that if he ate healthy.
I 100% misunderstood XQC.
Obama.
Okay, we'll go back and listen. The impression that XQC is giving is that you can't, like, damage happening by living an unhealthy lifestyle is incredibly difficult to recover from. That's not generally the case. As long as you make changes right now, you can recover a tremendous amount. And if you go a step further and you try to live a healthy lifestyle, you can make huge strides towards your personal health. The idea that because you used to be obese, now you're fucked, you're never going to catch up, like somebody can live unhealthy for 20 years, so blah, 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 blah. XQC is giving the impression, I don't know if you might be brain damaged and you can't recover, but that is absolutely the impression that XQC is giving. If you just, I don't know what to say if you disagree. That is the impression that you're, why is that saying, okay, never mind, I don't know. You're changing your claim on what he said?
What are you talking
So
about?
exactly.
Hold
So
on.
you're proving your point that you can get healthy later on and be stronger than.
What are you talking about? It'd be fine if I didn't eat the way I am.
All right, run faster than you and lift more than you.
Bro, I could
We
remain.
could have a
I
boxing-
could eat the way
okay,
I am
all right, let me
for
put it this
another
way.
20 years, okay?
You are-
and it would still be
no.
fine if I become healthy later on than you
Okay,
did to
see-
your own body. Dumb fuck. What are you talking?
That's. I don't think XQC. First of all, XQC doesn't live a healthy lifestyle. XQC cannot continue to live his lifestyle for 20 years and at age 45 or 50 just switch to healthy and be healthier than Greek, who has made those changes now. I don't know what I'm misunderstanding. It's just not the case. Like.
So exactly. So you're proving your point that you can get healthy later on and be stronger than ever.
But
So you've
some
just
things
proven
don't
my
recover.
point.
Some things don't recover.
Yeah, your brain probably. Your brain.
Bro, some things don't recover.
You just proved my point though, just then.
Okay.
You can recover your body to full strength.
Then tell the guy, tell the fat dude, okay, who's wearing two fucking.
It sounds like he's saying if he put in the same effort in as Greek, he would be healthier. The implication. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna argue with this anymore. Take from this conversation what you want. I'll just listen.
Races who had a double fucking hip surgery or some shit.
The impression that I'm getting from what XQC is saying, and what from 99% of non-contrarian retards are probably getting from what XQC is saying, is that because Greek used to be fat as fuck, which he used to be, the permanent damage that he incurred being massively obese is so great that if XQC were to wait 20 years to start living a healthy lifestyle, he'd still be ahead of Greek because he didn't accumulate permanent damage. That's like that's everything. I look forward to the Reddit post about this so I can permaban dumb fucks that are trying to like hyper-analyze some individual word to take some other disagreement for this. That's literally exactly what he's saying. But
right, who is now in a fucking wheelchair? Tell him, dude, that if he ate healthy, a month before the surgery, he would have healed and it would all pick back up right to perfectly back to normal. His joints would have healed and all these would have recovered. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm telling you, people have literally. There's been people who have survived cancer due to changing their diets, eating certain types of mushrooms that help.
the problem is Greek is on the other side of this shit. Greek is on the other side of this shit where he's on that side of like nature. And like, if you just eat right, you don't need medicine. Basically, all of medicine is fake, and all of our bodies. He's basically, this is what the School of Chiropractic teaches, that everything in your body can be healed by just like proper diet and exercise, essentially. And medicine is like all a scam. It sounds like what Greek is on.
You don't go out and you don't research these things. You are on fucking LSF for most of the day.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for me to research the effects of swimming weed.
Mira looks healthy as fuck to me. I'm like 99% that saying that Mira is sexy literally makes you a pedophile because over 50% of that body is less than 5 years old, okay? So chill the fuck out on.
On fucking cancer when I don't have cancer and don't smoke weed. Like, how can I research that with my own empirical evidence?
You spend your majority of your time on LSF and playing games and spending your time indoors. Do not come to me and act like you've watched a few. You don't have any life experience. You don't look at these interviews on stream. You don't spend your time
in a video game. Sorry.
Sucker. Greek.
You don't expect. You haven't researched on your own body, let alone on other people's bodies.
Greek. It would take you 2 new lifetimes to catch up to normal people. Like the people in chat.
Okay. I feel like I can't say anything now because some dipshit like Hamster Hog in chat is going to contradict me. Okay, XQC's reinforcing the point that you said that he wasn't making. That is not true. It's not going to take you lifetimes. If you like, I feel like we've all seen like the things. It was like if you read, like if you stop smoking, I think you can see health benefits from that literally the next day. Or if you stop drinking like soda and stuff, or if you stop like there are benefits that you can make to your body that you will see in 24 hours, depending on the types of changes you're making. And then over days, months, and years, of course. It's not going to take you lifetimes to catch up for your health.
Because of all the gaming and the at-home shit you did, it would take you a new lifetime to have more experience out there comparable to chat, right? Than what you have right now. Literally. Me and you are so far backed up in real life fucking experience that it's even irrelevant to even bring it up. We're so backed up.
It's so weird because anytime anybody wants to mention me ditching, they use that against me. But now I'm a full-time streamer and I stream as much as you. It's whatever fucking plays against your argument.
Wait.
One minute I never but you're trying to compare me to you. Like, I've ditched and spent way more time outside finding myself.
But even then, you spent 7 years being full time inside, not interacting with a single human. 7 years, and you think you came back from that in fucking in a year and a half of feeling better, while everybody else was doing shit out there?
More than a year and a half. About 2 to 3 years of ditching. Yeah. But yeah.
Bro, I'm not gonna stop streaming today, and go for 2 years, right? And
why? Why not? You'd be a lot. You're 7.
And tell chat about how much I'm a social warlord, and I've unlocked all social knowledge.
You might as well dye your hair blue. Like, you're acting this much of a fucking pussy right now, and I love you so much, I want to fucking punch you in the face. You're 7 foot, you're a waste of fucking genetics. Do you know how much people would kill to have your genetics? You're an actual fucking monster, but you're just a bag of fucking bones.
An actual monster. He's so obsessed with just the height. This is like reeks of insecurity. What?
Don't talk to me about health. Don't talk to me about any type of pain.
Bro.
I bet every morning for the last fucking month, I've been taking cold showers. Go take a cold shower. I bet you'll give up on day 2. Do you know how much mental strength it is to take a cold shower?
Yes.
You don't. It sounds ridiculous.
Bro.
Oh my god, this guy taking cold.
use...
Nobody takes cold showers because they don't like the feeling of being uncomfortable. You don't like the feeling of being uncomfortable. That's why you're stuck in your room streaming every day, because you don't want to feel uncomfortable. It's easy sitting and ordering food all day and getting people to do work for you.
What is the stomping on the floor? Jesus.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Other than going out and explore yourself. Don't
Even
come
when
to me
you
with this.
streamed, you went live like 3 hours a day, twice a week. Don't talk to me about fucking discipline. Even in the times that were easy, you still find a way to fuck it up, you idiot. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Oh no, now it's gotten personal.
Alright, here we go.
Even in the easy times, you found a way to make it fucking dog shit. What the fuck are you talking about, yo?
You're so brainwashed. It's sad.
Bro, great. I can use your argument against you of like the money thing. Oh, if you don't have money, you can't get cured. Bitch,
you have.
I have money.
Listen, you have fucking. Yeah, I know. And you're sat in your room. If majority of people have to work their whole lives to get to where you are and live their lives, bro, you're a millionaire. Buy a fucking boat and go out in the sea. What are you doing? Playing fucking bullshit Fall Guys.
You fucker. You fucker. Listen.
Buy a fucking boat. You're a millionaire. People work their entire lives to get money so they can live. You have already made it. Go out and live your fucking life.
What if somebody
you
told you that
country.
Making the money was living for them?
Oh my lord.
What if they told you that?
My lord, you're just... See, I can't, dude. I can't. I'm gonna cry. Please, Allah, save me. I can't.
You're so bricked on this idea of money. It's about being fulfilled, right? People buy boats for the memories they make and the experience with the boat, right? Because it makes them fulfilled in a
Are you fulfilled right now?
It's about balance, finding fulfillment in personal development and
experience. Don't talk about balance. You know nothing about balance. You stream for 14 hours a day.
I let you talk when you talk. You don't let me talk when I talk, bitch. Mother sick.
Go talk. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay. It's about balance. People feel fulfilled in many ways, okay? Saying that things are to be one-sided and oh my god, dude, do you think that the guy who spawned with all the money in the world, right? He spawned in with all the money in the world, doesn't have a job, any aspirations, and just goes on boats with chicks? You think this guy feels fulfilled? These guys commit suicide, man. Sometimes, man. That's how it.
Yeah, and so do streamers.
There's no fulfillment.
And so do streamers.
Dude, it's about fulfillment in a way or another.
That's a dumb argument.
Sometimes making the money and working, right, is part of personal development and passion, and that's what people strive to have, right? And the money is a byproduct they can then use to fulfill their other needs and their other things that they want to pursue later on or at the same time, right?
This is a classic.
It's not a one-sided, oh, I have money, I'm gonna quit everything, dude, I'm gonna go on a fucking boat. Bitch, I could have retired 2 years ago. I've been set for life. I don't give a fuck. How is that gonna help me? Bro, how's it gonna help me?
Let me talk to you. I'll tell you how it's gonna help you, okay? First of all, you're talking about balance, okay? Yes or no? Is streaming 14 to 20 hours good for you, health-wise? Yes or no?
No, but it's what I wanted to do.
So, okay. I didn't ask what you want to do, okay? You're a little fucking baby.
And you said I'm brainwashed and sheep, and you don't care about what you want to do. You care about some other things that fucking people tell you to do.
Okay, listen. Okay, is streaming 14 hours to 20 minutes? No, it's not. So how are you going to talk to me about balance when not one thing in your life is balanced right now? When you truly find balance, then you can talk to me about balance. Nothing about your whole philosophy in life is balanced.
Okay.
Maybe you have a vision of what balanced means, which is good. It means you're on the right track.
Okay, good. Good argument.
Yes.
Good argument.
Okay.
I'm gonna flip that. And I'm gonna say, what about your entire teenage years, right? What about your balance in calorie intake? Was that balance?
Jesus
No, it wasn't.
Christ, so guess what I did? I took a step from streaming. I
Yes.
lost weight.
And
Okay.
and how long were you fat for? Just say it.
The majority of my life.
So how many? Like 10 years, 20 years?
Yeah, and my body recovered.
So if I want to purposely neglect myself for like, let's say,
What?
5, 10 years.
So
Right.
you're aware that you're neglecting yourself, and you are postponing. So you're basically saying like,
Yes, 100%.
yeah, I'm a heroin addict right now, but I can stop, but I'm dying slowly, but I can recover. Like, it's being aware doesn't make it right or
Okay,
wrong.
don't compare addiction to other
It
things.
is. This is addiction. You get dopamine from people being in your chat. You get dopamine from people giving you money playing games.
Yeah, but
you get
you
dopamine
can't
from
oversimplify these very complicated
It's the
dynamics.
same thing. It's the same thing. This
These are
is an
complicated
addiction.
dynamics. You can't. Okay, one is literally a source of revenue, right? A source of personal fulfillment, right?
Okay.
A good source of social value. These are a bunch of things, right? When it comes to most of the time, addiction and drugs, whatever, it's like a one thing, and which most of them turn into a negative most of the time, right?
Okay.
You're
Brother,
not. It's not comparable.
Brother, if you were poor, right, and you wore some homeless outfit, and you were on the streets, people would call you a heroin addict. Okay, you're that skinny and you look that ill because you don't see
Okay.
sunlight. You stream for 4. Like, it's not a rude. I'm not being rude. I'm being honest. You've sat in your chair and stared at a screen for 14 hours.
Yeah, I like
what do
that.
you want from life? Like, what more do you want? That's not healthy.
Like I said, it's a choice of a purposeful neglect for a certain amount of time, right? While doing other shit. Well, I know I'm young and will recover from most of this shit or whatever. And then if I don't, I lose a little bit of lifespan or whatever. And then I could have a nice, fulfilling life for the next 40 or whatever fucking amount of years. That's a trade-off that I'm okay doing because that's a choice I'm making. And that's a choice I'm okay with doing it. And I like that.
Yeah, of course. I got a choice to fucking punch a puppy in the face.
What?
You know,
the
but you know
fuck?
what? I know punching puppies in the face is bad. It's really bad, but I enjoy doing it right now. It gives me dopamine, and it makes me a shitty human. But you know, I'll stop in 10 years, and I'll pray to God for forgiveness.
Bro, you don't understand it. That
You are the puppy. You are the puppy, and you're punching yourself. By the way, that's
Bro,
what that's the same thing.
You've got to be.
Excuse doesn't care about physical health. Kind of. It's they're both of them have valid different points on this, but they're so heated that it's just like a shit show to like to try to own the other person. So there's not really any. This is like not a good discussion, but the I think the issue is that from Greek's point of view, it's possible that there's more fulfillment in life to be found by doing things that aren't related to gaming all the time. And that it might be possible that if you're spending like 15 hours a day playing games, there might be fulfillment in other areas that you're missing out on. That's probably true. It's not the worst thing in the world. But Greek has a way of presenting it that makes it sound like he doesn't actually care about X's well-being or anything like that. It's just, this is like a massive ego trip for him because he was a fat dude, he got fit, and now he wants to evangelize to the world. This is more about like evangelizing for Greek than actually truly trying to help X at all. He doesn't care about that. So X is in this weird world where he prefers to play games because that's what's fun for him, and nobody's demonstrated that, you know, doing all the workout shit and getting healthy, that would actually like make him feel any better. Yeah, he doesn't feel like that's been demonstrated, and Greek's not doing a good job at advocating for it. Because what Greek could do is Greek could say, if he cared, what the argument that Greek should be making is Greek can say, you know what, I understand you want to play games and shit all the time. That's fine. You know what? I think you should do that if that's what makes you happy. But imagine if you took like 30 minutes a day to just go on a walk. You're still playing, not 14 hours a day, but 13 and a half hours a day. You're still getting all of the, mostly like 98% of the benefits of gaming, but just taking 30 minutes a day to do some physical activity and care about like one meal would improve your health like
80%. Just one little thing. That's something that Greek could say. And X's response to that can really only be, yeah, I could, but I'm lazy. Which is some would argue is a kind of moral failing or virtuous failing. But that should be the direction. If Greek cared, that would be the direction that the conversation should go. But I don't think Greek cares. I think this is all just a big ego thing for him.
Jet baiting somehow. There's no
No,
shots.
I'm not. I'm not. You are the puppy, and you are physically punching yourself, hurting yourself,
Okay, bro,
knowing that you're doing wrong.
that is jet
and
bait.
it
You are jet
justifying
bait.
it.
You're jet
No,
bait.
it's not. It's not, dude.
Okay, there's no shot you actually think that about this way. I don't buy it. Sorry, I don't buy it.
Brother, I don't understand how you. First of all, nice man, stick man. Okay.
Well, I was doing a man because I wanted to show you the impact of stuff, and see this is my man, right? This is my man, okay? See, I like that you're like my little mannequin over here, okay? The reality is, if you want to have a more selfish approach to this, it's kind of easier to explain in a more selfish mindset, right? You take an energy drink. You have a certain constraint, Mystic.
See, why don't you just look at your brother and take some fucking tips? That guy's a giga chad.
Don't compare my brother, man. Dude, my brother used to go gym all the time, man. Now he has a job and other fucking things, and he doesn't go to gym as often. Okay? So
take tips from your brother. Like literally look at your brother and look at him as a fucking role model. That's what you should do.
Bro, my brother plays as many games or spends as much time as I'm inside as I do. What the fuck is it?
Sure. Your brother's staring at a screen for 14 to 20 hours. Yeah,
my brother goes for a living, motherfucker. Yeah, he does, man. So anyways, I'm talking to a fucking actual brain dead idiot right now, man. So I have to make comparisons.
Yeah, it's called skill-based matchmaking. Okay, anyways, listen. Right, X, listen. So you just talked about energy drinks being bad for you, yeah? Yeah or no?
Yeah, but can we talk about Vincent?
Yeah or no?
Vincent.
No, let's go back to this.
Oh my
Energy
God.
drinks are bad for you and they can cause depression, anxiety, and sleepless nights, correct? Yes,
yes, 100%, yeah.
So, for example, if a streamer was to get a sponsorship for an energy drink, to sell to their fans, knowing this knowledge, they are choosing money over their fans' well-being. Yes or no?
In that case, like I said, it's all
yes or no.
It's all about,
yes or no.
All about balance.
Yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no. You can answer yes or no.
No.
Is the streamer choosing money over their fans' well-being?
Okay.
Yes
Oh shit, is the Gamba shit gonna come up in this convo? Uh-oh.
Them promoting energy drinks to their fans, is it affecting their fans' well-being? Yes or no?
Okay. Great. You're in this
for money.
You're in this call right now, right? Right? To which what you might get some viewers out of this, right? And you
I don't care about viewers. If I cared about viewers, I'll be streaming 14 to 15 hours a day.
So now, so you get to explain a yes or no question with a long phrase, right? But I don't. I don't get to say yes or no. But if I ask you a question about this, you say a long bullshit, but I only get to say yes or no. So how does that make sense?
No. Okay, first of all, you say I care about viewers. If I cared about viewers, I'd be sucking every fucking streamer's dick. I'd be getting in every little Discord call, doing every little tournament I can, doing a little Fall Guys tournament for 50k. But I think to myself, who gives a fuck about any of these people? They're nobody to look up to. They're nobody to waste my time on. I'd rather be a family man, find a woman that will gladly cook and clean for my children and me, where I provide for them and look after the family life, which actually is important.
So what happens?
Not chasing the bag, not chasing viewers, not chasing not chasing a little Fall Guys tournament for 50k, which is, by the way, 50 spins. Why would I give a fucking shit about a 50k tournament when I watch Trainwrecks do 50 spins in about 10 minutes? Nobody cares about your 50k tournament.
Okay.
That is fucking dog shit pennies.
Okay.
I don't care.
Great.
I'm richer than that.
Great.
Why would I spend
Great.
my time doing that when I could spend my time with family?
Great.
That matters.
Great.
So no, I don't care about the views.
Okay. Fair enough. Cool, man. What happens with your cooking cleaning ideologies? What happens when somehow, I don't know, from some fucking miracle, okay, you kind of fall off a little bit, right? And you meet a woman that actually likes you and you like her, right? And it'll so later on that she reveals that she actually makes triple your income, right?
Then I'll say, listen, baby, listen, honey, listen, sunflower, you make way more money than me. So what you can do is you can concentrate on making the money and I will stay at home and I'll cook and clean for our kids because it's logical that you make the money because you make more. I will drop everything. Will I teach our kids love, compassion, and everything? Okay, well, you go out there and you do the job.
Okay.
Okay?
So what happens when that's not, what happens when that's not enough?
And guess what? I'll eat your ass.
What happens when that's not enough? Because that's what the reality is for most Americans. Is
Okay,
that
if that's
one
not
income
enough,
is not enough, yeah.
Yeah, if that's not enough, then you have to think logically. Maybe we should have maybe one kid, and then we have to take part-time jobs and switch up and have a balance, an equal balance. You go out and work, I'll stay at home, then
Oh
I'll
my
go out
god!
and work, and then you go home.
So you can have balance and equality in the fucking in the household where
Yes.
where people have.
Yeah, I've
Oh
never
my
said that. I've never
God.
said you.
So the
Yeah,
woman
oh my
is not gonna cook and
You're
clean.
trying to I've never said that. I never said that. I always said you can reverse the roles.
People are some people are mistaking Greeks tradcon shit for misogyny, but I understand more now. Greeks tradcon shit in regards to like looking for the wife to stay home and cook and clean, that's not misogyny. So one of like the big red pill kind of like truths I think that are being talked about right now is that like you shouldn't be hiring babysitters to take care of your kids. Like that should be like a loving mother or father. Like having a babysitter, having a caretaker is an immoral thing. It needs to be one of the parents. When Greek is talking about wanting somebody to stay home, that wasn't coming from a place of like, oh, I think that women belong in the kitchen. It was coming from a place of kids should be raised by their parents. That's the that's like the tradcon idea that he's hitting on there. Not the gender roles, but the family roles is what he's talking about.
I said, first of all, oh my god. Okay, look, here, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to link you this tweet, okay? And you review it and you tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, here.
It's wrong.
It's an Aiden Ross tweet. It's a W tweet. So here we are. Watch this on stream. I said this on my. Tell me if I'm wrong or right. Cuffham said, "Oh, Greek, something about women in the kitchen," and Aiden Ross was like, "Dude, chill, dude."
Okay, we're watching a live mental illness. You know that, right?
Like watch it. And watch you flash up every day. That's the same thing. Eyes. Aiden Ross, grow a fucking pair of balls, okay? If I want a girlfriend to go in the fucking kitchen and cook, that's how I'm gonna run my fucking life, okay? She doesn't have to be in my world. Consensually, she can come in and out.
Bro. Like I said, you're not even precising that it's you're even like the more income, whatever. Like this is just a blanket statement. You know, people will react hard when you make a blanket statement.
But if I have a wife, a girlfriend, and she is in my house, she will be cooking and she will be cleaning. Ross.
See, you make a blanket statement about having a woman in the house and she does the chores. What if she has more income than you?
These are objectively sexist statements. No, you're. I don't know if I want to argue with you. I'm. For those that care to understand, the idea right now is that there's a big thing about people talking about how like families should raise their kids. It shouldn't be a caretaker or somebody that you hire or teachers. It should be the mom or the dad should be raising the child. I think Greek probably is saying these in the most inflammatory way possible because he knows it gets people upset. But I mean, he seems readily eager to admit that if his wife was out earning him, he'd want to be home. That's what he's hitting on. It's this idea of like family structure, not man or woman. But if you disagree with me, okay.
I will do the chores. I've been saying this since day one.
So don't make blanket statements when it comes down to things that are more elaborate.
You're saying this, but where are these conversations happening? Show them to us. I don't even know where I picked this stuff up at. Where am I trying to? I don't know if this is shit because Lauren shows me random shit. I've seen random things from Fuentes. I get this. Or maybe I'm totally wrong. I don't know. Somebody tell me if I'm making this up. But I feel like one of like the trad talking points that I've seen on 4chan, on where, I don't even know where, but it's this obsession of like rich liberals pay other people to take care of their kids. That's not healthy. I don't know where I've heard this from, but I've started to hear this more and more that that like if you're a conservative and you believe in family-based, you need to raise your kids. You need to take care of your kids. Don't send them to school. Don't pay for nannies or babysitters. Like it needs to be a parent raising their kids. This is something that I think is happening more and more and more. I'm hearing. I don't even know specifically where I've heard this, but I know I'm hearing this in more conservative. I'm in more conservative circles now. But
why? That is a fucking clear statement.
Because you're intending that the girl won't make as much as you do.
I never said that. This is your problem. You're assuming.
It's pre-intended.
No, it's not!
When you go to the restaurant, it's assumed that you're gonna put the food in your mouth, right?
No, you're dumb. That's what it's showing, that you're dumb and you...
XQC is not understanding what Greek is getting at, but I don't understand how Greek can understand that, or I don't know how Greek can't understand that X isn't understanding it. Like, Greek needs to pull a Destiny here and go, okay, hold on, listen. I understand why you're reading my tweet that way. It was an edgy tweet, but I am telling you now in a conversation, I'll admit that, like, I'd be willing to stay home and work. It wasn't about women. It was about parents. My tweet is not about women. It's about family structure. When I talk about a woman serving me, I would serve her if she made more money than me. That's what Greek should be saying right now. But either Greek is incredibly poor at communicating, or he's still just, like, being edgy. I don't know.
You'll take a clip and create a whole fucking reality based on one clip in your mind?
I like the color. You like the color? Yeah. Yeah, I had mixed reviews on the color. Some people said they like it, some people said they don't like it, and I said, well, what color is your bouquet? Oh, fuck off then.
Why are you linking me to this? Okay.
To make you seem like the better person.
Bro.
This is what we've been fighting about our whole lives as streamers. How are you going to go against this?
It's pre-intended, 100%.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay. Dude, you know that if you say, hey guys, fucking.
That's Greek's new girl?
Alright,
Okay,
I can't wait for some of you guys to actually deal with this in real life. You'll be like, damn, Greek's right. Because I don't understand. If I'm making more money than if I have a girlfriend and I'm making more money than her and she's got a career, right? Say for example she's a streamer, because all you guys do is watch streamers all day rather than go outside, better yourself as humans and touch grass.
Oh, here comes this shit again.
Listen to this. If there's a girl that is a streamer I'm dating, she has what, 500 to 1,000 views, okay, and she's making an income of like $3 grand a month, and I'm a streamer that has.
That's how much a year.
Can I finish?
What? That's 36,000 a year.
Okay, first of all, dumb fuck. It's not about money. You're mixing it up. You're thinking. You're so blind.
Well, you made it about money.
It's not about money. It's about having a good system so your kids can grow up and feel safe.
So she doesn't make 3K a month. She makes 3,000 doubloons. Allah.
Listen.
Hello.
There we go. Yeah. Say it. Yeah. There we are. Finally.
Okay.
Listen, motherfucker. Okay. If it's not about money, first of all. Okay. If I am working and she is working, she has 1,000 views. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And I have like 30,000 views, and I'm making like times 10 of the income. Right.
Yeah.
We want to have a family because family is what matters. Nobody wants to be old, lonely, and miserable and be chucked in an old people's home.
Yeah.
You want to have kids that look after you. You want to see your kids have kids. You want to sit back and look at all the beautiful life you created, because that's what life is about.
Continue, come on.
Okay. Then why would you not have a system where me, as the man, goes out, works hard, and she's at home cooking and cleaning, looking after the kids, where I can make her a secure home?
Greek, because if you're that rich, you can hire somebody to cook and clean.
Not everybody's that rich, though. Some people...
I mean, you said 30,000 views. With that 30,000 views,
Greek's giving the wrong answer here. The answer that Greek is supposed to say here is hiring somebody to watch your kids isn't good for the family like raising your own kids is. That's supposed to be Greek's next line. I don't know, like, where he's getting his shit from. Or he just hasn't learned it all yet. Maybe it sounds like it's still new. Like he's like the excited. Somebody in chat said it aptly. He's like the excited high school atheist that like just learned how to refute like the teleological syllogism, and he's like, I can disprove God because I know these two things, and it like that's but.
I'm using your example. You're rich enough to have everything paid for, or whatever. She could literally everything.
I know
paid
why.
For.
I think I know subconsciously why you're making this decision.
What are you talking about?
Choose it. I didn't know. I don't want to make.
Instead of saying, "Oh, you lose the argument because they're so dumb," how about you give me a counter argument instead of fucking giving up? I don't get it. Why you do that?
I'm not giving up. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, do you want to be like? This is what. Let's have a look at celebrities.
Your argument is a serious still, man. Greek seems half-half between the family duty you describe and the misogynist he used to be / is. You can call it what you want, but okay.
What they do.
Just use your example.
When two celebrities, because we're comparing big streamers with a lot of money, where you got a lot of money and you can do shit. A lot of celebrities, right? They'll get nannies in. Have you ever heard of a nanny, where they look after the kids? Because they're so focused on their career. Both of them have good careers, and they're so focused. They rather give that time to a nanny to bring up their kids than themselves. Now, you are basically saying I'm choosing my career and making money
over my
rather
children.
than spending quality time with
correct.
my children
Okay, he got there.
and savoring every
This is what the response to the hiring a nanny is supposed to be. So he is giving. So he is familiar with this. Okay.
moment with them. I'm choosing the money over them.
Well,
that's what you're trying to say
That's
right now.
what you say when you say I have to provide and I'm gone. So you're giving up all these experiences or whatever to the void because you want to make money.
X is focused on the money, but that's not what he's talking about.
You're different. You don't care about the money. You're hiding away from responsibilities like getting healthy, going out, exploring.
Well,
like,
I already have the money.
Is there anything wrong with that view? There's nothing wrong with Greek's point of view. The issue with people like this, and tradcons in general, tradcons don't have bad points of view generally. They're just incredibly broad, saying that everybody needs to live this way in my lifestyle, and if you're not, you're doing something wrong. And they might even get to the point where they're saying, like, we need to legislate it. So, like, tradcons might give this view, and then in the next breath say, like, nuclear families are important to the structures of children. Gay people shouldn't be allowed to adopt kids. That's always been the issues. That's always been the issues with traditional conservative types. Like, there's a lot of value to be taken from the idea of, like, how should you raise your kids? How should you structure a family? You know, like, all of that traditional conservative types have. I don't think that it's all wrong or bad. The only problem is the societies that they want to construct tend to be very rigid or very narrow. So then you get this issue where, like, everything that Greek is doing right now and saying would be, like, I think kind of endearing or cool personal advice to somebody asking you for tips on how to structure your lifestyle. Like, why are you happy? What do you think I should do? I'm not happy, blah, 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 blah. But the issue is when they run out screaming at the top of their lungs and prescribing it to everybody, telling them that if they don't do this, they're like a failure of a person. That's the issue generally with these tradcom types.
Yeah, I know, but the reason you're here where you are now, and you're not gonna like get muscle like Nick, and you're just gonna be like the weak spawn of the family, is because you're comfortable, right? You'd rather sit on your PC and you get dopamine. You'd rather sit on your PC, play games all day, do nothing, and distract yourself from the actual problem that you know is occurring. Because I promise you, one day, if you don't make a change, you will have back problems, you will have neck problems, you will feel sick.
It also took him 1.5 hours to get to his point after saying a bunch of dumb shit. Well, because the problem is that when we think about extremism, would Greek ever talk to you? I don't know about this. When we think about extremism, we think about like extremist ideas. What we don't consider too often is that people can adopt non-extremist ideologies through extremist measures. A really good example of this can be diet and exercise. People don't traditionally think of like exercise as like extremism, but it can be. There are some people that get into it and it takes over their lives. They spend 6 hours a day on their diet. They spend 3 hours a day working out. They don't go out and see friends anymore. They become obsessive over their routines. They're like completely mind fucked on it, and they turn it into an unhealthy lifestyle. And the reason why is because they pursue these things and they find these things the way that a lonely, lost, purposeless person finds an extremist ideology. So for a lot of these red pill guys, like, there's a difference between saying like, I like tradcon lifestyles because the structure of the family works well for me. I like having a person at my house taking care of things. I like to be the breadwinner and I enjoy that. I like to have control of my life and everything outside of the house. I don't mind ceding control inside the house to my wife. Like, these things all work for me. There's a difference between saying that versus everybody needs to do this or you're a fucking failure. You're on a fucking computer and it's fucking horrible. You don't fucking do anything in your fucking life all fucking day. You're living the worst fucking life ever. Look at your brother. He's so much more shit, right? The first person seems to have like invented or created or constructed or through a long process introspectively found purpose in life. The second person has desperately been searching for purpose after being kind of lost and aimless, and now he's found it, and now he's made it his new everything ideology, right? That's the difference. So on its face and on a deeper level, what Greek is saying isn't really wrong, but it's coming from a place of deep insecurity. And you can tell that because insecurity often presents itself as attacking other people for flaws that you see in yourself, right? Every hit here that he gives to Greek, every hit here that Greek gives to X is an insecurity that he has about himself because of a flaw that he saw in himself 10 years ago. This argument to Greek is really an argument between him and himself 10 years earlier. You're unhealthy. You're not doing anything. You're a fucking loser. You need to touch grass. You need to get off the computer. You need to go and do something. These are all things that he wished somebody would have said to himself 10 years ago. That's what's happening in the conversation. And that's why it doesn't feel like it's coming from a place of compassion. It's coming from a place of insecurity because Greek isn't happy about who he was 10 years ago. And that's who he wishes he could change. That's who he's like screaming at right now. So that's why the conversation, I think, is such a heated tone. But yeah. Backing up, nothing Greek is saying is like wrong or bad. There's like a lot of value in like tradcon ideas, but when they come from a place of insecurity because you're lost and aimless and this is what you found and they become these kind of like religions to you, it takes like a markedly different tone, and the adoption of it is probably not as healthy as it could be.
Sick, and you will slowly die. Okay,
I agree.
That's just the harsh reality.
I mean, how about in 5 years when you go to the doctor, right, and you ask about how your joints are doing, whatever? How about you give me a call?
My joints are fine. That's insane.
You know what? I'll pay for your shit. You know what? I'm gonna say it at a time. I'm gonna be the virtuous good guy. I'll help you with your fucking bills when you fucking get to the doctor.
Okay, man. You might need them for yourself. If you're in NA, it's gonna cost you a lot. I get free healthcare here, bud. So thanks for the offer. But we got it better here in the UK. Anyways, moving on. Okay. So your joints, right? What are connecting your joints?
How does someone avoid falling into the trap that Greek is in? Him versus him 10 years ago. I would have to think about it before I die of COVID. I don't know because I've never had insecurity issues. So anything I tell you is going to be like me doing conjecture. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a lot. Things that you find out of insecurity are almost like fundamentally poisoned. I don't know how to I don't know what advice I could give or say to somebody that finds something out of an extremist idea. The problem is because you can't argue against what they're saying. Like, take the person that becomes obsessed with like working out and dieting and stuff, and that takes over his life. Like, how do you attack that person? Because they're not doing anything on its face that's wrong, right? Yeah. Destiny, you are misreading it. He doesn't care about coaching XQC. He was called out for being anti-vax, so he retreated to I'm healthier than you, even without a vaccine. That's all it's about. He's coping about being anti-vax. Oh, okay, thank you. That's what the whole conversation was. He's just mad about being anti-vax. Nothing else he's saying matters. True. Thank you.
Muscles, right? Okay.
Watch out, you're talking about science here. You're gonna look really stupid if you say some dumb shit.
Brother, this is baseline fucking bullshit that you've been taught for fucking hundreds of years. Don't give me this science bullshit.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay?
Get ready.
Okay, your muscle is surrounded, your knees and your joints and every part of your body is surrounded by muscle, yes or no?
Yes.
You can literally dissect a fucking human and see it. You can dissect it from
most parts, yeah. Okay? I mean, muscles.
Okay, so when you're saying my joints are fucked, you are wrong. Every morning I stretch. Every evening I stretch. When I'm watching your streams, okay, I'm not wasting any XP. I'm doing push-ups.
How come he believes doctors when it suits him the most? Can't you see how blatantly retarded he is? No vax, but I guess I'll trust medics when I need it from argument. I'm not defending his anti-vax arguments. What are you talking about? He's on like some homeopathy, like all like natural shit. I've already said that I don't agree with that. I don't know why you're pretending I would have believed otherwise, but okay, Chief.
I'm stretching, I'm bettering myself, so no matter any time of the day, I'm gaining XP. Even if I'm outside, sat in the sun, I'm gaining XP. Everything I do, I'm gaining XP. So you have already made money, a lot of money.
Bro,
right now, you are gaining
the cartilage.
Somebody told him the cartilage answer.
Some parts that are being compressed under stress will not recover. They're damaged.
Yeah, but the muscle around it eases the pain by stretching and strengthening the money. Have you seen sports? Have you heard? There's a literal fucking job where people get paid to help people with sports achieve what I'm trying to tell you. Do you not understand? They're called fucking physiotherapists. What are they called?
Okay.
They literally help people with bad joints strengthen their joints in order to continue with their sports. There's people with like fucking degrees and Harvard degrees that you talk so much about. What you're talking is bullshit.
Okay. How is that? Okay, Greek. Here's the reality of it, okay? Here's the reality, okay? Whether you like it, believe it or not, okay?
By the way,
my mannequin is you.
It's 10K an hour, by the way, to have me on your stream. I'm content. I'm content, and you're rich. I'll send you my PayPal.
This is old Greek, okay? This is old Greek, okay? This is old Greek, yes? Except he isn't fat, right? He's not, okay? And look what he's carrying. Look at that. Okay? You know what that is? It's 300 pounds of a fucking dog shit in his big ass backpack, right? Right? And with what we know about with the science or whatever about gravity and shit like that, gravity, right? Which is kind of a crazy concept. I know NASA and shit like that. They went to the moon or whatever the fuck. I know you don't believe in that, but yeah, you get it, right?
So the moon landing was faked. Definitely do your research, by the way.
So with
You're actually
gravity
dumb
and
if you
shit,
believe it.
right?
Okay, go ahead.
All this is taking it. It's weighing down, right? Right? On Greek, which is his little stick legs, right? Because he's skinny.
Says
here.
you.
All the weight.
Says you.
All the weight is in the backpack now. Okay. So this is old Greek, but it said it right. And all of it goes on your little sticky legs, right there. You understand that? Okay.
Yeah.
So all this pound of fucking all this weight is pushing, compressing, all in, right? Day and night, when you walk, when you stand, when you jump, when you run, the whole fucking time, and even when you go jump 3 stairs, bing, the whole thing combined on your sticky legs. And you think that any part
wrong.
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 Okay.
Wrong.
Okay.
No, you said I'm jumping. No, you said I'm jumping and skipping. When I was that fat, I spent most of my time in the bed.
Okay.
I spent most of my time in the chair.
I just meant when you did jump, because you probably did jump a second time or twice, right? So my argument still applies. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
So you think that all the damage and all the things that all these things did with all the weight on your legs will recover to 100% of what it was before and what it should have been if you were never fat at any given time.
Just as a real quick thing for like how you should view your body, don't ever view your body as like the potential of what it could have been, because technically from day like negative 270, you haven't been living ideal, okay? Like there are choices that your mom could have made in terms of the diet that she had while she was pregnant that are already gonna ding you down from 100%. Your comparison for your body should always be, where can it be in 5 years? That should always be what you should look for. And that's the potential that you should try and hit. Don't ever think about like where you could have been, because then you're always like, fuck, there's who is this, a Nippard quote or some other lifter guy? Like, in some gym in a world, there is a 14-year-old Chinese girl warming up with your max, okay? Like, don't ever think about like what is the 100% my body could have been if I would have lived my purpose, because you will always mind fuck yourself into never improving if you do stuff like that.
In time. Yeah, that's what you think. 100%.
Agreed.
Because that is scientifically wrong. That's
okay,
impossible.
you did. I did do damage to my. Yeah, your point.
Okay. Well, you said that you're going to fully recover.
Yeah, I am.
Well, so these things will not recover.
No, I am fully recovered right now. They did recover, because guess what? That guy that you're drawing is Greek. Guess what?
They're both arguing about this in the wrongest way, because they're framing it 100%. Who the fuck let the cows out? Greek is not fully recovered. He'll never be 100% of what he could have been, but that's not the right way to look at it. Greek is certainly better than what he could have been if he wouldn't have started working out, right? So Greek is living his best life, but to think of it in terms of like, well, you 100% fully recovered? Well, no, it would have been better if you would have never been fat in the first place, because that Greek in a different world is going to be better than this Greek ever could be because of the potential. But like, you can see how thinking about it in that light is you're always going to be paralyzed before you make any good decisions about your body, because, well, fuck, I could have been this, I could have been that. Don't ever do that, right? There are people that go from nothing to like founding successful businesses in their 40s and 50s. If you're 60 plus and listening to my stream, then I guess you're just fucked. But yeah, don't ever frame yourself in terms of like what is the best you could have ever been, because then you'll never do anything, because you'll always never be that. Don't do that.
I'm Greek. Do you see what's going on here?
Okay.
So I know that I recovered because I am that person that you're drawing.
Okay.
Okay? The one thing that I really damaged when I was fat is I snapped one of the 3 tendons in my ankle.
Bro, you don't even know what happened. You don't even know what happens to you. There are so many things that happen. By the way, I hope people don't think that I'm making like an anti-fat rant or whatever the fuck. I'm just saying that you have to acknowledge, if you're gonna talk about damage, the actual damage that it causes your body and the stress overall, right? When you are severely overweight for long periods of time, what it does to your body, and the fact that some of the damage is permanent, which is fine, because a lot of it isn't like insane or whatever the fuck, but it still causes permanent damage to multiple things, multiple systems.
Okay. Okay,
and
there's one thing.
And you feeling great about yourself and thinking, hey, I'm doing good these days.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Doesn't make things disappear.
Let me tell you one thing. You are right, okay, about one thing, okay? I did cause permanent damage from being fat. There's two things that really affected me, okay? I snapped one of the 3 ligaments in my ankle, okay, in my tendons. There are 3 tendons in your ankle. I snapped one because I twisted my ankle in basketball. It snapped completely off. It's a very common injury in sports.
Thanks for the 10 gifted subs.
I don't know if anybody else has snapped one of their tendons. And to this day, I still roll my ankle because of it, because it's not strong, because the tendon is snapped.
Yeah.
There's literally no tendon there. So you are right, I did cause permanent damage. But guess what? Because I am skinny, when I roll my ankle now, it doesn't cause any fucking damage. It doesn't hurt. I just fall over, I get up, and it's fine. I don't hurt myself as bad as I used to.
How is this
you're right.
How is this tendon even helping the argument? I don't get it.
Because you're telling me that being fat causes permanent damage. You're not wrong. There is some stuff that will cause permanent damage.
Well, it's not only mechanical.
But now,
it's not
what
only
I'm doing...
mechanical.
Okay. What else is it?
Well, but, I mean, there's a lot to it. I mean, your heart, your organs, they don't.
Your heart, no, dude. Your heart and organs heal way better than you actually think. There's nothing wrong with my heart. There's nothing wrong with my organs. If anything, your heart is a muscle. Yes or no? So when you work out and you're running, the heart beats. Yes or no?
Okay.
So when you run, your heart beats fast. Therefore, your heart strengthens because it's a muscle. It's beating fast.
Okay.
You are sat on your PC every day. Your heart is at a dorsal state.
Oh wow!
Therefore,
that's incorrect.
You're not moving enough.
Somebody tells you I have blood pressure. Somebody. Okay, you need to understand.
I can't win with you because anytime I prove a good point, you
prove
just
a good
change
point
it.
because you're
I'm proving a good point.
Your heart going fast is not a good thing.
Your heart is a muscle. So when I'm running, my heart beats fast. So therefore, I'm exercising my heart.
Not how it works. You're missing a lot of components here.
How is that not how it works?
You're missing components here. Having
how is running not strengthening your heart muscle? Because you're forcing it to beat fast, strengthening it. It's a muscle.
Okay.
It contracts in and out. The more you do it, the stronger it's going to become.
Okay.
That's why people have less problems.
You're missing
with
a lot of components in this interaction. You're missing components. You're missing components.
I get it, dude.
Like they're both kind of right. They're just like having different arguments. Greek is right, but X like really wants to like nail him on like X really wants to nail him on like trying to prove that he's like damaged his body. I guess to save himself from like being less healthy than Greek or something. Like it's just kind of weird.
Dude, you're at the ego phase. I was once there. And you might think I've got an ego now, and you might be right, but you're at the fucking ego phase right now. Just let me have a fucking W, please, when you know I'm right.
Okay.
I always let you have W's. You're a better streamer than me. Are you happy?
Okay.
I don't care. I just want you to just, when I'm right, just say I'm right.
Let me ask you a blanket question, okay? Don't look at chat for the answer, okay? It's just a question. Okay?
I'm not! You're looking at chat, you're projecting! I'm looking at chat!
That's not right. Okay, listen. So with your mentality,
you mentioned Mira earlier. I'm not quite sure the connection of what she says and what Greek says. Mira is on the same like weird red pill shit. Like every post she makes on Facebook and or Instagram is like how like we should let our bodies be natural, and sometimes sick people just need to die, and like the vaccine is unhealthy, and if you just eat the right foods, like everything will cure itself. Like she believes in all this same shit. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, never mind. Fuck it. Let's go. Actually, wait. What do you normally put mending on? It's books, right? I don't know who the hell you're talking about. Just some crazy Russian girl.
What do you think about this? You think that it's beneficial for my heart, right? If I take a bunch of central nervous system stimulants, of wide variety of them, and I sit at the computer, everybody's doing that. Everybody's doing that. And I sit at the computer all day, stimulated out the fucking wazoo, and my heart is racing. Me at the computer, I'm just chilling here. My heart is racing all day, every day. You think that's a good thing for my?
There's a difference, bro.
Then don't make blanket statements.
No,
then.
You're saying you just made a blanket statement. You said everyone, brother. There's 7 billion people. That's You are so consumed. You've basically gaslit yourself. Okay, because for example, if you say a streamer take, and there's a young impressionable audience member, and they hear XQC say something, they're gonna say true, whether you're right or wrong, because they love you. Because I love you, bro. And if you say something, they're gonna just say true because they love you. And even if you're wrong, you're gonna end up gaslighting yourself. Okay, by accident.
Bro.
Nobody's fault, because you'll say something and a 12-year-old will say true.
Okay, yeah, true. You're right. Okay. You said it. Blind statement. Your heart is beating, whatever, right? And since it's beating fast, it's strengthening the muscle.
Yeah. Okay. You keep taking energy drinks.
So like right now, like, and Greek isn't arguing because he cares about like being helpful. He's just trying to win a debate. But X is saying is on some like crazy dumb shit. Hold on. What? 106.65.5 is where it is. 106.65. Oh, 5. It's underground. Oh, I already. Never mind. This guy's a dumb fuck. So your heart. Is X actually arguing against the idea that your heart can't get stronger? Or I don't know what he's saying. Now he's trying to make a comparison to like, what if you take a bunch of stimulants to like increase your heartbeat? I think that's a fundamentally different type of activity. I think. Is it muscles get stronger when there's metabolic activity? I think is the thing. I think if you just like stress your shit out like by taking chemicals, it's not going to be the same type of activity as like having your heart beat faster in response to like, you know, more movement and stuff. Hold on, wait, I'm sorry. Do you guys think that was a rhetorical question? Obviously your heart can get stronger. Yeah, of course it can. That's cardiovascular health. Destiny, that's his point though. That's X's point. X is almost making it sound like that's not the case. Greek it sounds like that's literally XQC's point. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to sit and listen to it. I can't tell who's missing what in this conversation. Okay. Let's listen.
Your mentality, or what you think about this. You think that it's beneficial for my heart, right? You're missing components here. Having
how is running not strengthening your heart muscle? Because you're forcing it to beat fast, strengthening it. It's a muscle.
Okay.
It contracts in and out. The more you do it, the stronger it's going to become.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. That's why people have less problems.
You're missing
with
lot of components in this interaction. You're missing components.
Dude, I get it, dude.
If you run and your heart is beating at a certain speed, there are certain measurements of percentage of your max heart rate, then your heart is getting stronger. Yes, that is true. What Greek is saying is 100% true here.
You're at the ego phase. I was once there.
Greek.
And you might think
X is assuming an overexertion cardiovascularly. Yes, an stress or strain on the heart in certain ranges of BPM is how you strengthen your heart. Yes, that is true. Yes.
I've got an ego now, and you might be right, but you're at the fucking ego phase right now. Just let me.
Greek said having your heart beat fast is good, and XQ is taking it as having a high resting heart rate. No, hold on. Yes, Greek said. Okay, if you're a. Hold on. I need to stop being condescending. Saying that Greek is saying simply making your heart beat fast is making it stronger is the worst faith possible interpretation of what Greek is saying. What Greek is probably. Tell me, is my stream back? Greek is probably saying that exercise makes your heart healthier. That's what Greek is saying. And XQC, but now what he said was make your heart beat faster. Now a bad faith interpretation of that would be, oh, he's saying just make your heart beat faster. Well, what if you take a whole bunch of stimulants to increase your heart speed? That would be a brain dead reading of what Greek is saying. That would be a stupid reading of what Greek is saying. That's not what Greek means, okay?
Have a fucking W, please, when you know I'm right.
Okay.
I always let you have W's. You're a better streamer than me. You happy?
Okay.
I don't care. I just want you to just when I'm right, just say I'm right.
Let me ask you a blanket question. Okay, don't look at chat for the answer. Okay, it's just a question. Okay?
I'm not. You're looking at chat. You're projecting.
X has probably been looking at chat. That is probably what's going on. Yeah.
That's not right. Okay. Listen. So
maybe X isn't saying this, but isn't being fat bad for your heart long term? Yes, okay? Because your body does not get stronger when you work out or when you stress it, right? That is like the damaging part of working out.
right? It gets stronger when you rest and then you recover and then the adaptation occurs. That's when it gets stronger. It's the resting part. When you're fat, you're never resting. You're constantly stressed. You're constantly inflamed. You're constantly doing damage, okay? Like, that's the whole point of why being fat is bad, is you don't have the resting phase, right? Like, is deadlifting good for your back? Yeah, probably, but not if every single time you stand up or move around, you're deadlifting, right? That's what it's like being fat. You constantly have the weight on. You're constantly working. Your heart is constantly stressed, right? If you could just be fat for like an hour and work out, then technically that'd be a good thing, and you recover from it afterwards. But yeah, it's the problem is that when you're fat, it's a lifestyle. It's not a thing you do at the gym. It's all the time. And then there are other complications being overweight as well. One, your diet is probably bad, so that's causing you a whole bunch of problems. And then two, just being obese causes you a bunch of problems as well.
So with your mentality, what do you think about this? You think that it's beneficial for my heart, right? If I take a bunch of central nervous system stimulants,
this is a dumb
a wide
plan.
variety of them, and I sit at the computer, everybody's doing that. Everybody's doing that. And I sit at the computer all day, stimulated out the fucking wazoo, and my heart is racing. Me at the computer, I'm just chilling here. My heart is racing all day, every day. You think that's a good thing for my?
There's a difference, bro.
Then don't make blanket statements.
No,
then.
You're saying you just made a blanket statement. You said everyone, brother. There's 7 billion people. That's you are so consumed. You've basically gaslit yourself, okay?
This is true. He has basically gaslit himself. But the reason why, and again, I can't tell if Greek is like good faith in this conversation is like going crazy. The reason why is because Greek came in here not to like genuinely help X or genuinely give any good advice. He's here on an ego mission to like destroy him in a debate. So of course, XQC, remember what I told you guys a while ago? I said this in the speech to those high schoolers too. I think I've said this on stream before too. Sometimes you can get so invested in a debate that when you take a step back and you analyze what's going on the macro level, you realize like, holy fuck, what the fuck am I arguing against right now, right? Like you can be in the middle of a debate with like Nick Fuentes and in the middle he's like, well, I think 2 + 2 = 4, Destiny. Like, no, fuck you, you're wrong. 2 + 2 is 5, you dumb motherfucker. Because you just want to disagree with everything you say. And then you back up for a moment and you're like, okay, hold on. What the fuck am I arguing right now? Like, wait, why the fuck am I arguing 2 + 2 = 5? It's because I want to disagree with every single thing this guy's saying so badly that you lose track of like what is real. Like XQC, I'm not going to let chat gaslight me on this, okay? If you don't agree, go make a separate post so I can ban you for myself for it, okay? XQC is arguing that you can't make your heart stronger, okay? XQC is like legitimately pushing against an argument that you can strengthen your cardiovascular system through exercise. That's what he's doing right now, whether he realizes it or not. At this point, you need to take a step back and be like, okay, hold on. What the fuck am I arguing about? Because he's like gotten so heated by Greek being like ultra heated, which is what Greek has been, that he is yeah, he's just like in super like I'm gonna disagree with whatever the fuck you say mode. That's what's happening. Destiny, please, I paid money to get my... Hold on. XTC simply pointed out that Greek's explanation is not correct. He is not disputing that cardio makes your heart healthier. He's simply pointing out that his explanation is deficient. Maybe lose $5. You're wrong. I don't know what to say to you. I'm sorry. That's not what's simply happening here. Okay, like it's very obvious to anybody that's listening what Greek is getting at. That making his heart work by exercising is good, right? Like imagine if I'm in the middle of the debate and I'm like, I think my bicep can get stronger. It's like, your bicep can't get stronger. I'm like, when I go to the gym and I curl my bicep, there is a stimulation, okay, that is making my bicep stronger and bigger. Oh, really? What if I stick an electrode into your bicep and shock it to cause a stimulation? Is that going to make it bigger? Well, I guess not. Oh, Destiny, that guy's just trying to explain that stimulating the muscle isn't enough to make it. No, you dumb fuck. What do you mean? That's the most bad faith interpretation of anything I've ever heard in my entire life, okay? The original point was that being fat made his heart stronger. Rewind. Holy fuck. Wait, what? I don't think that's what Greek is saying. Greek is saying that he made it stronger by running and exercising. I don't think Greek is saying he was healthy when he was fat.
Because, for example, if you say a streamer take, and there's a young, impressionable audience member, and they hear XQC say something, they're going to say true, whether you're right or wrong, because they love you. Because okay. I love you, bro. Yeah, and if you say something, they're going to just say true because they love you. And even if you're wrong, you're going to end up gaslighting yourself, okay, by accident.
Bro.
Nobody's fault, because you'll say something and a 12-year-old will say true.
Okay, yeah, true. You're right. Okay. You said it. Blind statement. Your heart is beating, whatever. right? And since it's beating fast, it's strengthening the muscle.
Yeah.
He thinks he has fixed the damage he did to his body being fat from weight rolling combo. Yeah, he's saying that. He probably hasn't 100% fixed it. But like you can't really compare your past to where Greek is in better shape than people that have been unhealthy and thin their entire lives and have never done anything. That Greek is in better shape than those people.
Okay, you keep taking energy drinks and you think that's exercise. Okay, good for you, man. I'm gonna just
That's
run.
not what you said.
And make my
That's not what you said.
No, I'm saying your heart moves and beats. Yeah, energy drinks does that to your heart. You're right. It does do that to the heart. There's a healthy way of doing it and there's an unhealthy way of doing it.
Greek doesn't know the underlying science, but what he's saying is 100% correct. Even I don't know the underlying science. I don't even know if scientists know the underlying science. Metabolic activity in a muscle, and then given some time to recover after said metabolic activity, will produce an adaptation that will make the muscle stronger. That is true. And that is fundamentally different than just drinking something that elevates your blood pressure because of hormones or response to like stimulants or whatever. I don't know what a stimulant counts as. Maybe just called a stimulant. Those are fundamentally different types of activities, one of which will strengthen a muscle and another one that won't. Where the fuck did the portal back to my base go?
Just like eating. It's just like, hang on, let me just say something.
And you think the unhealthy way is...
Let me just say that it's just like eating. It's just like eating. You can eat in an unhealthy way, and you can eat in a healthy way. The results are the same. Just like you running, getting your heart beating, and you taking caffeine and getting your heart beating, the results are the same.
It is not the same. It is not the same.
Oh, fuck me.
Wait, bro, it is not the same.
Wait, hold on. Did Greek get baited into arguing this side? Hold on.
To the same. Just like you running, getting your heart way.
Hold on, I thought Greek was being ironic before and ironically agreeing with X. Now I can't tell anymore. Holy shit, hold on.
Drinks does that to your heart. You're right. It does do that to the heart. There's a healthy way of doing it and there's an unhealthy way.
Yeah, okay, no, Greek understands.
Hang on, let me just say something.
You think the unhealthy way is...
Let me just say that it's just like eating. It's just like eating. You can eat in an unhealthy way and you can eat in a healthy way. The results are the same. Just like you running, getting your heart beating, and you taking caffeine and getting your heart beating, the results are the same.
It is not the same. It is not the same.
Oh, fuck me.
Wait, bro, it is not the same. Not even a little bit.
The Greeks, I don't know. I think Greek just misspoke. He must have been. I think it is.
$10,000 has been an hour.
Bro. One thing is good for blood pressure, and the other one is a complete fucking disaster. Think of it. Okay, look at it.
I think Greek actually misspoke.
Like a hose. Okay, you have a hose. Okay, and you're gardening. Okay, so this guy has his little hose. He's going over here, and he's watering his plants. Okay, and then on one end, okay, the hose has pressure, right? So the pressure is going down, right? Pressure. You know this in science. Yeah, pressure. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it means they both make the heartbeats faster.
Yeah, it builds up.
Yeah, and the hose over here, and then bop. Okay.
And maybe.
It's free flowing. Boom.
Okay. Yeah.
That would be comparable to comparing this, right? Comparing this to the hose going like that. You know, whenever you kind of press on it, right? So then you go like this, and then you go like that. You go, right? And then it's doing this. And this pressure is building like fucking crazy in here. It's jammed up, right? It's the pressure all the way, just lot of pressure and no output, nothing, right? And you're comparing these two things, like one is the same as the other.
I don't think Greek is saying that being fat is healthy for your heart. Did he? If he said that, I missed it. If he did, I just totally missed that.
You're comparing exercise or whatever of your heart raising and beating to fucking being at the computer, being stressed out the wazoo, high blood pressure, fucking stimulated, boom, 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 and doing fucking nothing. How is that? That you cannot compare that.
Listen.
It's not the same.
X, I don't know what to tell you here. I don't even understand what you said here, to be honest. I don't know if I'm dumb, but I don't know what you're trying to compare this hose to. Like, what you...
I mean, like blood pressure.
Blood pressure?
Yeah, you know the heart isn't only a thing that... It's not just Pumping and strengthening. My heart is strong. I have such a strong heart.
Okay.
What are your readings when you go to the doctor? Just tell me.
Okay. Let me put it this way.
What are your readings?
Let me put it this.
Say it.
Okay.
Don't let Google. Say it. I want to hear it. What are your BB readings when you go to the fucking doctor?
What do you mean?
What are your readings when you go to the doctor and she takes your temperature?
I don't go to the doctors because I'm healthy and I have no health problems.
Oh my brother, what the fuck?
What do you mean? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I exercise and I eat right and I don't need to go to the doctors. It's crazy, right?
Bro.
Holy shit!
Bro,
I blew his mind.
Bro, the healthiest people, some of the world's fucking leaders in health.
Why would I go to the
doctor like once a month, once every 2 weeks? What the fuck are you talking about?
Brother, why would I go to the doctor? What am I gonna say? Am I gonna say like, doc, like, am I gonna make up a fucking illness? Like, I wake up in the morning, I'm happy, I smile, I'm healthy, I exercise. Why would I go to the doctors? There's no need.
Wait, check us. Maybe something is wrong. Maybe like a fucking blood test. Maybe your hormones are off.
There's nothing wrong with me. My hormones aren't off.
Greek doesn't believe that anything can be wrong with him because
brother.
Greek is on this grind set where he believes that as long as you take care of diet and exercise, you can't have any health problems. I don't think this would be considered under homeopathy, but I think all of the alternative sciences or medicines, meaning the ones that don't do anything, all of them tend to believe that as long as you like take care of your body can never get sick. Sickness arises from a lack of exercise or an unhealthy diet. So as long as you're eating well, you never have to go to the doctor. Is probably what he thinks.
Look, your body is designed over hundreds of years
to cure everything.
Believe it or not, you are like the top of evolution right now, right? In your bloodline.
Okay. You comparing the biology of our fucking development, to our current status, what we did with technology and society, what we do in our current years. It's not comparable, dude. We put our bodies through so many fucking things that people didn't fucking 10 years ago, 20, 50, 100 years ago, and you're talking about fucking hundreds of thousands of years ago. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? It's a whole different landscape.
Wow, Griffin, thanks for the 10 tiers, 10 subs, buddy. Or 10 tier 1 subs.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Like, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. So, my bad, dude.
Think of it as stress, right? Stress, motherfucker, right? Right? Back in the days, the cavemen, were they stressing all day about the Obama?
Okay, if Greek is smart, then Greek actually has a slam dunk for this answer, because what X doesn't realize is he's actually unknowingly playing right into this argument. X is about to make the argument that you can't argue that our bodies are adapted to be healthy because the worlds that we live in today are dramatically different than the worlds that we lived in, 100,000 years ago. How could you compare that? And what Greek's answer for the layup is supposed to be is, I agree with you 100%, X. That's why I tell people to get off the computer, go outside, and go touch grass. You need to live a life like the cavemen did 100,000 years ago. Don't live like a computer person. Greek should say, I agree. Our bodies aren't adapted to this type of stress. That's why I tell people to go touch grass. You're the one that's living the life that's so different that makes it that your body and diet can't handle what's going on. That is the correct response. We'll see what he says.
The presence of possible mammoths in the wilderness, and all day they can't sleep at night. In the day, the whole thing. Oh my God.
Okay, let me just put you something, okay? Let me just tell you something. I can explain right now what I mean, okay?
Obama.
Okay, when you're fully in tune with your body, okay, say for example, you take yourself out into the wilderness, right? Your body will present you with a little bit of stress, telling you, ding, 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 you're hungry. Therefore, with that stress, you have to go out and eat and find food. Okay?
Yeah.
So your body will present you with a little warning.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you're in tune, this is gonna be good.
Okay. So when you're in tune with your body, all right, you can understand what your body needs. So say if your body is aching a little bit.
Yeah.
You know to stretch. I hurt. I'm stretching because you're in tune with your body, right?
Right.
For example, if you have cravings. A lot of people, their body is so out of tune because everything that's thrown at them, they crave the wrong things. They'll crave fatty food, sugary food, because sugar's a drug. Everything's pumped with fat, sugar, butter, the wrong things for you to crave.
Makes sense, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
So when you're in tune with your body, okay, and you're fully in tune, you can be like, I'm craving fruit. I'm craving watermelon. What does watermelon have? It has properties that may heal you, that subconsciously you don't know what you're healing, but you and your cravings, you're so in tune to your body, you'll eat watermelon, which might help you with some problem within your body that you do not know about. But you crave it, okay? But everything has so much salt and sugar. Our cravings, we're craving the wrong things. So until you fully fast and you fully eat correctly, you won't understand this, okay? So right now, you are so out of tune with your body, you don't know what's going on, and you're trying to get any strings or any draws to prove your point when you are just wrong.
Okay, Greek. What are the
craving is the same thing as hunger. It's the same thing as fear.
Greek.
What?
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to freak out. Go on.
What are your bing bings that you have cancer?
You mean what are your bing bings? I've seen people.
What are the bing bings?
Here we go. This is gonna make chat laugh.
What are your bing
I've seen
bings
people
of
cure
healing
cancer with good diet and exercise. That's what he's
gonna
gonna say. That's what Greek is about to say.
I'm going to.
Go ahead.
I say this is. Let me finish. This is gonna make chat laugh. But one of my people that I look at and I look up to is elders. Okay. There's a guy that's on TikTok. He's 73 and he's healthier than you. He can run faster than you and he's 73. He gives you tips on how to live life right. I'm gonna listen to him rather than you because he's simply at a higher level.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, okay.
So if he tells me that's something that he's been doing to make him that healthy and fit for that long, I'm gonna listen to him.
Great.
Not somebody who eats fucking Cheetos and eats a gummy bear every 8 hours with a can of Coke. Okay? Do you understand?
Okay. Okay. It makes sense, but Quick.
Zoil.
Like I
Let me call this guy out.
Like I said,
TikTok education, Zoil.
Greg,
you need help more than anybody.
Greg,
you're old Greek. You need help.
Greg. Don't be like that. Greg.
I'm not. I'm just trying to help him. I just said
you're being weird.
If he's gonna make fun of me and say TikTok education, then he needs it clearly. Because if I'm me with TikTok education and he's him and making fun of my TikTok education, who would you rather listen to?
Stop. Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, bro. Okay.
He's giving me one tap fucking PTSD. I can't, dude.
Okay. I asked you a question then. It's not even a bad question. People are saying it's a question mark. I don't mind it. Okay. What are your whatever warnings, right? That you have cancer. What are they?
What do you mean?
Go ahead, just tell me.
We don't know subconsciously. No, we might have warnings that we fix it without even knowing.
Then why don't you go to the doctor then? Maybe,
I guess cancer. Right? I guess your warnings with cancer would be, for example, if you smoke every day and your fucking throat is bleeding. If you vape and you feel sick. I mean, that's a warning. I don't vape anymore. I used to vape. I vaped for like years. If you... Wow, okay, now your Reddit's making memes.
Great.
Nice, dude.
Great.
Nice, dude.
Great. Listen.
Nice. Now I'm gonna get memes like this all day with smooth brain memes.
Okay. Greek.
Wow, okay. I'm leaving. No, I'm not having this bullying. I don't need this.
He's actually triggered.
Great.
It's bullying. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen. Sometimes there are illnesses, okay, that don't present themselves in ways that you recognize, right? And that professionals can before they become strong enough or big enough of a problem that they then affect your life and then end your life sometimes, right? Something as a lump you can't see really or really feel because you're not a fucking expert in the fucking field, right? Will show up and you won't have any symptoms at all. Normal fucking life, right? And because you didn't do any checkups and didn't do shit, right? At a point it'll become too big that whenever you do find it because you have pain, it's already too late, it's spread out in other places and it's too big and you're already dead.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
you're
you can
already dead.
Yeah. Okay, you can have a few checkups if you want, sure. If that makes you I promise you, like this type of mentality of checking up and being anxious and checking to see if you're okay or not can cause a bigger problem than the actual problem. You do know like depression and anxiety can actually cause you physical pain and physical trauma.
Yeah.
You do know your brain. So like having that mentality of I gotta check up every week, otherwise I might be sick, can actually make you fucking sick.
It's probably not gonna make you sick.
You understand? You're literally manifesting sickness upon yourself. If you go every day and you live life to the healthiest, say for example right now, okay, touch the wood, please Allah, do not make this happen. Do not make me an example.
Understand the impact.
Let me finish. Please, touching the wood, this never happens. Touching the wood. But if I was to get cancer tomorrow and die, okay, and I can at least say to myself, well, fuck it, mate. I lived every day healthy, happy, to the best I can, and I did everything I can to prevent cancer.
Healthy? That's ironic.
Bro, stop bringing up old Greek, bro.
No. I meant about the cancer thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Listen,
you having a growing malignant tumor isn't being healthy.
Listen.
What?
Listen. You're not letting me finish. If
what
I
is
live
the
every
pounding?
day healthy and happy to my fullest, enjoying life to every fucking moment, praying to God and thanking Him for every single moment, and I was, touch wood, I don't get this, I was to get cancer, at least I can say I did everything I can to prevent getting cancer and I got it, okay? Now, some kids spawn with illnesses, okay? Including what?
You're not making sense. You're not.
Okay, listen.
Let me refute your dog shit.
No, listen. Some kids, and I pray to fucking God every person that has a child in this chat, they do not have an illness. Please bless them with healthy children. But listen, some kids spawn with cancer and other diseases. Okay, and it's not their fault. Okay, that is who you should be praying for. Who you should be giving good wishes. Now, if you smoke vape every day, knowing the risks of getting vape, and then you get lung cancer, okay, I will not feel sorry for you, okay? That is deserved. You literally induced yourself with cancer and deserved it, well knowingly the effects, okay? This is the fucking difference.
Okay,
so what you're trying to say now...
You don't have to be an asshole on purpose, you know that, right?
I'm not being an asshole. Mate, I'm not being a fucking asshole.
Some people make choices for a lot of different reasons.
Brother,
even if they're wrong.
Boo-hoo. Wow, you're playing victim right now. Oh, I gotta smoke because I'm stressed. So's the rest of the world. What about the people that are stressed who don't smoke? They don't get any love, any fucking props. Why are we giving it props to some fucking dumbass who chooses to smoke and chooses to kill themselves?
Okay.
Get cancer. Boo fucking who? If you get cancer from smoking, you deserve it.
Then fuck the homeless and people in need who do drugs and they're addicts. These guys, man, they fucking deserve it. These motherfuckers, man.
If you go to most homeless people and you ask them why you homeless, most people say they choose it. Have you been to Skid Row and you actually interview and ask homeless people, or are you just watching YouTube videos and assuming?
What are you talking about?
I've been to Skid Row in LA and I've seen these guys. Talk to these guys. Some of these guys choose to be homeless. They literally have a choice. They choose it. It's their life that they chose. They've chose.
All your arguments always have a sum. Some guys decide to be fucking stupid as shit. Some guys are fucking brain dead.
Some guys
and
choose
you know
to
what?
Smoke
because
vapes.
of this, my argument makes sense.
Some people choose to smoke vapes, and then they get lung cancer and wonder why they got lung cancer. Because you smoke vapes. There's literally fucking warnings. Everybody, yes or no?
They still deserve a certain level of compassion. Believe it or fucking not.
No, they
these
don't.
guys
No,
even
they don't.
arguing about?
If you know what it gives you, just because they fold to the stresses of life. What about the people who are stressed who don't fold to smoking? Why don't they get any props? Why don't we applaud these guys? There's people who are stressed the fuck who have way worse problems.
It's crazy
who don't choose the path of smoking.
Bro, it's crazy that these days somehow you've become you're like talking more about like no. You've been talking more about faith and God and whatever the fuck these days, right? And it's crazy that you talk about this way and you don't make a reference to the guy who comes back and is celebrated.
I'm not gonna waste my prayers on a guy who chose.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna.
It's a good tangent. It's a good tangent. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible.
Motherfucker. Listen,
you want to be God, Andy? It's in the Bible.
Listen. Obviously, I pray for them. Obviously, I pray for them to fix their lives. This is why I'm making this speech now. I'm using my energy, my time that I could be spending with my dog going out for a walk into spreading this message. So clearly, I fucking care. So your little analogy doesn't work. Okay? Clearly, I fucking care. Clearly, I care because I'm speaking it right now into existence for these ears to hear. I care about people who are smoking. That's what I'm saying. If you smoke vape, you're lame. And you're a fucking nerd, okay? I'm trying to get people to stop vaping. This is the whole reason I'm here saying this. So clearly I fucking care. But I'm not going to waste my prayers on somebody who chooses that life. I'm going to pray for the little kids who have just spawned with cancer. I'm going to pray for those guys to survive and heal.
So you're backpedaling, so they do deserve
I'm not backpedaling.
So they do deserve some of your compassion.
Why am I here saying this? I could be with my dog now.
I don't even know what the fuck these guys are arguing about right now.
Time with my dog than talking to these people who hate me for trying to make their lives a better life. Believe it or not, my dog doesn't hate me. He loves me. I could be playing with him right now.
You cannot live you can't live in a pure utopia fucking state of living. No, you
yes,
can.
you can.
No, you
yes,
cannot.
you can. Who says why?
Nobody transitions one time, right?
Yes, they do.
People,
you can make
people
a,
deal
you
with
can make a
stuff
life
like,
change.
bro.
You can change your life right now. If you wanted to go to the gym right now and become a bodybuilder, you can become a bodybuilder.
Okay.
No, listen. For example. All right. If XQC wants to be a bodybuilder, he can wake up tomorrow and instantly be a bodybuilder. If you eat like a bodybuilder, have the mindset of a bodybuilder, go to the gym like a bodybuilder, eventually you will become a bodybuilder. If you make the choice right away and you start becoming, even though you're a skinny little bag of sticks, if you are a bodybuilder, if you have the same mentality and you are a bodybuilder from day one, you're a bodybuilder. It's going to happen eventually. So you are that thing because you're making the right choices in the pathway to get there. It might take you a year or two, but if you have the mindset of a bodybuilder...
A year or two. Greek's point is right, but that's a year or two is probably not true. But
you are a bodybuilder. For example, for me, I have a mindset of a Greek god. I'm literally fucking a Greek god. Do you understand?
I haven't
as long
seen
as you
any
have it's a mindset.
I've never seen any fucking Greek gods in marble statue that have a bunch of fucking skin fat running off the fucking chests.
Wow!
Jesus Christ!
I mean, you went there.
Are you serious?
Oh my God!
Bro, you went there.
Are you
so
serious?
hard.
Bro, you went there, motherfucker.
Wow. Okay, we're being like this, huh? Okay, yeah,
Bro.
but I'm actually trying to see the difference. I can make fun of you because you're not making a change. If you were a fat guy actually making a change, I would be your best hype man ever. But in fact, you're not making a change. You're a bag of bones, knowing what you're doing is killing yourself. You're allowing it, so therefore I have free reign. You can't make fun of me for actually trying every day. That's a dick. That's being a dick. For example, if you're a fat fuck and you're not doing shit about it, I'm gonna call you a fat fuck and give you the knowledge of how to change.
So you do have compassion for the recovering addict who still consumes, right? In lower.
Greek
doses
started
of
off, or XQC started off on the right here, but now X is like so like trying to own him on everything that he's just like.
This is unfair that we're having a debate because you're 14 hours in, you've got a slow brain, and we should do it when you're waking up fresh so you can actually give good points. Because right now, you're sat there drawing fucking stars and fucking hearts, and you're clearly not involved into the conversation, okay? Even though it is beautiful, by the way. I'm not making fun of your art. It's beautiful, but you're not
Greek is being as sanctimonious as from the beginning of the combo for sure. Like, there's a reason why X is so like defensive right now. It's because Greek came in like fucking guns blazing. Yeah, of course. But it's just funny listening to like where these arguments have gone to.
To kick this kid, brother. I'm fucking 29 years old and I could outlift you, outpush up you, outrun you. Don't call me a fucking kid, boy. Man, that's why I want to fucking ban that guy. Go on, go ahead.
I don't know how your physical states or capacities have anything to do with fucking.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely, it does. Okay. For example, a physical state absolutely does. Okay, chat. If me and XQC are gonna have a boxing match, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have a boxing match tomorrow. You are gonna bet your points, your channel points. Who are you gonna bet on, me or XQC?
Me. I just put a chicken wing on the fucking ground and then fucking snap you in half whenever you go for it.
First of all, that would have worked on Old Greek. You wouldn't snap me in half. You wouldn't fucking snap me in half. You would not fucking snap me in half. When it comes to money, listen, if you gained what I had now, I'd be scared of you. You're 6 foot, your reach is crazy, your genetics are fucking insane. You could literally be the strongest in your bloodline. Unfortunately, Nick took that role, and you're like the weak little duckling. In survival, right? Say if you were like in the wild with actual animals, you know what they do to the weak one? They eat it. So if you were actual an animal in the wilderness, you would have been eaten and thrown away by now. And the strongest.
Well, thank God we live in a fucking developed modern society where we don't have to fucking fight like gladiators for survival.
Yeah, thank God we live in a victim society. Thank God. Thank God we live in a little bitch victim society so people like you can survive.
The better response from X here would have been like, well, we live in a society where people can make changes over time. We are social creatures that take care of each other. That's why you had the opportunity to be so unhealthy for so long, but like improve yourself eventually. That would have been X's better response here. Because I think, is Greek older than X? Isn't X pretty young? I could be wrong, I don't remember, but.
Civilized.
Thank God.
Civilized,
yeah. Toxic positivity.
Okay, interesting take. So then fuck technology and fuck everything else. Then we should just.
They're like 2 years apart. Oh, I thought Greek was like in his 30s.
Exactly. Yeah, we would probably be better off. A lot less people would be depressed. Why? Half the reason people are depressed is because of the society we live in. Okay. There's tribes in Africa who don't even touch technology and they're way happier than us. They're fucking way happier than us. They live like.
Do you remember what I said earlier in my conversation with that one guy? This is one of the things that I was hitting on. How I said that it used to be a long time ago as a liberal or as a progressive, you could say like, okay, wow, you want to live in like a fascist, like religious fundamentalist society? Why don't you go see how they live in Sudan? Okay, why don't you go see how they live over there? And that would have worked against neocons like 15-ish years ago. But nowadays, if you say that to like certain conservative types, and now you're hearing it in Greek, they'll say, yeah, I would want to be one of those people in Sudan. If I had the opportunity to live in some fucking in some society where we fucking eat dirt and climb trees all day, I would do it. And I'd be happy. I'd love it. Way more than staring at my iPhone and being depressed and wanting to fucking commit suicide after clocking my 15th hour of League for that day. That's what they would say. Those responses aren't good enough anymore in liberal society. Like, oh, well, you just want to be like a guy that lives in a tribe? Because people will say, yeah, I do. Wow, I'm glad that Greek said this. So now what I said earlier, it almost sounds like I know what I'm talking about. But yeah.
Life to the fucking fullest. It's a beautiful life they live, but we have been to believe that we have it good and they have it bad. Wrong.
It's all about perspective. You understand that, right?
You have none. You have none. You sit in your room for 12 hours.
No. You don't get.
Your perspective is a YouTube video. Shut up.
Okay. You don't get that. You have no understanding of the concept of perspective. You need to understand that if you don't know that something exists, you don't know that you want it, you need it, or it's there, right? So of course, whenever you have less things to strive for, to have, to consume, to see, when your universe is smaller, right? You want less. So of course you feel happier because in that.
There we go. There we go. You proved my point. W. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, of course, but
Thank you.
Okay. Dude, this reminds me of
Are you mad? His ego's so hurt. He's mad that I'm agreeing with him because that means we equally agree on something, and you can't take it. You're trying to fire everything to disagree with me and have one on top of me.
Okay.
That is true. That is what X is doing. But I don't know why Greek doesn't realize that the reason why he's doing that is because Greek came in fucking guns blazing into this conversation. I don't know how Greek can be surprised that that's what's happening.
So many W's all the time. You can't give me a fucking plain W.
Greek.
You can't even agree to disagree.
Greek. If you want to talk about philosophical concepts or whatever, right? You need to have a basic understanding of certain philosophical fields of thoughts. Okay, that's just like how it is. You talk about things that have been thought about by philosophers for so many years, and you're regurgitating.
What are these blocks?
Incorrectly.
Can I mine them? Are they anything? Because it seems like they just break.
I didn't believe in that. What you're just saying.
What do you mean believe? But look at it. It's philosophy. What do you mean to believe? It's not like it's like I don't believe in science or something like that. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Stay away from that.
Listen.
Huh?
I'll tell you what. If you go on if you go on a journey with me, okay, I literally invited you multiple times to my island in Greece so we can work out, swim, get some sun, go fishing, okay, have fun, and stream it because it's an island. You won't get bombarded with little juicers, okay. I literally offered that for you to come. If you have the same,
the problem is that Greek, and it's hard to say what will happen because I can't know his journey or where he's at mentally or whatever. But Greek could be like the coolest person in the world technically, because it sounds like the new thing. Now he's found like a good lifestyle, but he's approached it like an ideological extremist. So it comes out like in the most unhealthy way possible. But if he could just like chill or not be so wickedly insecure, because he's carrying like the old insecurities of fat Greek with him. It seems like he could be like a cool dude. Like this offer to like go boating and doing shit sounds like it would probably be fun for X and other streamers and shit. But like he's like so aggressive and so insecure that it like damages like everything that he's saying.
Sort of mindset as you do now, then we can talk. But right now you can't see the light because you stream.
Is it that Greek is an asshole? I don't understand why he's like this. There could be like a ton of things playing into it. I can't pretend to know that answer. Like on one end, as much as you might try not to, once you've accomplished something, you have to make an active effort not to look down on people. That is, I don't know why, that is a very natural human thing to start sizing people up and looking down on people after you've started to do something. It might be after you started lifting and getting strong, like you start to look at everybody as like numbers, like this guy couldn't do this, he's not as strong as me, blah, blah, blah. Some people look at people that way when they start lifting, start dieting. You might be ultra critical of like, you see somebody eating unhealthy. Might be after you get a new job, you're like, huh, I make 120K a year. I probably out earn like this entire family behind me. Like people will, it just, once you've like accomplished something, it becomes very hard not to start looking down on other people that haven't done the thing that you've accomplished. So that might play into it, combined with like past insecurities. It might play into things. Yeah, there's a lot that could be going on. Now, I don't know if there's any of those are true in particular, but it could be. But I don't know Greek well enough to say truly. It's all like, that's just like my guesses. Oh my God, here comes Destiny and his power to explain everything. Talk about God complex. Permaban, see ya. I don't know why I caveat like a million times saying I don't know. This could be an explanation. Here are some things that happen, but I don't know. But for some reason, it's like never enough for some people. Good luck on your personal journey, my dude. It's a good thing. Never mind, yeah. Get aborted. Hold on. Well, I moved 10,000 blocks away, and I still have all these people around me. Huh, it's crazy.
Wake up, you stream, you wake up, you stream, you wake up. You're literally stuck in the fucking Matrix right now.
Oh my God, bro, the thing you remind me, the thing you were saying earlier, yeah, remind me of the allegory of the cavern. You ever read about that? The allegory of the cavern.
Allegory of the cavern, the shadows on the wall.
Why does everybody say leech chat? Do you think everything's about views and money?
It's
or do you think it's about morals?
Plato. It's Plato. It's
not.
Plato's
bro,
allegory of the cave.
If I actually cared about views right now and money, I'd be live right now. Okay, I'd be fucking live. If I cared about views and money, I'd be streaming 14, 15 hours a day. Going to every fucking tournament that's presented to me, every TwitchCon, every bullshit, I'd be chasing the bag, chasing the views. The fact that I take so many breaks proves that I don't give a fuck about the views and the money. When will people wake up and realize this?
Okay, agree. Let me show you the graph of happiness, okay? It's kind of goes like this, okay? Kind of goes like this, okay?
Wow. Okay, you're gonna tell me about.
And by the way, you can actually read about you can actually read about this concept, okay? It's kind of a cool thing, okay?
It's funny because I'm the leech's, and yet I'm everybody's leech's content. I'm not the one that has drama in their channel, but when I go live, everybody wants drama for me to react to. As soon as I go live, there's 10 clips up, and everybody's reacting to my clips. Yeah, I'm the leech. Everybody's reacting to my. I don't have drama in my title, yet every streamer has drama baiting. I'm not the one baiting any views, any bullshit. Yeah, I'm the leech and I'm the drama hoe.
Okay,
you just don't like me because you know I'm trying to bring you up from.
I'm leaving an argument that you can relate with somehow. Okay, it's gonna be very, very easy. Okay, you're playing any game you play with Fortnite.
Yeah, I'm a little bit insecure.
This is your level of happiness. You get the red bar. Okay, the red bar around.
Don't assume my happiness. So, what are you doing?
This is mine. Okay, boom, boom. I launched the game the first time. I'm having some fun, and then I'm kind of bad, right? This is over the days, and I start getting better, right?
But life's not all about wrong. See, you're talking about happiness. You are told to believe that you should be happy all the time. Happiness is an emotion.
You're not even listening to my concept.
Motherfucker! You're talking about happiness.
You need to
happiness. We are in society. We are sold emotions. Everybody's like, you gotta get money to be happy. You gotta do this to be happy.
Brain Andy. Let me do my. Okay, yeah. It is a level of happiness, okay?
I'm about to turn into the joke. This is tilting me.
Okay, go ahead. So you have a baseline, right? The blue is you being happy. You're happy. Okay, this is it. Baseline happiness, okay? So then you launch the game. Oh wow, this is kind of fun, right? And then you play, and it goes and you're kind of good at it. You're good at it.
It's called dopamine, but yeah.
Boom, you learn something new. You have fun. Boom, and then you start losing a bit. Right. And then one day, right? You compete, and then you win 3 tournaments in a row. Right? Boom, boom, boom. Then you're more happy, right? Boom, you're more happy. Yeah. You're more happy because you're doing good, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. And in your perspective, you're one of the best. And then you travel to another country, right? You to another country, and you see that these guys, they have these world of strategies that you've never seen before, and they're way fucking better, right? They're way better than you, right?
Yeah.
So now there's a bunch of things that you didn't even know existed. You didn't even know it was a thing. You didn't know that these things were there, right? But now you do, right? So now a little bit you're a little bit less happy, right? But because there's a gap of something that you didn't know was possible, right?
I don't know what XCC is getting at here.
So that elevates the whole thing. Does that make sense or not? You're not giving me feedback here, man. It's kind of hard to talk about.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm not being mean or rude, but like I'm trying to understand. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm trying to understand. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't understand. Like, I'm being honest here.
Let's say your entire life you live at home, okay, and you never leave it. You don't know what's outside. You don't even know what it doesn't exist to you. You can always inside.
Can I just stop you? Can I just give you feedback? You asked for feedback, Jose.
Yeah.
You said you only live at home, making it like a bad thing. If anything, it's good to live at home and be with your parents and help your parents.
You're right. Okay.
Beautiful. That's beautiful family values.
Easy.
Stay at home.
Easy then. Easy argument then.
We are brainwashed to believe if we don't have our own house at 20, we failed as humans. If you're at your home and you're like 20, 22, living with your mum or dad, or 23, 24, and you're helping around with the chores and helping being a good family man, that's W values, okay? So don't let anybody tell you that you're failing in life because you're living at home.
Okay, fair enough. That's something that's okay. So you never go outside ever. You don't even know what a plant is. You don't know what nature is, right?
No, but you're saying living at home like it's a bad thing, like it's not.
It's good because you're happy. Look, my baseline, my blue is baseline. That's your happiness. You're happy. So you're happy all the time, or you're not happy, but you're a bit certain.
No, it's called being at peace with yourself.
It's a good baseline.
These guys are like speaking different languages.
And then I open the door, right? And we go outside, and I show you in 10 minutes. I show you the millions of things you could do outside. By going outside, traveling, eating, these billions of things you could possibly do with your life that are insane. And then I go.
Keep hating your life, then.
And I lock you in and say,
Andy.
Well, I mean that's it.
Lock you inside? Like why is anybody locked?
Because
inside?
Before you were happy, right? This was your life before.
No, you just said we were at peace. You just put that line and we agreed that you were at peace.
But
how's that now happiness? You changed it.
Yeah, no, but wait. But now I showed you everything. Really fast 10 minutes. But boom, you saw everything, and I say now back to the fucking thing we were before. Back.
Why?
To, right?
Why is that a bad thing? Why are we going back? Like,
no. Like, I locked you in.
Locked.
No.
Who's locked in? Why are you locked in?
You didn't even know that out there was the thing. Okay. It's an example. You don't really get to fight it. Okay.
So why? But why are you?
Now you're back to being locked in the house. How do you think you're gonna feel when you get back inside the house? How are you gonna feel?
You'd feel grateful for the experience that you experienced, and you got to experience it.
Yeah, but it's right outside, and you can't go outside.
Why can't you go outside?
You just can't.
Why?
These guys are talking about like two totally different things.
You've always been.
What is imprisoned you?
You didn't even know it was a prison in the first place, because for you, your entire world was the house. So how could you tell?
What?
How could you tell it was a prison? For you, the whole world. For you, your whole world, right?
Then just go back outside again.
What? You can't.
Why?
Because that's how it is. It's a reality.
What do you mean how it is?
He's not following, like, Greek is not following the analogy now.
Why are you stuck there?
I'm just telling you, in this example, you can't. You're missing the point. You can't go outside.
No,
how are you gonna feel?
You read chat, by the way, when you said missing the point, because I saw that exact same message.
No.
So don't fucking.
Because
yes, you did. Admit it. No. Wait. Admit you read that from chat.
Yeah. Because it was a good way to bring you back, though. It's a good way to bring you back.
No. You told me from the start we can't use chat, and you just used chat. We both saw that guy saying missing the point,
because it's a good way to bring you back in an English saying. It's an example.
So you're taking that guy's random.
Oh my God,
bro! 12.
See, now you're you are missing the point. Okay.
Now I'm actually missing the point. Yeah, now that guy's right, but before I wasn't.
Okay, you know what, dude? Fuck it, man. Fuck it. Okay. Fuck this example. It sucks because you're in prison and you don't get it. Okay, your entire life, okay, you're just at home, and you have no legs, 0 legs, right? And nobody around you has legs. You're just kind of living, chilling, no legs, right? And you're happy because your baseline, you don't even know what legs are. You never seen it before.
There's people that have done way more stuff.
Wait.
People that won gold medals.
Don't even know your body could have legs. So you haven't seen a human with legs before, right? And then I pull up with a fucking laptop, right? And I show you all the things that people do with legs. Boom, right in front of you. I show you the jumps, the snowboarding, the rock climbing, the running, the jumping, all of it. Boom. These are things people do with legs. right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me
What
answer you.
do you
Now I
think-
understand.
Realistically.
Now I understand.
Realistically.
So-
What do you
so
think
now-
so
now
red
I'm
is happiness.
let me answer.
How
I'm
do you feel?
answer. I'm answering, okay? So the person with no legs. Now, if they were you with no legs, they'll play victim, be a little bitch, be depressed, be sad. But if it was me with no legs, they would win Olympic medals, they would go outside and live the life to their fullest they can with no legs, and just be happy that they're alive. They have no legs, but at least they can live life to the fullest as much as they can with no legs. Do you understand? So with your logic, they'll play a little victim, little bitch, and stay inside. But with my logic, they'll be winning gold medals, which they have done. That's why people in the Special Olympics are so fucking inspiring. They're more inspiring than anybody on this planet because they're stronger than us. There's people who are stronger than me with no legs.
Yeah, you just missed the point, darling.
They're both like speaking
I
in
gotta
different
walk my dog anyways.
in different worlds.
Oh, okay, nice way to move it out of the argument.
We'll continue when I'm done another time, okay? All right, at a price.
Greek. I just drew a brain right there. You like it or not?
Wow. Okay. Smooth.
It's a nice smooth lump, and it's shining too.
Okay.
It's shining.
Yeah, dude.
You like it or not?
Yeah, dude.
It's pretty decent.
Okay. I see how that is. We're gonna get personal like this, huh?
Well, it's fully smooth, man.
All right, dude.
It's like a jelly bean.
By the way, you are my favorite streamer. You and Trainwrecks are my favorite streamers. Not that it means anything. Not my word means anything. I'm just as equal to everybody else. But you and Train are my favorite streamer. That's why I fucking come in this school.
Oh, thank you, Greek. But you're
good at streaming. You're good at streaming, and you're good at what you do. And I've had days where I've been depressed, and you farted literally, and it has made me happy. So you're doing a good job.
You said if I can do it, didn't you?
No, I'm being serious. Like I've actually been really depressed, and you've made me happy. Like I'm not kidding. I've got 486,000 channel points in here for a reason.
Oh, jeez, oh, thank you, man. Listen. Now I want you to leave with a net positive. This is it's a cool thing, okay? It's cool. You should read about this, yeah. It's something I learned a long time ago. I talk to chat about sometimes. It's called the hedonic treadmill. Okay, it's like your the baseline happiness.
The thing is
and
that
in this example, right? If you see they kind of, I was just trying to tell you, right? That
Greek would argue you're the one on the treadmill. That's the issue with this.
You don't have something. You don't know you're missing it. Right? Because you live kind of in the shadows. So it's a big deal.
I agree.
So you would be unhappy to know the things that you don't have. And now it exists, right? Think about the mother suckers, the cavemen. They saw fire for the first time, the warmth of fire.
Yeah, it's a bit like somebody who
they don't have it.
It's a bit like somebody who works at Tesco's and they love drawing so much and they want to make money from drawing because they just want to spend all day drawing, but they have to stack shelves. And that's why these people that you actually feel sorry for.
No.
Why I fucking move like 5,000 blocks away from the rest of the team or the rest of the game because I'm trying to do I'm curious for the cave shit. What is mining caves or whatever? And I can't mine anything near spawn because these guys fucking played through the entire fucking night and mine literally the entire map out. It's like, okay, well let's move 10,000 blocks away. Then I come here and now people are here like, wow, so many diamonds. What the fuck? Why do you think I moved 5,000 blocks away?
Because all that they do in their free time is, and then that's the only thing that brings them happiness.
That's not true though. They're accustomed to this life. They've seen the possibilities the whole time. That makes no fucking sense. What you just fucking said it. Because the guy lives in reality, in society, where he's seen everything. After a certain while, the hedonic treadmill, it levels out. The level of your based on happiness levels out because of your current circumstances. You become at a certain level of acceptable happiness. Right? What I'm telling you is that
you're talking about happiness all the time. I don't like this. Like you do know you can be being happy and being content and being at peace and being. Do you know there's many forms of feeling?
Yeah, I was gonna say Greek. So I don't know if Greek has a vocab for this. It seems like it might, but the thing that Greek should hit on is that the hedonic treadmill probably only refers to temporary pleasures that are not very fulfilling or satisfying. So an example of that might be buying a new graphics card, then buying a new iPhone, then buying a new car, then buying new clothes. This might be an example of the hedonic treadmill. All of this happiness is going to be very short term, pretty expensive, not be very fulfilling. But there are probably some forms of happiness that aren't like the hedonic treadmill, you know? Having children and a fulfilling family probably isn't oh God, I had one kid, now I need 2, now I need 5, now I need 10, unless you're Catholic or something, right? This is not, there are different types of happiness, and we probably wouldn't say that all of them give you the same level of contentedness, you know?
Good, that isn't just happiness. for example, like if you can be excited and anxious. Have you ever heard of that? Like the feeling of being anxious and exciting is the same feeling. You are just giving a blanket statement for an emotion that has millions of different ways to achieve. Do you understand?
Interesting.
So you're talking.
Perspective.
You're talking. So like, for example, you could be like juiced up, like angry, but like you're not angry. You're just like juiced up, and you're punching a boxing bag, and you're getting all this feeling out. Okay, but it's like some people are like, damn, that guy's roided and he's angry. But in reality, he's just enjoying punching a bag, and it feels good to get that out of his system, that emotion.
Yeah, then
it's not just one emotion.
Then he's
it's a bit like
happy. Yeah, but
I'm just saying that you're giving it an emotion that's
you're
just
not
one.
being fair about this. It's called
No, I am. No, I'm not being fair.
It's called an umbrella. Right?
Okay.
It's called an umbrella. In the umbrella of a happiness. In the umbrella. In the umbrella of happiness, there's a lot of things. Happiness isn't this one thing you do, or it could be a lot of things. A lot of things can make you happy. A lot of things can be seen as being happy.
Yes, it's it being happy, but the problem is, okay, with the world that we live in, right? What is the one thing that humans can't really control? Is their emotions, okay? Our world that we live in, they know that. So they try to control us by trying to sell us certain types of emotions. Buy these glasses, you will be cool. Buy these glasses, you will get hot babes. If you get money, you will be happy. If you wear Gucci, it will look like you're rich, therefore you're succeeding. Do you understand?
This is fucking brain dead. They're just brain dead. I mean, I can't give up on you. You're being. I mean, why'd you
give up? Why'd you give up? Because I proved a point that I'm right.
Not only is it logically unsound, it's also uneducated and kind of just straight up ignorant.
It's not ignorant though. How many times have you heard that money equals happiness, yet you see some kid born into wealth and the kid's depressed? Happens a lot. Sometimes people need to find...
One thing you can see here, too, is the limits to some of this, like, red pill ideology, where something I've said in the past is that red pill people do get a lot right. And Greek does have a lot right here, but sometimes it's for the wrong reasons, and then sometimes he runs to, like, dumb places with it. Right?
Hey.
Jesus Christ.
What?
You're fucking purpled up.
Oh, yeah, I'm purpled up. Wait, shit, people can't hear you.
Good. I don't want to be heard. Can I drag in this other dude or whatever?
Yeah, but,
Or,
hey,
oh,
check...
we do.
Wait, are you going to be on camera? Oh, yeah, you're... Oh,
I'm on camera.
All right, check this out.
Okay, hold on.
Check this shit out. Everybody, I present... Destiny.
Cute.
Oh my god.
Is it actually a CRTV or whatever? Or
Obama.
Yes.
CRT-TV. Jesus.
Welcome.
What is the cable?
It's so great to finally meet you, man. Hey.
Wait, hold on. I have to ask the tech. What is the cable? How do you connect it? Is there like something to like?
I just got an adapter from Amazon.
Yeah, what is the adapter? What are you adapting from what to what?
It's just HDMI to RF.
And that connection just straight works? Is it like an active adapter? Is it like plug into power somewhere? Or?
Yeah. It plugs into a power source.
Oh, okay. So there's like a conversion hub. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I just looked at Reddit threads till I found somebody who had done it, standing on the shoulders of giants. So, welcome to my home, man.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this.
Looking for the doll. Where is she?
Oh, she's in the closet.
Obama.
Oh, over there? Okay.
Yeah, she's over there. Gotcha. You're close. You're getting closer.
Okay.
Obama.
What's up?
Nothing. So are we gonna... Yeah, you want to drag this guy in, or you want to...
Yeah, I guess.
How do you want to handle this? He sounds really upset. Are you...
Is he?
I think so.
Oh shit! I might need to dress myself. Give me a second.
You know, listen, dude.
Whoa.
Damn, you got him, dude.
Yeah.
What is this your first time with this setup today?
Yeah. It's it's a real honor to have you be the one to break it in, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
Did you get that the neon lighting or whatever behind you? Is that fixed now, or is it still fucked?
Yeah, it's fixed. I got a new one.
Damn.
Yes, this one's fixed. It's a little nicer than it was before. This one's like actually screwed flat into the wall.
Oh, cute. Okay. Was it? Did you get the same guy to remake one, or did you just get a totally different one?
No, same guy. I was like, hey, listen, I broke the sign.
Gotcha.
Apparently, people break his signs all the time, though. So he wasn't really surprised. I felt bad. I thought he was gonna be like really mad at me.
Yeah, it's like a sentimental thing, and you just fucked it up.
Exactly. Because he's like an artist, you know.
True. Okay, Mr. Heely, what's up?
Okay, I probably should have let you know beforehand, but I'm a little bit weird about I don't want to promote myself during this. So I view it as kind of hypocritical. So I wasn't expecting you to put Heely in the
Oh, why does it matter if you promote yourself?
Because that's one of my biggest complaints with Max.
Okay.
I view him as using Recful for money.
Gotcha.
I'm
well,
angry at him. For that reason.
This is a mission of compassion from you, so we're promoting your compassionate mission. Okay, you're fine. All right, go. Good luck. Who wants to start? Do you want to introduce yourself, or well, you don't have to introduce yourself, but say, I guess, what you wanted to argue for, and I'm just here moderating the two of you as impartially as I can, as I always do when it comes to Max.
Okay, so I've watched your other hotlines, at least the first one. So you like it when people are just kind of to the point, right? I'm pissed at you. You're using my fucking hero as a weapon. I'm angry at you.
Okay.
Max. That's the reason I'm here.
Oh, you came to the right place.
I think that you could do the crusade against Dr. K better. I don't think you had to do it in quite the inflammatory way that you're doing it. My biggest the thing that really pissed me off was saying that what he did was worse than rape. Calling him fucking insane.
Can we, before we go into that, do you know why Max said it was worse than rape?
Yes, I mean I kind of understand where you're coming from. Like it's your view, but what Destiny and Erudite were talking during that conversation about was like how it was more complicated than that. It wasn't just cut and dry like you're trying to claim it is. I think that
we were in a debate, and that was the focus of the debate. I think was, is it cut and dry or is it not cut and dry?
Yeah, I don't view it as cut and dry either.
Okay, so you were on the other side of the debate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that having a dual relationship like that was the only way that he was going to talk to him. And I think that you would know that had you done a little bit more research.
Is the only way a woman's gonna have sex with you.
That's a fucking weird.
That'll make it right though. In fact, I would say definitionally, if the only way a woman's gonna have sex with you is if you rape her, that makes it worse.
How? What? Oh, okay. I don't really know what to say to that.
Well, you're saying Recful would never have participated in ethical therapy. So, if that's true,
okay, I see what
right.
you're saying now.
If you're right, then therefore, you're kind of implying that this therapy was unethical.
Yeah, it was. It was unethical, but it was also... I think it had to be that way. Because Recful was committed before. So he didn't trust any therapist. The only reason why he trusted Dr. K during this was because Dr. K wasn't just a therapist. He was a streamer, and he also knew of Recful beforehand.
He intuited correctly that Dr. K would not fulfill his professional obligation to commit somebody he thought was imminently suicidal. That's true. And he was right, yes. Dr. K did not do that when he had the opportunity.
I think that there's... I think the reason why I'm upset is because it doesn't really seem like you care about Recful's suicide. You care more about attacking Dr. K. which I mean I do kind of understand because that's like your brand now, but that's also one of the issues that I have with you as well. Sorry, I was looking at my notes here. There are so many other people that you can use as examples against Dr. K. Like Melina, I mean, Destiny's wife is one of them. Alinity talks about suicide in her video with him. Let's see, Cutie Cinderella. Like there's so many other streamers that you can talk about, but you only use Recful. And I think the reason why you do that is because he has a big name, and you're using that big name. So like your video, for example, Reckless, I thought was amazing. I thought that was a good video because you're just using Dr. K's words against him. You're not putting your own words into it. So I think whenever you start talking about
Reckless is clearly using Recful's name.
Yes, but you're not talking about it yourself though.
Okay.
You're not like putting in your input in it, I guess. That's why I like it. So it's kind of like the Trump thing. Like for Trump, there's so many ways that you can criticize him, but you can just use his own words against him. You don't have to put in anything. You don't have to exaggerate anything. You don't have to hyperbolize anything. You can just have himself shoot himself in the foot. You can do that with Dr. K, and I think that you would have a lot more support doing it. You wouldn't have people like me that are angry at you now because of how you talk about Recful. So you are losing support in your crusade against him because you're being so hyperbolic. I understand that's part of your thing, but if
I disagree. I don't think it is part of my thing. I don't think I'm being hyperbolic at all. So I think maybe we should. Well, I'm not. And you're downplaying it because you're a fan of Recful. And you want to give him more agency than he had, and you want to see him as somebody who knew what he was doing, and because you're so wrapped up in like the internal story of the decisions he made, you are confused about the liability that a doctor has when engaging in these kinds of conversations with somebody. So just because you understand Recful's like reasoning for allowing this unethical therapy relationship to happen to him, that doesn't absolve Dr. K at all.
Okay, I would use a different word for it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's unethical, because dual relationships are not always unethical. It's more immoral. I don't think it was entirely wrong. I think it's like half and half. And I think that you are making it out to be something that it's not.
Okay, so do you want to discuss therapy ethics now?
I don't really, that's not really something that I know too much about. I mean, I've been in therapy for a year. That's about all my qualifications, but we can talk about this. You probably know more.
Real quick, wait, before we move on to therapy ethics, something that I think is kind of important for Max's part, not to put words in Max's mouth, but when you brought up the other streamers, I think one of Max's chief criticisms was that part of that dual role is when it comes to Alinity or Melina, I don't think Dr. K was talking to them long term, which I think was a big deal with the Recful thing, right? That might be important to get out there. But.
Wasn't he only talking to him for like a month though?
To Recful?
Well, he said to Recful they did 6 2-hour conversations.
Yes.
And then whatever was happening behind the scenes as well.
And whatever happened behind the scenes as well.
Also, wait, my brain might be fucked. I thought Recful knew Dr. K for way longer than that.
He didn't. A month or two, I thought.
The first session was the end of December 2019, and their last session, they had a 3-month break, and their last session, I think, was in April.
Wait, how many months did he kill himself after knowing Dr. K?
It was like mid-summer, I thought.
On July 2nd.
Of the next year?
No, of 2020.
Which is the next year, right? If his conversation was in 2019, and that was his first conversation?
It was like December 23rd or 28th, 2019 was their first conversation.
Yeah.
Then the last conversation was April 2020, and then he killed himself July 20.
Gotcha. Okay.
I guess I want you to make a video on his suicide, like going through the reasons why he committed suicide. If you're going to keep using Recful as a weapon, I think you owe it to him.
I think we're bouncing all over.
Yeah, I'm kind of rambling a little bit. I apologize.
Do you want to pick one of these topics? I'm happy to engage with you on any one of these topics. But I don't.
Here, I'll go ahead. you pick one, and then we can talk about it. I'll let you.
Okay. Well, therapy ethics is an important one to me. So you're saying
Okay.
it's sort of half and half. It's not exactly unethical. The ethics guidelines clearly state all effort should be made to make a therapist-patient relationship begin by mutual consent. And the relationship has to be clearly defined as a doctor-patient relationship. There has to be liability. There has to be a professional establishment of this sacred relationship, informed consent. You have to understand that you're committing to it. The doctor has to be on board. So in their second session, Dr. K says to Reckful, do you have a therapist? And Reckful says, no, I've never liked talking to therapy except now. Oh, this isn't therapy, winkingly. And Dr. K kind of laughs and he says, well, I think you gotta do something here. This we can't just do a one-off. This has to be more longitudinal. So here's what I'm thinking. If you really want to get into this, get into the the heart of the loneliness, we have to start meeting regularly. We could do it on stream or we could do it off stream. But I want to meet regularly with you. Do you want to meet weekly? And Reckful says yes. And then they start meeting weekly. And then after 5 sessions, Dr. K has now promised that he's going to love him for 2 years in order to cure his borderline personality disorder symptoms. Although Dr. K says, I'm not saying you have BPD, but you have some similarities. He says, I'm going to love you for 2 years, and then on the 5th session, he says, we talked off stream. I overextended myself. I don't know if I want to be your doctor or your friend, or I don't know if I'm your doctor or if I'm your friend, and we have to figure this out. And Reckful explicitly says, I really don't like the tension. I don't like the tension of not knowing, because it would be really cool if you're my friend, because then we could go to like Japan, I would really love to go to Japan. But on the other hand, I think I really need a therapist. And Dr. K says, well, yeah, that's really beautiful what you just said. You don't like the tension. Let's do some breathing exercises.
Yeah, but I also think that's one of the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just don't see if the rule is you have to either have a doctor-patient relationship or you have to not have a doctor-patient relationship. And the worst way to break the rule is to be directly in between those two. I don't know how you could break the rule any more than he broke it.
That's not necessarily breaking the rules, though.
Can you describe a situation to me where the rule of you failed, the rule is you have to clearly establish whether you are somebody's therapist. That's the rule. Do you understand that? You either have to be their therapist or not be their therapist.
But he couldn't be his therapist, though, technically, because he wasn't licensed in Texas.
I want you to stay with me.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Just lock eyes with me. I just want you to stay focused on what I'm going to say right now.
Here, let me put you in the middle here, so I can...
Okay.
Also, wait, Max, can you boost your mic like 200% or something on Discord? Or I don't know if it's turned down or...
Yeah, on Discord.
Or set it, is it what, at 100% or is it less?
What output volume? It's at 95%.
Turn it to
Wait,
100.
no input volume. No, input volume's all the way up.
Okay, yeah, just a little quiet. I turned it up to 200%, but okay, go for it.
Okay.
You said lock eyes with me. You're talking about whether
lock eyes with me. Yeah. The rule, I want you to just stay laser focused. This is a bedrock ethics guideline, okay? You have to establish a doctor-patient relationship for care to be given legally. It's actually illegal to not do this. Now, that means you either are the person's doctor or you're not the person's doctor. Every effort must be made to ensure clarity. That means, it also specifically says, avoid giving advice that could be interpreted as therapeutic or medical advice until you have properly established the doctor-patient relationship. So this means you can not be somebody's doctor, or you can be somebody's doctor. But the worst place to be is to sort of be somebody's doctor. And now you're saying this rule wasn't broken, and I challenge you, please describe me a situation that breaks this rule more than Dr. K and Reckful's situation.
I mean, there's... I find that kind of
it's
weird.
Impossible. Okay, so you find the rule weird. That's fine. We can talk about.
Well, no, not the rule. What you just said there.
Okay.
Like, find a thing that's worse. Like, there's a million things that could be worse than that. Like, if they're
no. I didn't say it's worse. Describe me a situation.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that itself is saying that is weird because there are a million other things that could be worse in that situation. Like if they were fucking.
I'm not saying
example.
I'm not saying worse. I want you to listen to me again. Describe me a situation where it is. Describe a situation to me where it is more unclear to the client if the person is their therapist or not their therapist than the therapist explicitly saying, I don't know if I'm your therapist or your friend. I don't think you can. I think that is smack dab in the middle. That's the no-no zone. It's green here, and it's green here, and there's a big red. It turns red as you get more and more confusing and unclear. I don't think there is a place you can be that is more unclear than, hey, patient, I don't know, or friend, I don't know what our relationship is. And I'm not going to explain it. I'm not going to answer this question. I don't know the answer to this question because there isn't one. That is the rule. And so if you don't understand the rule, you don't like. Okay. That's maximum confusion. That's 100% Reckful after 5 sessions does not know if Dr. K is offering to treat his depression, which is what he explicitly offered to do, or if he's not really his doctor and he's just his friend. Also, he's not paying him. Like, none of the things that protect people from their doctors are in place. There's no agreement, there's no liability, there's no supervision, there's no consultation, there's nothing. There's no safety net whatsoever.
I still view this as the only way that he was possibly going to get treatment, though.
Absolutely.
Because
that's probably true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Wait, so real quick, just so we're keeping track of the conversation. So, because initially we're arguing about ethics, but it sounds like we're not really arguing about ethics. It sounds like you're both
I don't really give a fuck about the ethics, to be honest.
So you're both in agreement that ethics were broken. So now the conversation is like, is it worth it to break the ethic, I think, right?
I think it was. I think it was worth to break the...
Okay. What do you think? Therapy ethics are there to protect the mental well-being of the patient, right?
Yes, but also to protect the therapist, though, too. Mainly, I think, actually.
Okay. So the rule that you can't have sex with your patient, that's a pretty good rule.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that rule is there to protect the therapist?
Yes, actually, yeah. Because it's there for insurance.
Okay. How does that connect to insurance?
So they don't get sued. Like, it would be a lot more hazy if, like...
Wait, sued for what?
Because that would be exploitive.
Okay.
It's still...
damages.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, both.
Damage.
Both.
Wait. Let's compare. Damages to whom? When you take a doctor to court and you say, hey, you committed malpractice, you really fucked me up. You really fucked with my head. Do you think that the judge is like, okay, well, it sounds like the doctor got really damaged here, so we gotta assign... Like, that's not how it works. You sue the doctor because they hurt you, and then the judge awards you money because the doctor hurt you. And then, yeah, the insurance company might have to pay out that money. But the end of that system, it's still all in place so that to protect you from, like, somebody who has power over you and you're supposed to be in their care and they hurt you.
Well, yeah, it's both. It's to protect them, too. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's to protect the patient. I don't see how the doctor needs to get protected. Like, you know who Larry Nassar is?
It sounds familiar.
He's the gynecologist for, like, the women's gymnastics team.
Oh yeah,
who just is going to jail for 1 billion years for molesting all the girls. Do you think the girls should go to jail because they made?
Well, no, I just meant Larry more Nassar so that it's still a fucking company. Like, at the end of the day, the only thing that they care about is money. So, like, it's to protect the therapist as well.
It's not. No, the APA isn't a company.
Well, no, not necessarily.
It's a professional,
not the APA being a company. I mean, like.
Well, they're the ones who write the ethics guidelines. The insurance company doesn't write the ethics guidelines. It's written by a board of professionals and like updated through research yearly. They decide what is in the best interest of the patient. I mean, the whole point of the guidelines, of ethics guidelines specifically, is to not do harm to the patient. And so, like, Larry Nassar is a good example. Like, if you said, well, the rule where you're not supposed to molest 14-year-old gymnasts is there to protect the doctor, like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not
Well,
true.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that it's there to protect both. I'm not disagreeing with you on this. Like,
I would say
more so the patient, but it's also there to protect.
I think to clear this up, so when we say that insurance is there to protect both, that's kind of correct on a technicality. Like, it's there to protect the patient from getting hurt, and it's there to protect the doctor from the consequences of hurting the patient, right? Ultimately, both are going to be about hurting the patient. Like, why does a doctor get malpractice insurance? Is it to protect himself? Kind of, but it's to protect himself in case he hurts a patient, right? That's the reason why.
Especially in case other people think he hurt a patient.
Yeah. So ultimately, in a roundabout way, it's still ultimately always about the person being affected, which is the patient, not necessarily the doctor, right?
Guys letting the Mr. Girl control the conversation too much. Oh yeah, I'm a fairly passive person.
Wait, what?
I'm reading your chat.
Oh, don't read my chat. Don't worry about that.
Kind of gives me a view on how this is going. I think you're right in a lot of respects. I just think that there's a more effective way of doing this.
It sounds like there was a conversation that Max had recently where he said something. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I think it's kind of important. Max doesn't. Hold on. I'll say it in a Max way. Max doesn't really care about rectal suicide. The goal of his analysis of those videos wasn't like, this is why Rectal killed himself. I'm going to make a video exploring the main reason he did, which was Dr. K. The focus was, this is a guy that is doing something that he believes is not ethically permissible, legally or morally to another person. I don't think the purpose of that video was to say, this is the reason why. I don't think he's ever made a statement for as how big of a contributing factor it was to Rectal killing himself, I think. And then you guys can go further.
It could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Max has explicitly said that Dr. K killed Rectal. Am I wrong on that? Have you said that?
Yeah, you are wrong. I haven't said that. Okay, Steven, I do care about Rectal suicide, but
I don't think so.
Well, okay, we can talk about that in a second. The problem is that making the leap that you're suggesting I've made and saying that Dr. K caused Rectal suicide is it's like if somebody's drunk driving and then somebody else stumbles into the road and it's like, well, if I'd been sober, would I have hit the person? I don't know, but like you shouldn't drink and drive regardless of like whether the alcohol in this case happened to kill the person. The thing is, very few cases are you going to see a psychiatrist tell a patient to kill themselves, right? Like that's not what the rules are there to prevent. That's like psychopathic serial killer shit. That's not what I'm saying is happening here. So the rules are there to prevent psychological harm from coming to the patient. But psychological harm is so complex that you're not going to be able to draw a through line of like, if this hadn't happened and this hadn't happened and this hadn't happened. Like, people will try to kill themselves and be stopped for like 10 minutes and then never try to kill themselves again. Suicide is not really a well understood phenomenon of why people do it and how to prevent them from doing it. And I'm not claiming to understand it either. But the rules are there to prevent psychological harm. And I cannot think of a better measure of psychological harm coming to a patient than them killing themselves. Like that's the thing we're afraid of. When you hear about a doctor saying like, oh, I'm your friend, oh, I don't know, oh, I'm gonna love you for 2 years, oh, maybe I won't love you, oh, I'm gonna offer care, then withdraw it, offer care, withdraw it, you can't count on me, I'm exploiting you, there's thousands of people watching, you don't even know what you're saying or why you're saying it to it. You see Rectal like realize that his parents are probably listening to it multiple times and be like, whoa, wait a second, like what am I saying? all that shit, the reason that they don't want those things to happen to people is because they're afraid that the person is going to implode.
So what you just said there, that kind of leads me into, like, when you say something like that, it makes you think this guy thinks that Dr. K killed Reckful or had major impact in his suicide, which I just don't think is the case. I think there's a lot more than just Dr. K with his suicide.
Okay. Did Dr. K kill Reckful is a question that is not answerable.
That's fair.
Because a million other things. What if Reckful had gotten full funding for Everland 2 weeks before he killed himself? Like, that might have changed things. What if the girl he asked to marry him the day he killed himself had said yes? That might have, like, who fucking knows? There's literally no. There's so many factors going in. What if he just, like, I don't want to get too into details, but I'm just saying there's a million things that could prevent somebody from killing themselves. That doesn't. So there's no way to say there. I don't think anything can make you kill yourself, basically, other than like you killing yourself. It's ultimately your decision.
Yeah, my impression was wrong then. I thought that you didn't actually look into this, and I thought that you were just trying to say that Dr. K was the primary reason. So if that's what your take is, I agree with
My
you.
take is Dr. K is the only person. Dr. K is the only person
that could have stopped him.
That was supposed to have stopped him.
Yeah.
And the only person that is like sworn to a code of ethics that he didn't follow. No one else in Reckful's life is supposed to have taken steps that they didn't take, and nobody else was like going way out on a limb, even saying out loud like, oh, I could lose my license for this because what I'm doing is so unethical. So Dr. K is the only person who's culpable in Reckful's death. I'm not saying he caused it, but he's the only person who I think needs to be held responsible, especially because he's still doing it.
So, how are you going to stop him, besides talking to the board? Do you have any other ways? Or do you feel like it's your job to stop him as well?
Yeah.
Why?
I feel like it's my job to stop him. I think I'd say my main avenues of attack are, his licensing board, talking to other professionals. As you may know, somebody, or Dr. David Lay, wrote a critical article in What was that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was there when you.
This psychologist I've talked to on my stream. I sent him my Dr. K documentary, and he wrote an article for Psychology Today.
Yeah, no, I heard you read it off. I was in the stream while it happened.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right. So making other professionals aware and hoping that they will come forward and speak out. And then trying to convince all of you, I guess, that something went really wrong here. And like, I don't want to be the party pooper when it comes to like, oh, we can just do anything and talk about anything on Twitch, and we can all, or YouTube, and we can all just like, like, therapy ethics don't apply here. I think they do. And I think it's really important that they be followed.
So what makes you any different than Dr. K and Erudite if you do these call-ins? Is it only because that they have licenses?
Erudite does not have a license.
Or she is a addiction counselor.
She's an addiction counselor, but she's not a licensed therapist.
Do you feel like that makes her more qualified or less qualified?
I don't know. I don't know what code of ethics she is committed to, but
Wait, can I just ask a random question? I'm actually really curious.
Obama.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
For Max, if Dr. K had never said he was a therapist and Reckful didn't know that, would that change any of this for you, or would it still be the same thing?
It would be the same thing. It would just be much harder for me to make the case publicly. I think professionals would still be like, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's easier to make the case to like the general public of like he he really did it, like laid it all out. He said he was breaking a rule. He said he could lose his license, and yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious because if he never said that, and Rickful didn't know if that would like make it more defensible. I was just curious, but okay, good. Not that important.
It might. Yeah, it might. I don't know. That's a good question. But I don't. It still would be unethical for sure. I don't know. I just don't know if it would be as unethical because then Rickful wouldn't have reason to believe that he was his doctor.
Is this the reason why you think that you can do this and Erudite can do this? Well, actually, you don't think she can. But I view you guys all kind of like in the same basket. Obviously,
you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Dr. K is a doctor. He's literally a doctor. Like that's a pretty serious ethics code. A licensed therapist is also a very serious ethics code. I don't know about addiction counselors, but it doesn't. You don't have to go to med school for years and years to become an addictions counselor. It's a much
to be fair too, you don't go to med school to become a therapist generally either, right? That's pretty rare.
No, true, but you do have to go to grad school, and you have to go through supervision and have somebody overseeing your therapy sessions. So like you have to have these rules hammered into your head to get either of those licenses. So
you also have I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in psychology. Yeah. It's like nothing. Like no, that does not qualify you to do any therapy.
Well, people will look at you as more an authority rather than like me, for example, saying like doing the hotlines. Like people are going to look at you in a different light than they would me. It'd be the same thing, like to different degrees. Like obviously Dr. K the most because he's actually a licensed therapist, but
yeah, I mean, like,
I think you're still on that totem pole, maybe at the bottom, but you're still on it.
Well, there's no there's no ethics rules for psych.
Yeah, I understand there's no ethics rules, but it's more about like how people perceive you.
I would say moving.
Well, I'm saying it's
on a slightly different note than just like I know Max works on the ethics thing, but like I think that the argument against Max would be a lot stronger, or maybe even almost to a level of Dr. K, if Max was putting in a stream title every night, like doing call-ins, like I'm a psychology graduate, like come ask me your problems, then you'd be closer there, because then he'd literally be advertising himself like as an expert on the issue, which I think makes it a bit different too, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Whereas Dr. K literally calls himself Dr. K, right?
Yeah.
Right, and he wears his Harvard psychology, or I'm not Harvard Medical School fleece and stuff, and calls himself like the Harvard trained Dr. K. I think I think people are calling me because they're like, I wonder what like this weird guy is gonna say. More than seeing me as an expert. Also, every single conversation I have, the person is anonymous, and they're not on camera. And every single conversation I had, I end with telling the person they should go seek professional help. I've never tried to diagnose somebody. I've never named a diagnosis. I've never named a personality disorder. I've never been like, I think you might have this. I think literally every conversation is just me saying like, here's what it sounds like you're saying to me, and I think you should talk to a therapist about this. I can see why you have some ethical qualms with that, and I kind of do too, but it's not like illegal.
It's not illegal, but do you view it as
what Dr.
immoral?
K is doing is, do I view it as immoral?
Because you said before that you exploit the people for money, but you're just kind of upfront about it.
Yeah.
I'm still not really sure how I feel about therapy online. So
I'm exploiting you for money right now.
I don't give a fuck. That's funny. Good content.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. But when you see it happening to somebody else, it's kind of fucked up. So I think I'm wrestling with like, I don't know. Streaming, talking to people on streams, having call-ins at all seems kind of like weird. It is morally dubious. I mean, like, I don't know, filming Shaylin crying while I ask her to be my sex doll. Like, filming people and interviewing people and then showing everybody what you made out of the person and making money off of it. I have qualms with all of it. So, yeah.
Well, it's a little bit different since I'm also a streamer and I'm a public figure as well, but also we're both consenting to this. So you're also consenting whenever you have a call-in too, but I don't necessarily view the way that you do it as immoral. I find it a little hypocritical that you criticize them for it, though. But you're also doing it in like a better way, or at least the best possible way I can say.
Okay. Well, if you think it's hypocritical, I just think that I still think you're not as. I'm very laser focused on the ethical rules that are there, and laws. Like it's actually illegal to provide therapy to somebody who is not your parent in Texas. And like, there's no stretch of the imagination in which I'm breaking any laws by having people call in and say like, my girlfriend's a bitch, and like, what college should I go to?
He's playing a character. Wait, what did that say? Someone's saying that you're playing a character. Do you think you're playing a character?
No.
I don't think so either. Sorry, I'm trying to use some of your tactics against you in a way.
What
Or not necessarily tactics, but like the way you talk. I'm kind of mimicking it. I don't know if you notice.
No, but I'm flattered. You're playing. So you're saying you're playing a character. You're
A little
playing
bit, yeah.
me.
Well, I mean, I'm an actor, so yeah.
Wait, what did I miss in the 30 seconds I stepped away?
He asked me if I'm playing a character, and I said no. And then he said he's mimicking how I talk and using my tactics against me. And then I said, so you're playing me. And then he said,
Yep.
Okay. Wait,
Why
so
don't
was
you
this
be
conversation real at all?
Yes. Well, I was irritated about the Reckful thing. Like that's the primary reason I'm here. But I've kind of settled down a little bit after listening to him speak. It kind of comes and goes, so like.
Okay.
I still view you as complicated. I'm really sure how I feel about you right now, Max, to be honest. Like, on one hand, I'm a fan, but also, on one hand, I view you as tainting Reckful's image. Because now, whenever you go on YouTube and you search Reckful, you don't see his Warcraft videos. You don't see his WoW videos. His Warglaves and Cataclysm Arena. You don't see that shit. All you see is this now. And I don't like that. And you're the main reason why that is. Now,
Reckful
you
is
could
the main
also...
reason wait, Reckful is the main reason that is.
No. Because previously... Okay, now you're starting to make me mad. Previously, you would
Well,
Google
maybe
it
you're
and
mad
you'd
at
heard-
Reckful.
I'm not mad at Reckful.
Why, he killed your favorite streamer.
Jesus Christ.
He was in a tough spot. He was dealt a shit hand. And
That's why he killed your favorite streamer.
He had every reason to. It's understandable. So calling him fucking insane is ridiculous. It's a very human response.
I'm angry at Reckful.
Why?
Because he killed himself.
So? What's wrong with that?
It hurt. It hurts
Do you think it's not okay to kill yourself?
I don't think it's okay, but regardless of whether I think it's okay, independently of that, I'm angry about it.
It's probably okay to feel angry people kill themselves, no?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not really related to him. I mean, I'm not either, but you didn't even know who he was before this. Why would you be upset now?
Am I allowed to say I was a little upset that he killed himself?
Well, yeah, you actually knew him.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I think it's a fair statement to say you can be upset when somebody killed themselves. I think that's an okay statement.
Well, no, I just don't understand how Max is. Did you know Reckful before?
No.
Then why are you upset about it?
Because it hurt other people.
Okay.
Some of
I can
whom
see
I
that.
do know. And then I just see the. I mean, I always get mad when celebrities kill them. I think part of the deal, if you're gonna say, especially with something like streaming, you're like, I'm gonna be here for you. You're gonna hear my voice. You're gonna go to sleep listening to my voice. Okay, every little thing that happens to me is gonna be like something you want to watch, hear about. I want you to be tuned in to my life on like a microscopic level. And I'm going to stream like hours and hours and hours. And in exchange for like all the time and money that you put into that, I'm going to be reliable. I feel like that's one of the biggest things about having a streamer that you really like is that they're there. They're consistent. They can do the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And like it's repetitive, and like people who are not a fan of the streamer don't really get it, because when you're a fan of the streamer, that repetition is like part of what you like. It's like comfort food. And then after I like get all these like hooks in your brain and this like emotional attachment to me, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. That's pretty awful. It's like detonating a psychological bomb. Also, when people hear, like when suicides are really public, other suicides tend to follow. So like that, like I understand he was not like well, obviously, definitionally. That's why I called him crazy. But like,
you didn't just call him crazy. You called him fucking insane.
Or fucking insane. Yes, I think Wreckful was fucking insane.
Okay, here I'm gonna address the comment right now. Since you're reading this, Heely, it's still unclear what your main contention is. That's my main contention. My main contention is that you're slandering a dead man, and you're using him for money.
Well, how
That's
am I
my main
slandering
contention.
him?
You called him fucking insane.
What
To be fair,
definition
you
of
probably
fucking
have to be
insane-
fucking insane to kill yourself, right? That is.
I don't think so. I don't.
What definition of fucking insane does killing yourself not meet?
Well, I can think of one to move the probably like
I
if you have
think
like if you have like a terminal illness or something, then you're probably not
Sure.
insane. Sure, yeah, but mentally
Okay.
it's a different thing. Yeah.
I just don't think he was insane. Like, I mean, I guess by the
on
definition,
on
yes.
On
but
the last day of his life, or not last day, but his last stream, he's looking at his balcony saying, "Do I just need to start a new game?"
yeah, that's a fairly. That's not too
That's
uncommon.
insane.
No, it's not.
No, it's insane.
It's not insane to think that the world isn't real. That's pretty normal. Do you disagree with that? Do you think that's not?
There's like roasting marshmallows with your friends when you're 17, talking about how maybe the world isn't real, and smoking weed, kind of thing. And then there's, I actually think the world isn't real, so maybe I should kill myself.
Well, no one really knows, though.
To get at kind of what Mr. Girl is saying in other words, there's a difference between intellectualizing that the world isn't real, which I'm sure all of us have thought about, versus like emotionally having that feeling that it actually isn't real. Those are two very, very, very different things. A lot of people have probably wondered like, oh, the world's probably not real, but to have that feeling inside of you is quite different, I think.
I'm going to move off of this for a little bit. I'm going to talk about some of the other questions that I have.
Sure. Something that I guess I would like to say is I think that obviously Max's language is hyperbolic, but it's probably important to have people know that killing yourself does require some level of like certain mental problem. It's not a normal behavior, and I don't think it should be viewed as such. Like we don't ever want like a mentally well-adjusted person to kill themselves out of like sadness or depression. That should be like an extraordinary thing that requires an extraordinary mental state. Probably.
Well, I guess I just view.
I
guess
don't
I will
want
go back
anybody
to
to
it.
kill themselves under any circumstance.
So the way I view it is, I view saying that as negative is because there are a lot of people that feel like Wreckful, that are part of his community, that feel the same as him. So whenever you label him as fucking insane, these people are going to hear that, they're going to see that, and they're going to think the same thing as themselves. So what you just said there, you don't want people to kill themselves. Why would you say something like that? Why would you call someone fucking insane or having these pretty normal human emotions? Because that's going to make them think that...
I'm not saying you shouldn't have the emotion. I'm just saying you shouldn't kill yourself because you're having it. Go to therapy. Don't kill yourself. And like, if they commit you because of what you say in therapy, then fucking like deal with it. They're committing you for a reason. They're probably right. That's their job, is to stop you from hurting yourself. And if you say I'm an imminent danger to myself, then yes, you are going to be held and assessed until you are not in imminent danger to yourself. But that's not. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna close your chat. Your chat's pissing me off a little bit. This guy is one of his fans who is insane. He's talking about himself. I'm not really talking about myself. I'm not suicidal, but I also can understand how people can come to that conclusion, like of, all right, not that shit, not that conclusion, but like, I can understand how people can. My whole contention with you is that your words have weight, and you're not using them properly. You don't understand the impact of what you say. I understand that you're a small streamer coming up and getting higher and higher, but you don't quite understand how big of an impact that you're making on these people that you're talking to. I was going to talk about parasocial relationships later on, but I guess we could talk about it now. So you are a figurehead right now, and anything that you say is going to be looked at through a very big lens. Anyone is going to take what you say very seriously, no matter if you're hyperbolic or not. And I just don't think that you're not using your powers wisely. Like, an analogy that I was going to say during this is, you're basically Billy Butcher right now. You're using you're using the fucking Temp V every day, right? And you're trying to go against Homelander. How long before that starts to consume you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You've never watched The Boys? Shit, there goes my analogy. Okay, Blade. Did you ever watch Blade? You're basically Blade.
You watched Blade?
The movie?
Yeah, he just gave you
the Wesley Snipes movie?
Yeah.
The Daywalker?
People take what he's saying seriously? Yes, a lot of people do. A lot of people do take what you say seriously, Max. It's the reason why people like you. It's because you say what people are afraid to say.
It's like
so
Donald Trump of streaming. Uh-oh.
Pretty much, yeah.
This is something that Steven deals with a lot.
Yes, but Steven's also been doing this for, what, 10 years? So he knows how to handle this.
People still say I'm hyperbolic, though. Irresponsibly
you can be sometimes, but you, like...
Didn't say Simon
so,
says.
You try to do what Destiny does in a way, well, you will say, like, a blanket statement, and then you'll kind of, like, that's not what I'm saying, this is what I mean. But whenever you say something like that, you're going to get clipped out of context every time. You're just going to get hit pieces after hit pieces on you.
To be super clear, I think that, to be fair also to Max, he's been doing like this type of content for maybe a decade or more, if I count like college stuff. Like, it's not like he just started doing this because he saw me and was like, I want to do that. So I don't think he copies me or anything.
Oh, okay, that's fair. If you are wanting to become bigger, you need to understand your responsibilities, though.
Wait a second. How am I more irresponsible than Steven?
I'm not saying that.
Do you think we're equally irresponsible? Like don't you see? I see Steven. People say to Steven, they're like, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. Don't talk about this topic. Don't express this view. Don't blah blah. Don't tweet. And then his response is always like, well, what do you want me to do? Just not say anything or talk about anything or talk to anyone?
Well, I think the issue is Destiny doesn't really give a fuck about what other people think you do. I mean, you guys have a contention there where you think he's a little bit more guarded than he really is, but
yeah,
I just don't think that he necessarily cares. But you're a lot more emotional and sensitive to what people think. So if you're wanting to avoid the negativity, don't say stupid shit. It's a pretty.
Can you be more specific? I don't really know what you're talking about.
What Dr. K did is worse than rape.
I think
saying statements
I'm
like
not
that.
walking. You can't stop giving that. Stop saying that I didn't mean that.
Well, it's a stupid thing to say, though. Like,
okay, fine. You disagree with it, but I don't disagree with it. Stop telling me that I don't believe what I said.
I'm not saying that you. Okay, I didn't say that you don't believe it. I'm just saying that it's a
I
dumb
don't think
statement.
it's hyperbolic.
It is very hyperbolic.
Okay, great. Explain to me how it's not, or do you want me to explain how it is?
No, I just watched your video for the second time about that whole conversation. I don't want to get in another loop where you say, this is what I'm saying. Well, I want you to understand this is what my meaning is. I understand what your meaning is. I just think
okay, then why do I then Steelman it? Why do I think that what Dr. K did is worse than rape?
your analogy, or not analogy, but what you were talking about, not really yanking anyone, or you're kind of yanking him back and forth, where he's a friend, but he's also a doctor, and you're in this weird spot. You just wish that he would just get it over with, essentially, and just so you don't have to worry about it anymore.
I think to be...
Right?
Hold on. Let me take a stab at this, and then Max tells who's closer. When Max says it's worse than rape, the comparison would be if you were in an office, and you're a woman, and a guy comes up behind you, and that guy
the hand on the back thing.
Rears up, he just slaps your ass as hard as possible. You would prefer that to a guy putting his hand on your back every time he passed you. Because if he does the hand slap thing, every motherfucker in the office and you are going to be like, this dude just fucking smacked my ass. What the fuck? And everybody will be on your side. Everybody clearly sees that it's wrong, and it's cut and dry. Whereas the hand on the back thing is far more insidious. People don't believe you. A lot of people won't even say that it is wrong, and you start to feel crazy because now you're not even sure if he's actually like violating your space because nobody else is on your side and everything is way more hazy. I think that's why he's saying that this type of action is more subtle, which makes it more difficult for so many more people, which makes it worse than a more overtly bad action like physical abuse or rape.
So this is kind of what I'm talking about, though. Like, he could just say that like that's a hell of a lot more. You're going to get a lot more support saying something like that rather than just saying kind of like an absurd saying, because you're doing it for the shock factor.
No, I'm not. It's true that it's more insidious, and if something's more insidious, other people won't know that it's happening, and you won't know that it's happening in a way. And not only, it's almost worse than the hand on the back because other people think that something good is happening to you. So it's like, I don't know how to I don't even know how to make an analogy, but it's like something that everybody else is applauding and saying is so beautiful and telling you is that it's helping. It's like being poisoned slowly, but the poison tastes good and makes you look really healthy. It makes you look really like big and strong and healthy and happy, and then you're smiling, and everybody's saying, "Oh, this is so great, this is so good," but it's killing you. So the reason I think it's worse than rape, the main reason, is that when you rape somebody, you do harm them psychologically. You cause like a break in their life that they're going to have to deal with for the rest of their life. But I don't think that is as bad as convincing somebody that you are the answer to their lifelong problems. Reaching into their childhood trauma and childhood memories and saying, all those things, all this pain that you've dealt with for your entire life, I can help you with that. All those other doctors, those stupid therapists, they don't know you. I know you. I am going to save you. I know you're suicidal, but I can save you. We're going to meet weekly. I'm going to install myself in your life as this beacon of hope and stability. When I was talking about parasocial relationships with like you feeling like the streamer is keeping you stable by being reliable and being there for you, that's literally what a therapist is supposed to do. And they have to do it. They have to show up. And he said, that's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to show up week after week after week, and I'm going to get you through this hump that you could never get over. I'm going to hold your hand and get you past this. And not only that, I'm going to love you for 2 years. All those other people have abandoned you. All those people in your life that have hurt you, I'm not like them. I'm more. I'm your savior. I'm going to save your life. I love you. And then taking it all away, just rug pulling all of it, without even acknowledging that you're rug pulling it. It's like ghosting him without ghosting him. You're saying like, oh, I overextended. I'm not going to meet you week after week. We got to get some other people on stream. Hey, thanks for the subscribers, bitch. Now I'm going to get some other people, and I'm going to start slurping up their subscribers, and I'm just going to grow and grow and grow. And yeah, on the year anniversary of your suicide, I'll tweet out a tweet about how you know, you were so loved. But on the second year anniversary, I'll just tweet a tweet about some new Healthy Gamer program, and you will not be acknowledged, presumably ever again. I think that's worse than raping somebody.
Okay. I can almost agree with that.
I would rather be raped than have that done to me, 100%.
I don't think you'd be saying that if you were actually raped, though. Like, I think that's a little bit of an insult to anyone who has. because a
Well, I
lot
think
of
what
people.
you're saying is a little bit of an insult to anybody who's had somebody unethically install themselves as a savior figure in their life, lying to them with this big fucking sociopathic smile on their face, and then yanking all their support system out from underneath them.
So I
And
will
then,
defend Dr. K a little bit here. I think that
Okay.
Dr. K was in a weird spot where. So the whole situation was,
those
Reckles
ethics
chat
rules
went
are there
into.
the ethics rules are there so that when you're in a weird spot, you don't hurt people.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna say that Breckful's chat went into Dr. K's chat and wanted him to come on stream. So like the whole thing wasn't either one of their ideas. It's kind of like you're being. So this big streamer comes into your chat, and you're the small streamer at the time. You're gonna
I'm a
take the
psychiatrist?
opportunity.
Wait, I'm a psychiatrist in this hypothetical?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a psychiatrist.
Well,
and
okay, you're a
why am I-
hippy
why am I-
dippy psychiatrist.
No, I'm a psychiatrist. Hippy dippy doesn't mean the rules don't apply to
Hey,
me.
he's,
So I'm a
no, I'm
psychiatrist.
just saying he's kind of shitty psychiatrist.
Okay, so I'm a psychiatrist, and I want. Why am I streaming in the first place? I also want to be a celebrity.
No. Okay, I'm not gonna argue with you there. Like I agree with what
Okay.
he's doing there is wrong. I'm just saying, like in this situation, I can understand what Dr. K's reasoning. Like
So
I
you're
can
saying
understand
it
his
was so
thought process.
sudden. It was so sudden and so much pressure from the chat that even after like 6 or 7 weeks, I'm saying the sentence, "I don't know if I want to be your doctor."
Well, I was gonna talk about that.
Okay, go ahead.
So you already have a certain amount of pressure on you to talk to this person, and in the first like 5 minutes, he does say that he can't. He does the disclaimer and everything, but that's kind of that's like it's like a band-aid. It's not actually gonna fucking do anything. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Give me a second.
I think before we go too far down this road, the pressure and everything, that's not really the case, right? Like there was no like huge pressure on Dr. K. The only pressure is like growing your stream.
But that's what I'm talking
It's
about.
a-
Like
it's an
like
opportunity.
monetarily, yeah, it's an opportunity for him. So
yeah, but just when you say it by pressure, like it's not like this is like a poor guy. This is like his one shot at like having a normal life or whatever. What like pressure idea is not. I don't think it's that.
yeah,
He's
you're right. I'm giving him a
already
little bit more credit.
a wealthy, successful person who, on top of being wealthy and successful, wants to be a celebrity and be more wealthy.
Okay, so you get this opportunity to talk to someone, and it goes well. Now you have two options here. You have an option where you continue to talk to the streamer, and it happens like it does, or you can physically be like his friend slash therapist weird spot that's fucking hazy. You could be his therapist where you move into Texas for this one person, and he's kind of caught in the middle where he doesn't really know what to do. Like if he moves to Texas and this doesn't work out, he just lost everything. So I can understand how sorry about that. He doesn't really know what to do. Like he wants to be his therapist. Rekfa wants him to be the therapist, and I think Dr. K does too. But he also wants to keep his family in his state. So what's the solution there? I don't think he should have been in the situation in the first place. I'll say that right now.
The solution obviously is to say, hey, it sounds like you really need a therapist.
He did.
But-
Like you're gonna say that he should have recommended a therapist to him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. But
Well,
the
at
issue
same time-
was
no. Let me finish my fucking
sorry.
sentence. At the same time,
Don't you start this shit with me. Hey, I've been pretty respectful
I
so
will
far
put these
with your.
sunglasses on.
You know what? Fuck you.
Oh my god.
So loud.
Good for you. Wow. Listen.
Sorry, continue. Sorry.
You can't say, well, I think you should go to therapy and I'm going to refer you to a therapist, or I'll be your special friend and we'll do it on stream. That wasn't what I was suggesting. That's not a solution. That's breaking the ethics rules. What he needed to do was say, hey, it sounds like you're struggling with some real stuff, and it sounds like you want to talk about your stuff. Now, I'm here streaming doing educational content where I talk about the general practice of therapy and mental health and my coaching business. This is real, like I'm streaming to get the word out about my coaching business, and I want to help people follow some general rules for like how you can think about your life and how you can get yourself happier. But if you're struggling with like serious mental illness or psychological symptoms, you need to see a professional, and I can't see you in that capacity. So let me kind of make the case for you for why you need to go see a professional, and I'm happy to help you through that process of getting connected with somebody who's going to help you. And then in the stream chat sees, oh wow, so when you really so I didn't understand, like, if there's like a history of suicide in my family and I'm feeling suicidal, or if I'm feeling like I don't want to be alone for any period of time and I feel really scared of being alone or just really miserable, those are things that maybe I should go get help with. And that's not something that can be fixed by watching a fucking live stream or by streaming with other people. I actually have to like go get help. That would be a good thing for everybody. And like, yeah, it wouldn't have the same boost to his fan base because he's not telling people what they want to hear, which is that you don't have to go get help. You don't have to actually dig into any of this. You can just, do some breathing exercises, clear out your right nostril, and give me $50. But
I think the issue is he did try to get Rickville a therapist there. Though, like he
simultaneously offered. He said, you should go to therapy, or we can do it the fun way. So, no, that's not a real attempt to get somebody into therapy.
Okay.
So I will totally give you, it is a very human thing to want money, and it's a very human thing to want fame, and it's a very human thing to want to help somebody who you're really not in a position to be able to help, and to think that maybe you can just cut the corners and do it anyway. Having a savior complex is a very human thing that I can definitely identify with and empathize with. I'm not saying Dr. K is like a horrible person, but what he's doing and what he did is horrible. And I'm not saying it's not understandable.
Okay, I think you've convinced me pretty well. I mean, not that I was like really defending Dr. K that much in the first place. I just understand his line of thinking a little bit.
Sure, I understand the line of thinking of somebody who molests a bunch of gymnastics girls too, but that's not that doesn't make it right.
Okay, so this is another situation where you just said something fucking weird and crazy, and
I know, but when you hear a story of like, oh, somebody stuck their finger in a 17-year-old's vagina for fun, like, what? Why would anybody do that? I don't understand. And then if you're like, well, I do understand why somebody would do that, then suddenly that's like I'm saying that it's a good thing to do. Like, no, all you criminals, all you rapists, I get why you do what you do, but I still think it's wrong. I feel like it's like I'm not allowed to hold this position. So then if I say Dr. K did something wrong, then you're saying that I must be saying he's like this inhuman, psychopathic lizard thing. He's just like an evil monster dressed up as a person. Like, no, Dr. K is a human being. He has human urges and human needs and opportunities to present themselves. And he tried to cut a corner with something we've all done. We've all cut corners and done things that were unethical and hoped that it just wasn't going to come back to haunt us or that nothing bad was going to happen. And he even said that's what he was doing. He's like, I could lose my license. Please don't kill yourself. He actually asked him not to kill himself. And it's like, we don't always get away with it. But usually when something fucking horrible happens after we make a mistake like that, usually we then say, oh, we shouldn't have done that, or even internally just acknowledge we shouldn't have done it, and we stop doing it, but he's still fucking doing it.
I think that you should make more videos on the other people that he has interviewed, just like the Reckless video, because that's a really good video. All right, have you thought about doing that?
I have, but I don't feel right. I've reached out to a bunch of people.
Will Melina do it?
Melina is Steven's wife. And you know what? Melina's my friend. God damn it.
Well, yeah, that's all the more reason to do it.
No.
'Cause-
No. The problem is with doing that is that I think it's wrong.
Why?
Because it's like I'm saying, hey, you're using therapy tools in an inappropriate setting that's unethical to get people to spill their guts. But now that the guts are already spilled, I might as well start rifling through them and see what I can find in there. Now that, I mean, you know, I didn't do it. Like, no, I don't want to do that. I think that's wrong. Also, like, you keep saying that I'm, like, dragging Reckful through the mud, but, like, he's dead. And, like, that's part of the reason that I feel more comfortable talking about him, is that he's dead.
That he can't talk back to you.
No, I don't know. I wish he could.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just fucking with you.
Well, I'm saying that it's like it's not like I'm gonna hurt him.
That's fair.
It's like organ harvesting, whereas like Melina is alive, and I don't want to ask her or Steven or anybody else. Well, I don't know why he said Melina and not Steven, but anyway, I don't want to ask
Steven
her.
talk to him?
Yeah.
Have you talked to? You've talked to Dr. A?
I think once or twice.
Oh,
twice.
I guess I've never watched those videos.
Extensively.
Well then, yeah. Why don't you do it?
The thumbnail just looks like Steven's face and then sociopath ?
Wait, was that on my channel or his channel?
I think that's on his channel.
Based.
Maybe it's on yours actually. I don't know if that's him or August who did that.
Okay, this comment's kind of funny. What the fuck was this guy hired by Mr. Girl to make him look good? Am I making you look good right now? Like I initially came into this thinking that I was gonna like interrogate you. I was gonna get mad at you, but now you just kind of you're a fun person to talk to.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would say it makes me look good if you.
Hey, that was a compliment, motherfucker. I thought you didn't like those.
Well, I'd say the less close I am. Yeah, I mean, if Shaylin ever said you're a fun person to talk to, I would react pretty negatively. I would lose my shit.
Alright, okay.
You know what? I violently snapped the other day for the first time in a long time.
Why?
They were gonna go over to his stepdad's to I'm sorry, I'm just kidding.
I want to tell you, Steven. I want to tell you about this.
Uh-oh.
Why? So we got in an argument
okay.
on 4th of July.
Okay.
And we're arguing about hot dogs.
Okay.
And things were escalating, and then I just got so mad that I started ripping the blinds off of the wall and then snapping them in half. There's like these big long wooden planks, and I just started tearing them off the window.
Okay.
And just throwing the shattered pieces of wood all over our bed and the floor.
Okay.
So,
do you think that's healthy?
Are you gonna say why
No.
you got mad? Like what?
I got mad because I felt like she was withdrawing from me.
Okay, so to bring her
You know?
closer, we decided
Okay,
to become
so
physically
say when you
destructive. Yeah.
Well, I guess so. I don't know what the strategy was exactly.
I know what the
but
strategy
yeah.
is emotionally. The strategy emotionally is that the worst feeling that you can get from a partner that you have a heavy emotional investment in is no emotional investment. When you feel like they're withdrawing, you know that if you act out, you can get their attention, and they will pay attention when you start breaking shit.
Quit being a man, baby.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm gonna address what you just fucking said in a second. The thing is, though, if I really wanted her attention, I would have broken the window, I think. Because I wanted to break the window, but I was like...
You could probably get her attention
It's
with just
weird how
breaking some
even
blinds
when
out,
you're...
right?
Yeah, even when you're snapping, some part of you is like, don't break the phone, not the iPad, not the window. Like, blinds are okay. We can replace those.
Sure.
That won't be too expensive. Yeah. So I have a little shopping list. Like, the Amazon cart in my mind is already being, like, filled out as I'm snapping the blinds. It's really upsetting.
Please moderate a conversation with them. With who? With Destiny and Mr. Girl? You want me to be a moderator?
Yeah.
Okay, what should I moderate? What should the conversation be? You know what, actually, I think it should be about why you think Destiny is guarded.
Wait, hold on. still didn't know what he was mad about.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, I was
Go
just
ahead.
mad that she. I was mad that she was just leaving the room.
Well, no. There
Oh,
must
why
have
did the
been
argument start in the
Yeah,
first
there
place?
must have been some conversation or argument that you wanted her there for, but she was withdrawing. So I'm curious. If that's too personal, if you don't want to reveal, you don't have to do that. I'm just curious.
No, I can reveal. I'm just trying to make sure I tell it in a way that is fair to Shaylin.
Okay. Well, if you're the pursuer and the pursuer avoidant thing, I already know it's not going to be fair, so that's okay. I'm the avoidant one in my relationship, so go for it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You pursuers.
Pursuers, man.
Pursuers.
So I said I want to make hot dogs in the pizza oven.
Okay.
Seems like a good idea, right?
I have no idea what kind of pizza oven you have or what your plan was, but
I have an uni. And I was like, I want to put them in a pan and put the pan in the oven, and then like it'll get really hot and kind of like, singe the hot dogs or give them that black,
okay,
crispy
Gotcha.
skin. Okay. And Shaylin said I don't want to do that.
Okay.
That's fine. Except the problem is when she said that, she got very cold. You know, felt like she withdrew from me. Her body language changed, and I said, well, I feel like you're. It's fine if you don't want to do that, but like, I feel like you're being controlling.
Mm-hmm.
Because you asked me to make you lunch, and now you're saying I can't choose how I make you lunch. Because I wasn't telling her to do it. I was saying I'm going to do it. She's like, I don't want you to do it. She was like, just make them in the pan the way I like.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like, you're withdrawing from me.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then I think she interpreted that as me saying, I'm going to make the hot dogs however I want. You're going to like it.
I'm glad that I'm like it when you tell me this, because every time if I'm having a conversation, especially with a girl or whatever, for whatever reason a past relationship was up, something that people ask me all the time is, what did you said you physically fought. What did you guys fight about? And everybody has this outside impression that like there was some real fucked up shit going on. And I always feel so weird when I'm recounting it, because I'd always say, because when we were like trying to choke each other or punch each other, what are we fighting about? I have no idea. Every fight started over the dumbest shit in the fucking world. And it reminds me of this, to where you were like, I'm gonna make the hot dogs in the pizza pan. And she's just like, no, don't do that. Just do it the normal way. And you're like, why are you upset about that? And I'm guessing she's probably like, well, I'm not upset. I'm not doing it. And it's like, no, you are. I could see a change in your body. Like you seem like you're upset. She's like, no, I'm not upset. It's like, no, you are upset. And now I actually remember, because that is what would happen with Rachel. Every time a fight started, it would start with her saying, you're being upset. And it's like, I'm not fucking upset. You just said fucking. You're very upset. Well, now I'm upset because you made me upset. There's no way that my behavior would have made you upset unless you were already upset. It's like, I don't think I was upset. And that's how everything would yeah. And then, yeah. But sorry, go ahead. Don't let me hijack your story. Tell me how it plays out for you guys.
So, I appreciate you telling that story. Now I feel a little looser with mine. So I said you're being controlling.
Obama.
You know, like you're telling me to make you lunch, but how to make you lunch? I was like, I've never told you. Like, if I ask you to make me food and you say yes, I've never then told you how to make it and been like, I'm mad or I'm withdrawing from you if you don't make it the way I want. And then she said I was being controlling. Okay. And then I said it's not controlling to call you controlling. And then she kept like pulling further and further away. And then she got up, and then it just kept going back and forth with like who's controlling the other person, and like and I still think she felt like I was trying to force her to eat something she doesn't want to eat, which she's not a fan of. And then yeah, then she was just like, okay, well, if you're gonna keep being controlling, then like I'm gonna leave.
Like leave the relationship, or like remove herself from the situation?
No, just like not the relationship.
Yeah, okay.
But just like I don't.
Stepping out of
I'm
the
not
room
gonna
or leaving the house or something, right?
Yeah, like I'm not gonna put up with it. And I said, okay, fine. I was really mad, and I was like, I can hold it together. You know, she's gonna take space, whatever she'll think about it. I'll think about it. I was really mad because I'm like the whole point the whole thing I'm complaining about is like, I feel like you're withdrawing from me. Then when I complain, you withdraw more. So it's like I have to just accept it, or if I, it's like you just the more I complain, the further away you get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It'll be like, well, now you're withdrawing, and it's like I'm not withdrawing. I just I don't want to do this. Okay, so I can never express discomfort ever because if I say something, now you get mad, and then I can't say anything because it just makes you more mad. So am I just never supposed to tell you any of my problems ever? Because that's what it feels like. That's you. I'm being mean and how I'm parody, but yeah, that's.
Yes. Right. And so I feel I'm asking for this because I need something from you. So then, but I've developed the patience to be like, you know what, she'll go do her thing, and then I'll get my needs met later. I know we're gonna talk about it eventually. The world's not ending. It's gonna be okay.
That's what you think.
I just have to. That's what I think. Just gotta stay calm. So she leaves the room. And I stay calm, and then I'm fucking furious. I'm like, and I let my anger surface until it's just a super thin little bubble preventing me from snapping. And then she comes back. She's like, "Is my phone in there?"
And you're like, she's rubbing her indifference in my face.
Yeah.
She won't even engage with me on this emotional topic. She comes back and asks for her fucking phone.
Fucking bitch. Said yes. And she grabs it, and I said, "You're abandoning." And she said, "I don't care." And then that's basically one. Then I just started
going ape shit.
Yeah, I just started tearing the blinds out of the wall, just breaking them in half.
Base.
Heely really loving this. Someone said Healy's really loving this, and I'm laughing so much right now because if you would have just said, "Why did you guys get in a fight?" Well, it was about the way I cook hot dogs.
Yeah.
I just think that's fucking hilarious.
In a way, it was. Yeah. So.
Nice. What did she say after that? Did you get what you wanted? Did she start paying attention to you?
No. No. We spent like the next couple hours apart, and then we reconvened, and I said, "You hungry?" He said, "Yeah." And then I made the fucking hot dogs in the pizza oven, ladies and gents.
Nice job.
Happy Independence Day.
You got your way.
I got
my baby raged out. I got your way.
Do you feel controlling? Or do you feel like Shaylin is controlling? Do you feel like you are controlling, or do you feel like Shaylin is
in charge? What do you mean? What does it mean to feel controlling?
Like one of your big criticisms is that people think that you're abusive or controlling. Do you think that that's the case? Because from what your story just it sounded like, it doesn't really sound like that's the case. Fuck, maybe I am hired to make you look good. Shit. Okay.
I think that a thing happens where I call somebody controlling because I think they're being underhandedly controlling, and I'm more explicitly controlling. So the person in the conversation who's saying, "We should do this, I want this, I demand this," is me. But then the person who's kind of maneuvering more is her. And so, like, I don't know who's more controlling, but I think we're just controlling in different ways. I would prefer it when she's controlling in a more explicit way.
Does she have a phone? I know everyone's dying to know.
Yeah.
How would she? In the story, I accidentally revealed that she.
Oh yeah, shit. I'm sorry. I missed it. Yeah.
But
there you go.
When she tries to get her phone, I start breaking things. So, I don't know.
I think the challenging part, being the avoidant one in that situation, is, and I'm a huge believer in this now. I don't think that you should ever go to your partner to resolve feelings of anger about your partner. I think that should be
wow.
Yeah, I don't think you should ever do that. I would actually qualify that as manipulative or even abusive behavior. I think it is the worst and most damaging thing in the world.
I think that's crazy talk.
I know, of course you do. I think that it is one thing. I've had a lot of personal revelations lately. I've let myself get gaslit into a lot of things, and that's one of the things that took me actually a long time to get over. And I don't know if it's because of the type of person I am, or if it's because I'm a man. It's just like a natural feeling. I hate it when I am having a fight with my partner and I feel like I have to take responsibility for both of our feelings. It is actually the worst place to be in the world. So when my partner is mad at me they need to talk to somebody else about it until they've emotionally cooled off. I do not think it is fair to go to somebody that you're mad at while expressing anger at them and expect them to emotionally regulate themselves and to be kind, compassionate, and thoughtful in hearing and regulating your emotions at the same time. I think that is an unbelievable burden to place on somebody, in my opinion.
Kind of why he thinks that you are guarded. So, am I wrong? You did
Wait,
the
you're saying there's a
little
why I
there?
think he's guarded?
Yeah, because Max's method is to like deal with the problem head on.
It's not about dealing with the problem head on. It's the idea that I notice a lot in my relationships that when and I used to think I couldn't ask for this before, but I think actually I can, because I think of how I would treat somebody else in a similar situation. Like, you know what, I think this is a fair ask. My partner is upset at me over something. I don't think it's fair for them to expect me to be able to resolve that problem while I'm handling their emotions and my emotions.
Yeah.
Because if I sink to their emotional, I don't want to say sink. If I become as emotionally heated as they do, that issue is never getting resolved. So they're asking me to park my feelings and then to take care of them while they're expressing anger at me. I think that is an impossible burden. I don't think it's a fair ask. I think in relationships, if you have problems with your partner like that, you should have a friend or somebody that you can talk to, or you have to be able to cool off and come back later. I don't think doing it in the heat of the moment is a fair ask. I think it's too much, in my opinion.
Okay, here, wait. I want to talk to your chat for a second, Destiny. Fuck all of you. You fucking cunts. Chill the fuck out. Okay,
I think that's a big ask. I don't think you should expect that the person can do that whenever you snap your fingers and want them to do it. For sure, I will agree with that. I think the way we do it usually is the person has to agree that that's going to happen. Ideally. Obviously, sometimes we get in disagreements about when or how it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's a lot to regulate your feelings and listen to somebody else's while they're really upset. I totally agree with you. I think it can be done. I just think it has to be done carefully, and I think it has to be done kind of equally. So if you feel like you're the person who's always doing it, but the other person isn't capable of doing it, or they never do it, or never want to do it, then that does. I agree with you. Then that gets pretty like terrible. I also think one thing you said is that the person wants you to fix like whatever they're mad about. I think for me, it's very helpful to differentiate between a conversation of like, are you telling me why you're mad, or are you actually asking me to agree to like a new policy change in our relationship that's going to fix what you're mad about? Because those are different. I say to Shaylin a lot, like, I can't be in this like empathetic listening space if I'm also agreeing to never say X again or never do this thing that you don't like. I feel like those kind of power negotiations should be separated.
Okay. I mean, I kind of agree with that. I feel like that's almost always what's going on. If somebody is emotionally heated, you might not be seeking like a permanent resolution, but you're seeking some kind of resolution. And I think when you go to somebody with a problem and you've become, I'll use the phrase, emotionally dysregulated, you're expecting them to play parent to both of you, which I think is a really hard thing to do when the problem is with your partner. If the problem is with something else, I think it's totally fair.
That's
you know,
much easier.
my partner's dad dies, they come to me like, holy shit, I'm so fucked. So yeah, I can talk to you, of course. But your problem is with me, and you're expressing anger over it, so I'm probably pissed off, and you expect me to be the one to resolve both of our issues there. I think that's unfair, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Can I bring
it's
up
super.
a topic?
It's what?
Can I bring up a topic?
Yeah.
So, a while ago, a man's wife died, and he uses his wife's tweets to create an AI so we can still talk to her after her death. We're all in pretty interesting spots here, where we all have hours of footage of ourselves online. Given the chance, would you do the same?
I don't know. It would depend on how sophisticated the AI is, I think.
What about you, Max?
Would I make an AI of myself?
Of Shaylin.
Like, no, I'm saying after you pass away, would you make an AI
Shaylin
of
can
yourself
talk to?
for Shaylin?
Oh, I thought it was
No.
if you're making it a partner. Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that either.
No.
Why?
Fucking get over it. Date somebody else.
What about your family members?
No.
Did you ever watch the Black Mirror episode where everyone's actually dead, but they're all in this like virtual reality where they can talk to each other? Any of you guys
No.
watch that? Oh, okay, never mind. What's your view on algorithms? Because it seems like you have a negative view on them, Max.
I do. This is the last question I want to answer of yours.
Okay.
This is a call-in show.
Yep.
Now, Steven, if you want to stick around and co-host my call-in show with me, you're more than welcome to stay.
Kick me out, bitch.
But I'm going to kick you out because you're a caller.
Well, not technically. I emailed Destiny like 3 months or like a month ago. I wasn't expecting to be on your hotline show.
Yeah, you called in to Destiny. You're a barnacle on the USS Steven.
Okay, all right. I am not an orbiter of his. I am my own fucking planet. Thank you very much.
You're an orbiter of mine.
No.
I orbit Steven, and you.
I'm pretty sure we have the same.
You're an
same size following there, sir. Actually, mine might be bigger. So fuck you.
Really?
You fucking cunt. Yeah.
Okay.
The Heelys, man. Everyone likes the Heelys. All right, continue. Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the way that the AI algorithm, machine learning, drives human behavior and makes us think other people think things that they don't, and makes us say things that we don't mean because we get rewarded with internet points and money. It's very disturbing to me.
So I completely agree with you. That's actually something that I talked to my therapist about. So TikTok is very negative on people's mental health, because there are a lot of people that self-diagnose themselves thinking that these people on TikTok know what they're talking about. Like they identify with all these same issues. So they go down this rabbit hole of thinking that they have this mental illness, and they just get more and more content of the same thing, because it attracts your watch time and what you like. So if you're just constantly being fed this this algorithm of people saying that they have mental illnesses, and you start to think that yourself, it damages your psyche. And I think the impact is, it's kind of the same thing as Dr. K, where it's like, it's good and bad, where it's still getting you into therapy, but the method of doing it is bad. So I think they're pretty similar in that respect. Okay. I think that's where we should call it here. Heely got out. Peace.
It was good to talk to you. All right.
I can hang
Steven,
around for
you
like
wanna-
one call, okay?
One call, okay. I have to invite you into the Mr. Girl server and office.
Okay, gotcha.
Tell me if this works. I think I can just drag. If this doesn't work, just get into a different voice chat, and I can just drag you in.
Okay.
I think.
Hold on.
Okay.
Submit, agree to the rules, click the tiny picture. Waiting room? Do you want me to go there?
Go to. You can't go to office?
Let's see. Join to create zero voice. Is that the link you sent me? Hold on. Oops. Fuck.
Hey.
Hi.
It worked. Okay, you're gonna turn your video on? You want to be on? Oh, can you turn your video on?
Why would I not be able to?
I don't know. I don't know how my Discord server works. All right. Baby, bring in the first caller. It looks better when it's just you on the screen. It's appropriately sized.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not letting the caller in.
Uh-oh.
You know, that happens a lot where people are really mad and want to call in to confront you, and then as soon as they get in the conversation, they just lose all their steam immediately.
It's almost more frustrating sometimes than people who rape you. No, I'm just kidding. Than people who straight up hate you. Because it's like, I'll talk to somebody and I can turn them in like 15 seconds. And it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
If it was this easy to convince you, but you were so mad before, like, you could have just engaged with like 1 minute of my content and like have been, you know, like, and it sucks too, because like that's part of like my big manifesto is going on how people mischaracterize me. Like, somebody will come in and they'll sincerely ask me, they'll be like, Destiny, do you really think that if a poor person just moves, it solves all their problems? And it's like, well, what the fuck do you think? What do you think I would think about that statement?
Obviously,
because that statement
you
sounds
wouldn't
fucking
say that.
retarded. Yeah, how stupid would I have to be to say something? And they're like, well, okay, I guess. Well, what is your position? I think if you move, I think you can get a cheaper place, and it helps you save money. It's like, oh, yeah, that's actually totally true. You know, I 100% agree with you, Ned. It's like, just, yeah, I get that a lot. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like that they're just nervous or excited to be talking to you also. Seems like that is also part of it.
Maybe. I think
You
depending
think
on
they
what...
genuinely just have never actually listened to you talk.
Yeah, it
about
feels like they
things
just haven't
they're mad
engaged
about.
with anything more than what other people have said sometimes. Or they've heard like one take. I don't want to say like, not out of context, but they've heard like one thing in a conversation, and either you didn't represent like your argument in a way that would have been the best for somebody that's never heard you say other things or something. So then like they're like super heated over some other topic and they haven't heard. Yeah, it feels like there's no way they've heard the full take, because there are people that just say things to me that are so ridiculously, obviously stupid. And it's like, come on, I've been doing this for like 12 years. Do you really think I'd think something that fucking dumb? There's no way you can think that. Something else has to be going here, you know?
Yeah, but I think you're talking about streamers just repeating the characterization of what you said rather than actually listening to what you said.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bring somebody
Good.
in and see if
Do
they
it.
start talking.
Yeah.
Drazi, are you there? Hello? 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 Fuck. I don't know where Baby is. He's supposed to run the show.
Oh,
but, you know.
I had
Hey. There we
I
go.
had my mic muted because I was in the waiting room.
Right.
And
All
I'm
right.
polite.
Thank you for calling Mr. Girl Hotline. How can I help you, Drowsy?
Did they just leave?
Yeah.
Nice. Well. Good one.
Well, that's the call-in show. Can I just bring Baby in here? Baby. Are you there? No. Fucking shit. This is so fucking embarrassing.
Oh no. It's all falling apart.
Hey, are you there?
Yep.
You want to call into the Mr. Girl hotline right now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I don't know where Baby is, but we need some callers here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's AFK or something.
Okay.
But yeah, so I wanted to talk to you about how the definition of woman functions.
I'm glad Steven's here for this.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting thrown in the deep end for this argument, man.
Well,
Yeah,
this is
so
one. You know, I think I'm super politically aligned with Steven, except this is probably one of the few things that we disagree about. I think.
Yeah, so like I think 2 weeks ago I saw you talking to one of the callers, and in that conversation you were insisting that the definition of woman that you use is referring to adult human female.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to propose to you
Obama.
that while it is a valid definition, I think that the definition is generally formed socially, like as an agreement
Obama.
between people who are conversing with each other. And that this could have an in-group definition, it can have an out-group definition, and I think that the one that you're referring to is probably society's in-group definition, like most people understand this.
Well, I feel like you're disintegrating how languages even work in order to make this argument already. I feel like just if you said the word carrot, you're like, you know, carrot can mean a lot of different things. To one person, it can mean this, and to in-group and out-group. It's like, so the argument I was making, Stephen, to the person, I think it was last week, as I was saying, if I say I saw a woman at Starbucks, you picture her having a vagina. You don't actually think like, who knows? Maybe it was a cis woman or a trans woman. You just assume I mean a cis woman.
Yes, but my thought is that they would have assumed that because they were talking to you and they know what you are referring to.
And I would think they would assume that because they're talking to another human speaking any of the languages on Earth.
Yeah, but what do you think they would have assumed if they were talking to a trans person?
Cis.
You think so?
Yeah. People say trans women are women, but I've never in my life heard somebody just use the word woman casually to indicate a trans woman.
I guess that would so are you saying that the reason that is because
it's not like they say man.
There's...
Like you wouldn't, if you saw a trans woman at Starbucks, you wouldn't be like, there was a guy in line at Starbucks, and then somebody sees the person and like they're trans. Like you would just say trans woman, I think. If you wanted to indicate the person's even their sex, I still think you'd say trans woman.
Well, like, it depends on why you're saying it, doesn't it? Because like, whether or not that specification is actually necessary to refer to that person depends on the reason that you're actually saying it, no?
I guess. I just think usually it just sounds weird when you're like, there was a person in line. I feel like most people are like, what kind of person?
Well, okay, sure. You can use it to narrow the scope of people you're talking about. But like, if I'm not trying to tell you, hey, there's a person I want to have sex with, why does it matter whether or not I'm making the specification of them being trans or not?
I just feel like all of this is just so trans women can be called women. I feel like everything you're saying is just because trans women really want to be called women, and we can loosen the rules around how we talk about everything and make all these like technically true arguments. When it's like, it's just not really how people talk or think. And maybe you're saying it should be, but I guess I just don't think it should be. I don't want people to talk like that. I don't think they do, and I don't think they should.
Well, okay, so this is okay. You don't
help me out
think
here, Steven.
That they should.
Buddy.
Well, I mean, I just want to say one thing that I kind of suspect about the. Have you seen the "What is a Woman" discourse? I think that was probably what this is like a result of.
I've not seen the movie.
Okay, well, one of the things that I'm noticing a lot with conservatives, at least on Twitter anyway, is that
keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
They'll try to conflate trans women to be all women, and it seems like what has essentially happened was we had the category of woman, and it only referred to cis women for like a long time, and then like the seems like we've kind of split that into trans and cis women, but then only one side of this group has been adopted. So then you have like everyone refers to trans women, and nobody refers to cis women. And so now we have woman, which is actually cis woman, and then people are like acting confused because it's like, well, how is a trans woman a woman? It's like, well, because trans woman isn't a cis woman, but trans woman is under the umbrella of woman. Does that make sense?
That is a way you could configure these words, but that's not what most Americans think. Most Americans believe that your gender is determined by your sex at birth.
Obama.
So you're saying you could do what you're saying, but I'm saying I don't want to. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's right. I don't like it. And most other Americans agree with me that we shouldn't use the words in the way that you're saying that you want to. I think the reason you want to use the words that way is just because that's what trans people want. And or some trans people.
We're gonna have to have
I saw Blair
terms
White
to describe this, right?
Blair White had a tweet today with like 25,000 likes that said, if trans women were women, then you wouldn't have the word trans in front of it. So obviously not all trans women agree with this, or trans people.
Well, that's not how categories work, but yeah. That's kind of what I'm referring to. My point, though, is like regardless of how you want to do it, you have to talk about these groups somehow, which means you have to come up with some term to use to refer to them. So if not,
the question is a trans woman. Is a trans woman a type of woman? Is a trans woman outside of a type of woman, or is a trans woman a type of man?
I mean, I guess that depends on what.
Did somebody gift a ton of subs? Why is it saying Obama a ton? Did I? Oh, it was Code Guy gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Thanks.
Well, it just depends on if you think that how somebody describes their experience should affect your definition of whether they're a man or a woman. And I would say it doesn't and shouldn't.
I didn't say that their description should. I said your beliefs about it should. But yeah, I mean, my point is like,
I don't care about their beliefs.
No, it's about your beliefs.
My beliefs about what makes you a man or a woman has nothing to do with your experience.
Well, okay, Max, like for example, if I said that I thought that I was a woman, your beliefs about my statement there determine which action to take, right?
No, I just said that's not right. I believe that you think if you say you believe you're a woman, I believe that you think that, but I don't think that.
Yeah, you don't believe me, right?
Right.
That's my point.
If Steven said that he is not a cherubic, beautiful little angel, I would say that's not true. You can think that about yourself, but I know that you are. So I don't give people the power of definition over themselves like that.
I mean, that's fine, but then how are you going to refer to these groups of people who have these sets of beliefs that are kind of similar?
According to my own belief.
I'm just saying, like, what are you going to call them? Because, like, if you're going to say, like, for example, if you're going to start prescribing what needs to be done to help them or whatever,
give it 10 more subs.
Done, like, how are you going to do that?
Obama.
Steven, are you really just not going to say anything?
What do you want me to give you the answer, or what do you mean?
Obama.
Yes.
Okay, so is the question, what do we refer to them as? These are fundamentally two separate questions. What you refer to somebody as is going to be different than how you classify them in your mind, right? Like, I imagine, so Max could answer that anyway, but it wouldn't affect the underlying position. Max could say, if somebody wants me to a certain pronoun or name, I'll do it, but that doesn't change the inner like workings of his mind in terms of how he views that person. He might call them a woman because that's a social etiquette, but he'd still view them as a man in his head. That could be an answer. Or he might say, I won't call them that thing at all. Like, what he calls them or chooses to call them is detached from the internal view he has of that person, right?
Well, I'm not arguing for him to view the person in a certain way. My point is like,
what are you arguing for?
I guess just at least adopting the linguistics of it, if anything. But if he doesn't want to do that, that's fine. But at least I would assume he should propose something instead.
Would you call somebody by their preferred pronouns, Max?
Yes.
Obama.
To their face.
Okay, then it sounds like he would do that as a social etiquette then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's different. But if somebody corners me and says, I prefer that you say that you believe I'm literally a woman.
Yeah, that's
at a certain
fundamentally
point,
different.
I'm going to be like, no. I won't say that, but you want me to say she and her and use your name that you chose for yourself, then sure. But I'll do that for all kinds of stuff. Like if somebody corners me and says, will you, you know, just be nice to me? Like, yeah, you know. That's different
So
from
then
asking
what's-
me about, like,
Well, can you explain what the reason is that you wouldn't want to adopt the language used to describe the group?
because it's this 1984 gaslighting nightmare shit to not be able to tell the difference between saying something to somebody because I'm being nice and then saying it's actually, literally, factually, scientifically true. And that we're going to reconfigure the English language, not just when I'm talking to your face, but all times, so that I don't even know what the fucking word woman means anymore, just to spare your feelings. That is insane.
So that's not what I'm talking about, though. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I have had that. Yeah, you're basically saying, well, like I'm going to be confused because I won't know what the fuck the term woman means because we're trying to redefine these things so that like I don't know if somebody's talking about a woman what the fuck they mean, right?
I don't think I'm confused. I think you're confused.
Okay, no. So to be clear though, if we kept the term cis woman and trans woman, we would be able to describe the same things that we were able to describe before.
Obama.
So then what's the problem here?
I just explained it.
Because
you're on thin ice.
Obama.
I mean, okay, help me out. I'm not understanding. Clearly.
You're pretending to not understand. This is the problem with all these gender arguments, is that at some point the person just starts pretending to not understand why I don't want to take a word that has one meaning and change it to another meaning to appease people's feelings.
Obama.
You can't. You must understand why I don't want to do that. Please.
So I think fundamentally, okay. So here's where the conversation has to move. Fundamentally, you need to argue with him about whether or not does he think that trans women are women? Because it sounds like that's like where your. So the issue is that it feels like you're trying to play a language trick to get him to agree with the concept by getting him to agree with the social nicety. So like this is what I imagine it feels like to him, is that you're trying to say like, hey, do you agree that trans women are women? And he's like, well, not really. It's like, okay, well, would you use some of these pronouns if they wanted you to? It's like, yeah, I guess. Okay, so then you would say that they are a woman then. So then you do agree that trans women are women. It's like, no, hold on. Agreeing to the like linguistic social etiquette is not the same as buying into the concept, right? So if you want to argue with the concept, you can argue with the concept, but trying to get him to buy into the concept by weaponizing like a social etiquette is probably not the way to do it, I would imagine, right?
So, okay. I don't think that this is the argument that I was trying to make.
Okay, wait, tell me what the argument you're trying to make is. Are you trying to get him to agree that trans women are women, or are you trying to get him to just use people's pronouns out of social etiquette?
No, I guess what I'm trying... Okay, sorry, there's two options there. I'm trying to get him... Well, so first of all, I'm trying to propose that there is a way that we can still maintain the same ability to describe groups of people.
Okay, so to be clear, hold on. You can't maintain that because you're talking about changing the definition of one word and then like moving over a definition of another. You are fundamentally talking about changing something, right?
Right, I'm saying woman refers to... You said it at the beginning. Woman refers to adult human female. And you're saying
that is what I understood you to.
Yeah, that's my stance. I think a woman is an adult human female, and you're saying you want to change that. So that is a change.
Correct.
Okay.
Obama.
So what is your argument? What do you want?
So I guess I would argue that we can just use the words cis and trans woman. And even if we want to use woman, just understanding that they include both of those groups.
And I think the word woman excludes trans women.
Yes. And I guess what I don't understand
I'm a
is
trans exclusionary, radical misogynist.
I guess what I don't
Obama.
understand is like what the rationale is for not wanting to do that.
I just fucking explained it.
Okay.
The
but
rationale
it's
is that he
like
doesn't
gaslighting.
agree with the concept. That's the rationale. He doesn't agree that trans women are women.
Okay.
I don't think it's true. It's like, what's your
Obama.
rationale for not wanting to say that bananas are meat? How do you even answer that question? It's such a mind fuck to even be asked for
Obama.
that. How do you justify not admitting that a banana is a meat product, buddy? And you're like, because it's not. And I'm like, why? I'm like, why are you
Obama.
so attached to this? What if it were? What if we just said that it was? What if somebody held a social gun to your head? Would you say that it was? And you're like, yes. And I'm like, okay, so you are capable of believing that a banana is a meat product. So just do that all the time. What's so hard about this?
Yeah, I mean, it's
like,
kind
'cause
of
it's
like
fucking
that, but,
not true.
But my point is like, well, as
Obama.
long as it's consistent, I can understand the rules, and then at that point, it doesn't really matter what we call it. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
as long as I
yes,
can
my
understand.
objection to calling trans women literally
Obama.
women is not that I don't understand the rules or can't follow the rules. It's not. I'm not saying like, oh, this gender stuff is too hard for me to understand. I understand it. I understand it forward and backward.
Obama.
I deeply understand the language.
No, I
of
was
the
telling you
trans-
mine.
Of the
That's mine.
Yes, I understand it, but I don't agree with it, and I don't like it.
Obama.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Okay.
I might even hate it. I think I hate it.
Obama. Obama.
Feels oppressive.
I think that the way that people can argue for it.
Keep
definitely
hating your
does,
life
yeah.
then, working class Andy.
I feel oppressed by you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Obama.
Okay, you want the last word?
Well, you asked me a question, so I guess so. Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for calling in.
Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Nice. Okay, I'll do one more.
All right. Baby, keep them coming. If you're there. I'm gonna bring him up. Baby, are you there?
Wow,
God,
Lawson, thanks for the
baby.
$50, my dude. I love you. Baby's just
I
completely
don't know.
abandoned the
what is
stream.
I know. I don't know what's happening with him.
Not good.
All right, I'm just gonna grab this person. Hello? Oh wait, she's deafened. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't think she can hear us. She's muted and deafened. God damn it. Okay. Connect. Grab somebody else here.
Damn, they had their camera on and everything. That was a high effort caller, and you just fucking ejected them. I admire that.
I mean, I thought they can bring her back on, but like,
Or I admire that.
hey,
That's
hey,
conviction.
Hey, here we go. Unmute yourself.
Obama.
Fill your hands, you son of a bitch. Unmute yourself. Okay.
Wow, Lawson, thanks for the $100. I'm glad you don't hate trans people.
Oh my
Obama.
god. Hello, thank you for calling
Obama.
Mr. Girl Hotline. How can I help you?
What is
Oh.
happening in here?
I don't know. Hey, okay.
Hello.
Emery, I'm gonna bring.
Obama.
Hey. Okay, what's up? How can I help you?
I have a couple of questions about Dr. K and Rackful
Obama.
for you.
You've come to the right place.
Nice. So, my first question is that you use Rackful's death almost like a center point of your criticism, or like, yeah. Would you
Obama.
make a similar video if Rackful died just from unrelated accident? So
No.
no.
Obama.
No.
Wait.
Why not?
Really? If Reckful died in a car accident, you would have no problems with Dr. K. You would make the video relating to.
No. I'm sorry. I would make a video about how Dr. K should not be doing what he's doing. I thought you meant a similar video. Like, it probably wouldn't be called reckless. Like, I don't think I would be saying like.
Oh, because it wouldn't make sense if he died in a car wreck to call it reckless, right?
Obama.
Unless I spelled it with a W.
Well, it still wouldn't make sense. How could you call somebody died in a car accident
Still wouldn't make
reckless? Right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I would still say, like, I'd probably use him as an example among others and say all these inappropriate things are happening, but I don't think I would get so like fucking emotionally worked up about it. I don't think I'd be as upset. Like, I would still say it's wrong, and I called it out with Melina before I even knew about Reckful. I think that first conversation, I was like, this guy's weird. What he's doing is weird. I didn't like the way he was talking to you, and I think it's like unethical. But so yeah, I think I would have a more intellectual, milder approach than being completely unhinged.
Okay, so my next question would be.
You're trapping me somehow.
Sorry,
okay.
What?
Bring the trap. I'm ready.
Okay. So, I think I lost it. My next question.
Obama.
Okay, let me see in my notes.
Said, would I make a similar video if he died in an accident?
Yeah.
Obama.
So therefore. Therefore, stupid fucking Mr. Girl, then why did you do?
Obama.
No, I had something else.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Obama.
Okay.
If you really believe that. Okay.
Sorry. 1 second.
Obama.
Oh, okay. My next question about compliments. Yeah. So, my question is.
Obama.
So you don't like the idea that compliments are mostly just compliments, like empty words to make another person feel a certain way. That's kind of your perception of compliments, right?
It's not that they're empty. It's just what's concerning to me is that it feels like you're saying one thing and doing another. Like a compliment is ostensibly, I'm elevating you to make you feel good, and I'm supporting you, and this is a good thing for you. Whereas I feel like in reality they're very masturbatory, and I'm saying something to make myself feel good, possibly to reward you for something you did to control your behavior, and I'm stepping into the role of like evaluator or teacher or parent, and sort of telling you like you did a good job. Great. And I feel like that role shift is not really often acknowledged. Of like, well, who the fuck are you to tell me that I am good or bad in whatever way, or I guess good in this case, in whatever way. It just feels like there's a lot of complex shit going on that's not acknowledged and that I don't like. Yeah.
Okay. So, would you say that compliments are always wrong? Or there are some cases when you can use it?
Not that they're wrong. I just think that I think they're very appropriate if you're somebody's boss. Then that makes sense. You did a great job, good job, you know? You really helped out today. I appreciate that. Here's a little bonus. Or take tomorrow off. It makes sense in that role. But I think that in more emotionally intimate relationships, it starts to get weird, and I don't like it. I'm not going to say it's wrong, but I think it's like I guess suboptimal or
didn't say Simon
complicated.
Says.
It has a lot of downsides that I don't like. So I don't compliment people who are close to me. I don't like it when they
Obama.
So you don't think there is a healthy way to exchange compliments in a close relationship?
Not for me. I don't think I've ever seen it and felt like it was very healthy. Maybe there is, but I think it's inherently unhealthy.
Obama.
And you don't want to kind of experiment with it and see for yourself if there's a healthy way.
Obama.
You
Well,
just
I'm 37. Like I've been in a lot of relationships and experimented
Mhm.
a lot. Again, it's not to say that ripping the blinds out of the wall and like,
Obama.
screaming is healthy either, but I snapped when I did that. But like when you compliment somebody, you're usually in control of yourself. So, what are you talking about? No, I don't like compliments. I think they're wrong. I just explained why. What's this question where you're like, well, yeah, okay, so basically you're saying that you don't want to figure out whether you're wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I think you're wrong. You think that, and I think this.
why do you think I'm wrong?
Because you think compliments can be used in a healthy, good way in an intimate relationship.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Oh.
So there are kind of two ways you can go. You can just stop using compliments and create a boundary with your partner, or you can keep exploring it further.
I feel like I've seen enough. I don't miss.
That's fair.
I mean, I never want Shaylin to compliment me. I hate it. So, and like I think she would. I think at this point, if I complimented Shaylin, it'd be like giving a Holocaust survivor fucking fudge sundae.
Okay. So, what do you say then? Then you create boundaries for things that you already kind of explored and you think you explored enough, and then you create a boundary. It's not just because you feel uncomfortable about something, and then you just create a boundary. I don't do any exploring.
I don't know. I think it's kind of both. Steven, what do you think about this? I know we've discussed this before, but interestingly, you said you feel the same way I do, but you are willing to buy into the societal expectation that you will receive and give compliments.
No, not as much anymore. I changed my mind.
This is one of the things that you have ungaslit yourself about?
One of them, yeah, I think. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's good to do things for other people if they like it, if you can. I just don't make it as much a priority anymore. But reevaluated a lot of my life over the past couple months. I've decided that I'm going to be a little bit more selfish in my personal life because I think I'm a huge pushover sometimes.
Okay. And so when it comes to compliments, you're saying the vending machine is closed for business.
I'll still do my best when I can.
But you're more in tune with like how you actually feel about.
Well, I've always been in tune with how I feel, but now if somebody's getting like upset about it, then I'll say, okay, well, fuck you. Now the vending machine is totally closed.
Okay. So it's like you can ask, but if you don't get it and you start kicking the machine, then you're like
out of service.
Out of service. Okay. It sounds like you're framing this as a very personal thing and not making as many like prescriptive statements as I am of like I'm like I think you're all fucking wrong and you're more like, well, this is just how I am.
I think that different people have different languages of love that illustrate or convey emotions from one person to another. I don't think it's wrong to have any of these, but some of these are like definitely not for me. And I think you have to be careful probably in setting yourself up to adhere to a certain love language if it does nothing for you, because I think in the long term it's probably gonna be very difficult to keep up, especially if it becomes like a demand such that you get in trouble for not doing it. But that's like a personal relationship take. I don't know if I'd prescribe that to everybody or not. I'm not sure.
Are there any prescriptions you would like to make about this? I mean, other than the one you just did, which is don't sign up for engaging in a love language that's going to make you feel like...
yeah, that's probably the one I would make.
It's not for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it's called the 5 love languages. You're supposed to find out which ones are for you, right?
Okay, but yeah, but usually in that concept, it's like either it'll resonate with you or it won't resonate with you. But I feel like I haven't read the book or whatever.
Me neither.
My understanding is, I've not heard people talk about like you being completely fucking appalled by one of them. I think usually it's like, oh, you don't understand physical touch is very important, but your partner does. So like you have to give them a foot massage And then he's going to feel loved way more than if you got him like a new hat or if you told him he was cool or whatever. But I feel like they don't really talk about like, what do you do when you're horrified by somebody else's love language?
What do I do if I'm horrified? I would say that if you're horrified by somebody else's love language, that's a sign of a lack of empathy. That's what I would probably say.
Okay, not horrified, but if you just really don't like it, you feel oppressed by the expectation that you'll...
Then you would fall into what I said before, which is don't sign up for something you can't handle. Like, I think it's really dumb, so I'm trying not to prescribe or subscribe to it as much anymore. But
I think that you and I both have a more passive love language of people not doing things. People being reliable, which usually means not flipping out and disappearing or betraying us. And people just sort of like showing up and doing what we kind of expect them, doing what they say they're going to do. Like that's probably
maybe for you
important to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't think so for you?
I think I have what's the name of the child? There's some, do you know all the attachment styles?
Anxious, avoidant.
There's one where the child doesn't care if people leave or not. I think I'm that one. I don't really care as much.
Yeah. I don't remember what it's called. Something. I think it's something avoidant.
It might be. Maybe.
I want to say like indifferent, but I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah. I think I'm that dude.
Oh yeah, the child. The mom plays with the child and then leaves, and the child has like no reaction.
Mm-hmm. I'm that one. The Sigma kid.
Okay, but how does that translate to your love language? What makes you feel love?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with love languages, but you were making broader descriptions about like wanting people to be reliable or not reliable. I don't think that has anything to do with love languages.
Well, I think for me, what makes me feel loved in a relationship is when the person like shows up and does what they say they're going to do.
Okay, that's fair.
And I feel like you've expressed with friendships or building trust with people that it means much more to you that somebody can go 6 months or a year or 2 years being who they say they are without, ripping their mask off and revealing themselves to be some kind of like horrible monster. That means much more to you than like a grand gesture.
Yeah, maybe. This is a more complicated talk. I don't want to ruin your viewer calling guy.
Okay.
I'll say that, like, I think that what I've found for some of these is done a lot of reflecting in the past couple months on a lot of relationship-oriented stuff. I'm starting to wonder if the love languages are total bullshit, and if actually every person likes all 5 love languages. It just kind of depends on like how the person does it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like I don't I would say that like I don't like compliments at all. I don't give a fuck about compliments. And I felt that way for a long time. But I've reflected a little bit and it's like actually I don't know if that's true. Because if somebody that I respect compliments something that I care about, I actually do like that. If somebody that I have a lot of respect for, say on like I play a really good game of StarCraft or League of Legends or whatever, and somebody I respect is like, oh, it was really good how you noticed that. I actually do like that. But when I think of compliments, I normally think of these empty, hollow, like, oh, you're handsome, or oh, whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, I don't give a fuck about this because I don't care, I guess, as much about like looks related stuff. This isn't something I care about as much. But if it's for somebody that I respect over a thing that I care about, I do actually like that. And then I wonder, and then I look to like the other like acts of love, and one might be like quality time. And I guess it's like, I don't care about quality time that much because I'm really independent. But then when I think, well, actually, if it's an event that I really like doing, actually, I think I do like quality time. So now I kind of wonder for every love language, if maybe everybody does like all of these, but people view them kind of one-dimensionally sometimes or in different ways. And it's like, well, I think that there are certain types of things in every love language that anybody could like, assuming it's done correctly, I think.
You think maybe people are just very bad at complimenting empathetically in a way that actually means something to the person receiving the compliment?
Sometimes, yeah. Or sometimes there's like a base set of compliments that most people care about, but I don't care about. So then I come off as like detached or something, or not having that love language. In reality, I do. There's like a more specific thing that I care about.
Because then they're just communicating to you that they don't understand you, rather than
something, or they're projecting. They're projecting actually when they're complimenting me.
Hear.
Yeah, they're telling me what they want to hear. Actually, yeah. So like if somebody compliments me a lot on my looks, they're probably somebody that enjoys being complimented on their looks. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what it feels like. Yeah.
Okay, caller, what do you think about all this?
So very interesting. But I'm more interested in, like, I don't have an opinion on compliments. I don't know if it's good or bad.
You're talking about like how I think about setting a boundary and saying I don't want to do it versus
yes.
Okay.
So you say you don't prescribe things. You just show how you feel and how you think, right? You don't prescribe any way of thinking to your viewers.
That I try not to. That's probably not true, but yeah.
But with boundaries, it seems like you recommend to set up boundaries for everybody. Like, it's a good thing.
Right.
But what I didn't hear you mention is that you don't just set up a boundary when you feel uncomfortable right away. You need to do some exploring before that. Like why you feel this way and stuff like that, right? You have to put some amount of effort before you just set up a boundary, because you can basically just separate yourself from so many things in the world, and I think it's bad. I don't think it's good.
Right, to not just run screaming at the first sign of discomfort.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying that you think I'm too quick to set boundaries, or encourage people to be too quick?
You don't you just don't mention that part, I feel like, enough when when it seems like you recommend boundaries. So
okay, so it comes off like this is just what I could think of compliments. I haven't really thought it through. I haven't really paid attention to how I feel or how it's affected me. I just don't like it, and I'm not doing it. And like, fuck you
I
all.
think you doing it, like exploring. I believe that you do enough exploring before setting up a boundary, but you just
I don't talk.
Don't mention. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm being too. I'm too scared to talk about that part, or I'm being too like. I just want to seem like I have the answer when. And then when I say I'm 37, so I've like thought about this a lot. I've skipped that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think this is good feedback. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I think that's it. That's all I got for now. Don't want to take much more time.
Okay, well, I thank you for calling in, and talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right,
take care. Bye.
All right. Well, hey, I love you, buddy. I gotta dip out.
I love you too.
Stay safe. Be careful, bud. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Good luck. Bye. All right. I love you guys. I gotta talk tomorrow with tree on head. With a tree of logic. Should be fun. I'm trying to think of when Lauren's manifesto is coming out so we can review that. I don't know if she's released a date yet, but I'm sure sometimes. But President Sonny made a video going over your manifesto. I'm not watching this. Sorry, that dude is deranged. What is he hitting him with? Ooh.
You and
I know Gap. Yes, and Gappy and you both defended Destiny
who also engaged in my fucking Kiwi Farms thread, and I have the screenshots for this.
Did he post docs of you?
No, he doesn't need to. It's a fucking group harassment thread.
Okay, but again, people...
What do you mean, engaged in her Kiwi Farms thread? Have I ever posted in her thread? I have an account on Kiwi Farms. You can go and see. You can go and see my my account. I don't think I've ever posted there before.
Well,
I already told you, you
slandered me.
stupid
Wait,
fucking
Keffels,
cunt.
Keffels.
Jesus
You have
Christ.
slandered me as a white nationalist, as a white supremacist, as a
Did you say
neo-Nazi.
Simon Literally
You've
do
done
not
that to
say
such
shit
a you've
because
done that
you
to
are
groups.
you
You've done
were
that to
part
groups
of
of
this to
people.
begin with.
I am such a smaller content creator than you, and you
I
think that
don't
it's
care. You
okay
know
for
what? This
you
isn't-
to
you know, this isn't
slander
doing
me as a
anything. I
white
really
nationalist, as
fucking
a brown
hope
woman, by the way.
Oh, did Kevils just hang out?
Okay, well, guys, that was that.
I feel like I can't. This is kind of similar to like the Trump derangement syndrome thing, where like every time you call it something crazy from Trump, eventually you start to look deranged, even if every call it is legitimate. I don't know if I should just like tweet every time somebody lies about me, because then it just looks like my whole account is just like bitching about like, oh, like everybody's so mean to me. That's what it looks like. I don't know. I have to think of a strategy to deal with this, but.
Why she had to resort to calling me a cunt and a bitch. I never called her any of those names.
Does Keffels think I have a secret account? Or when she says engages, does she mean that just because I've posted stuff that it's gotten back to me, I guess, from that thread, I don't know. All right. Well, hey, listen. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripper cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my Deuterinos. I will catch you guys next streamerino. Who is Liz Wheeler? Host of the Liz Wheeler Show. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know if you remember me at all, but I was on Advice and Confess.